Excuse me. Audio test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Worcestershire resuming this morning on 37 without loss. We've got it.
We got there. The loo. No. Oh.
and Libby turns this one square on the leg side. Fielded at square leg by Paul Walter, and there is no addition to the overnight score. So Worcestershire 524 runs in arrears, and faced with the task really of trying to occupy the crease for the rest of the game, I would say, after Essex won the toss and piled up that very big score. We're in the 17th over of the innings. Here's Cook again from the Diglis end. He bowls, and Libby is back, pushing out on the onside. And the fielding is done by Tom Westley, the captain, who's at sort of short mid-wicket. And again, no addition to the score. We saw 4 bowlers used by Essex last night. Cook and Siddle shared the new ball. Harmer bowled 4 overs, and we had 1 over of off-spin from Dan Lawrence just at the end of the day. None of them were successful. Here's Cook again, 3rd ball of the morning from the Diglis end. He's in now, bowls to Libby, who is back and repeats the shot of the previous ball, just dropping this one down on the onside and fielded by Tom Westley. So hard work for the bowlers so far in this match on both sides. Worcestershire's bowlers toiling away for 174 overs in that first Essex innings, and still only managing to take 8 wickets. An unresponsive surface, one might say. Here's Cook in again, bowls to Libby, and Libby turns this one behind square on the leg side this time, and may well have hoped to get his first run, but Tenderskata, I think it is, in that position at short square, short backward square leg, making the save, and still no runs added this morning. And I keep wanting to say this, and I think all of us feel this, that when we say this pitch has been unresponsive, as Cook comes in again, bowls, and Libby plays out in the offside, this time off the back foot again, no run. That is in no way a criticism of the ground staff here at New Road, who have worked wonders really to get any cricket played here early in this season after the flooding problems that they've had this winter. Grass growth is at a premium, I think it's fair to say, both on the square and indeed on parts of the outfield that are a little bit rougher than usual, but they've done a great job. Here's Cook again to complete the first over of the day, and it's another good length delivery on off stump, and Libby goes back again, plays defensively out on the offside. There's no run. We've had just 1 over this morning on this 3rd day of the game between Worcestershire and Essex. It was bowled by Sam Cook, and it was a maiden delivered to the acting Worcestershire captain Jake Libby. He's 15 not out. Daryl Mitchell is 17 not out. Worcestershire still 524 runs in arrears after that mammoth Essex 561 for 8, but at the moment 37 without loss. Just an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners there, and happy to say good morning for the first time to Nick Gledhill from BBC Radio Essex. Morning, Nick.
Yeah, morning
nice
to
you.
you.
Have you here.
Morning, Frank. Lovely to be back at Worcester again. It's a rather cool and overcast morning, and we may get some showers later on, but let's hope we're going to get an interesting day here. I think 1 or 2 people thinking, oh, this is going to be consigned to being a not very interesting draw, but who knows, anything could happen, and I think Essex will be keen to try and strike early. At 37 without loss, the ball's still relatively new, and it's going to be Peter Siddle to come in from the New Road end and bowl to Daryl Mitchell, who plays it up into the covers, and there's no run. I think that's the first thing they want to do, of course, Essex, is get rid of Jake Libby, who appears to have been batting forever against Essex this season. And I think it's a very similar scenario to 3 weeks ago at Chelmsford, where Essex are going to have to, bowl Worcestershire out and enforce the follow-on to have any sort of chance of winning the game. The follow-on target a little bit further out of Worcestershire's reach this time.
412.
But, yeah, and actually Essex a little bit more positive perhaps yesterday than they were on day 2 at Chelmsford. But a very similar game, as here's one that's going down the leg side, and he has nothing to do with that. Mitchell, 37 for no wicket. So this is a pitch to say it hasn't offered much to bowlers. It's been hard work for the batsmen. It's just a question of whether it just deteriorates a little or whether it plays like the one last week against Notts, where of course I don't think a wicket fell hardly at all on the final day.
No wickets on the final day, no. And only 2 on the first day here, which meant that Worcestershire had 2 full days in the field and only managed 2 wickets, which doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't. Here's so lots of good delivery and appeal for LBW, stifled as he's just pushing forward there. Mitchell, I think inside edge onto pad more than likely, but yeah, it's a little bit of encouragement there for Siddle. So no Porter in this game, and I wonder whether Essex are thinking about further rotation of the seam attack. I think they'll want their full strength seam attack for Chelmsford in a couple of weeks' time. Weather forecast, by the way, next week not great for Essex at Trent Bridge, and this is delivery which is just played really from the crease by Mitchell, just square into the offside, and there's no run. And Worcestershire are at Edgbaston, aren't they, Frank, next week? So I don't think the weather will be that much different there.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you?
We're going to need some result pictures, I think, for next week to, I think, with the weather to keep things moving along. But certainly, the general pattern appears to be pitches where it's hard work to force victories, and certainly that's looking the case here, as it was last week at Edgbaston. As here's a delivery which is just played off the back foot this time by Mitchell, just down into the crease, and there's no run. So Essex hopeful that history won't just repeat itself, and they won't be spending 2 days in the field again as they did 3
bowling
weeks ago.
at Jake Libby.
Yes, and the first thing, of course, they want to do is separate these two and try and induce, one of those Worcestershire top order stumbles which has been evident on a couple of occasions this season. 37 for no wicket. Siddle bowls, and that's delivery cuts back into the right-handed Mitchell, and in the end just runs out into the offside, and there's no run. But even as Worcestershire have showed, Frank, even when you get the batsmen out, you've still got the bowlers who are very capable batsmen, as of course they have shown. 37 without loss, no runs added on the third morning. Mitchell 17, Libby 15.
Yeah, in particular, I think Ed Barnard, who, in all fairness, I think we ought to, I've been saying this for a couple of years now, ought not to be called a bowler who bats, he ought to be called an all-rounder. And having got that first 100 at Chelmsford, which he himself described as a monkey off his back, I think he's more likely to be taken seriously as a batsman now, as Sam Cook comes in from the Diglis end and bowls to Libby, who's still looking for the first run of the morning as he pushes this one out in front of square on the offside. And Shane Snater, the debutant, comes in from cover to do the fielding.
Yes, his 5th first-class game, but his first for Essex.
Yep.
Of course, quite a regular member in the Essex T20 setup. Interesting to see how he goes today.
Yeah, be interesting. We were saying what a splendid name he's got. It's sort of almost Harry Potter-esque. Shane Snater, fantastic. But looking forward to seeing him bowl. In comes Cook again, bowls, and Libby is again on the back foot, pushing up to mid-on, and the fielder there is Nick Brown. There's no run, 37 without loss, still waiting for the first run of the day, and I'm afraid it's going to be one of those days, whether we like it or not, where run scoring is secondary to crease occupation from a Worcestershire point of view. Doesn't necessarily make for exciting cricket, depending on what excites you. If frustrating the bowlers excites you, then I suppose it does. Here's Cook in again, bowls to Libby, and Libby is back to one that's a little bit shorter and forces this one a little bit more firmly up to mid-off, but still no addition to the score.
Tom Wesley in at short mid-wicket for the miscued driver. One just sort of pops up off the bat.
Yeah, we've seen in the game, Nick, both sides, but particularly Essex in those few overs last night, trying to find some sort of imaginative little field positions that you might not normally use in order to produce something, because conventional fielding positions on this pitch haven't been doing so. Libby works this one away nicely off his pads, times it well, and may well have expected to get runs, but good bit of fielding by Paul Walter moving to his left he's just in front of square on the leg side, and he's sort of moved to his left. He's got a long way to go down, of course, and he did get down well and made the save.
He's got the short boundary there, and there's a lot of ground to cover as well if it's one threatening to get past him, but he did well there to prevent the first run of the morning.
Yeah, he did indeed. 37 without loss it remains as Sam Cook comes in. 5th ball of the 3rd over of the day. He's from the Diglis end. He bowls, and Libby again works this one away on the onside, and again it's Tom Westley in that short mid-wicket position making the save. Yeah, we've got Westley in at short mid-wicket. We've got Tendiscarter at sort of leg gully, I guess you'd call it, and we saw when the seamers were operating last night those two positions used frequently by Essex, and indeed we saw Worcestershire occupying this, using the same tactic. Having said that, we haven't seen any catches go there yet, but maybe it'll happen. Here's Cook, he bowls to Libby, and Libby, there we go, it nearly did. He tucks this one away round the corner, and I think it landed just short of Tendiscarter, but
I think
it
went
was
further
close.
in, yes.
It just bounced in front of him. It was close. It was hands on head close, wasn't it, from the fielders? But it's another maiden. So 3 overs gone this morning, no runs added. Worcestershire 37 without loss. Mitchell 17 and Libby 15. Still the overnight situation.
Yes, I think went a little bit further in the air than Libby would have liked. BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex. Frank Watson and Nick Leadhill here for day 3 of Essex and Worcestershire at New Road, and you can contact us by email today if you would like to do so. It'd be nice to hear from you. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and you can contact me if you would like to on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58. Here's Siddle bowling, and that's just played with head over the ball. Just putting his pad down the pitch there. Mitchell nicely off the middle of the bat, rolling up into the covers, and there is no run. So it'd be nice to hear from you today. Any thoughts on how this game might go? The sun trying to find its way through the cloud and just occasionally succeeding, as it's doing at the moment. Just lighting up New Road, which will be looking to welcome its first spectators fairly soon now, of course, as Siddle bowls, and that's just played on a compact defensive stroke. It's coming half forward, but not having to worry about any great movement here. Siddle must think that this pitch resembles some of the sort of the tougher ones that he's had to bowl on in his career at international level, perhaps even on the subcontinent rather than in Australia.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think it's more like an Indian pitch, isn't it, than an Australian one.
But he's used to having to deal with those sort of conditions, and here he bowls one that's far enough outside the off stump for Mitchell to have nothing to do with it. Makes quite a late decision to leave, but he's gone to prod the pitch where that one landed. And the sun, as I say, coming through at the moment, but it's got a tough job on its hand because there's very little gaps in the heavy cloud cover, and we do have some showers forecast a little bit later on. So generally quite a poor forecast next week, but it's not going to affect this game unduly, any rain, although it was raining last night in these parts. First proper rain I've seen for a while. Here's one which is further pitched up from Siddle and brings Mitchell forward, and he plays it up to Westley at short mid wicket, and there is no run. Very still.
Where was that, Nick? Where was the
I was in Bromsgrove, and there was sort of quite a heavy shower, quite a heavy downpour.
Didn't have anywhere.
Proper rain.
Didn't have anywhere I lived last night.
In fact, on the drive there was coming into the Midlands. Actually, there was a fair bit of rain in various spots. So, and in fact, it did affect some of the games actually in the Midlands yesterday. I think there were some interruptions in various places. 37 for no wicket. Siddle comes in from the New Road end, and here we have a run at last. It's just steered down off the open face down towards short third man, and we finally get a run in what is the 4th over of the morning. 38 for no wicket, but Worcestershire won't be too perturbed about that. This isn't a sort of deliberate policy on the part of the groundsman to prepare this sort of wicket. It's a sort of the situation's been forced by water during a bit of being on the surface, and it's not been possible to produce a pitch with any great pace in it at this stage of the season. But the upside for Worcestershire is that if they can get out of this game with a draw, they'll have played Essex twice, and that will be quite important for them, I think, going forward. 2 slips waiting as Siddle Bowles, and that's outside the off stump. And Libby this time facing up to Siddle for the first time is happy to leave that alone. 38 for no wicket, Libby 15 and Mitchell 18. Earlier, of course, in the game, Essex making that monumental 561 for 8 declared, just forcing the pace a little bit towards the end, so getting a slightly bigger total than he did at Chelmsford. But is it going to make any difference in terms of forcing a win? We'll see.
That last ball from Siddle just moved a little bit in the air after it had passed the stumps, hence a few groans that you may have picked up on our effects microphone. Little bit of encouragement. One thing we have noticed on the first 2 days, and I did discuss this with Ed Barnard last night, there's just been the odd ball. Just every now and again the odd ball has offered encouragement. The ball's kept a little bit low from the Diglis end, the far end, which Cook is coming in from now. 38 without loss as he's in, and bowls to Mitchell, who gets one that does exactly that. Just kept a bit low and crept through on him outside off stump as he played at it. Died as it bounced in front of Adam Wheater. The odd one from that end's kept a bit low, particularly when the spinners have bowled, D'Oliveira and Harmer. And the odd one from this end, particularly when Pennington bent his back, who's a tall man, did really take off. Notably the last delivery of the first day's play. So there is just occasionally something there for the bowler. You've just got to plug away to find it. Sam Cook in again, bowls to Mitchell, who's going to get runs here off the outside edge down to third man. Shane Snater does the fielding, picks up just in front of us, down below us, about 2 or 3 yards inside the rope, and they're back for 2. So the first runs of the morning, Mitchell got 1 in the last over, 2 more now. He's on to 20 and it's 40 without loss. Libby yet to add to his overnight 15.
Yeah, so just a few runs starting to come now. Worcestershire looking to get established this morning. So a long way to go here, but crease occupation is going to be important, and they'll want to rack up some batting points as well.
Here's Cook in again, passed umpire Lloyd, bowls to Mitchell, who's back and plays comfortably out into the offside. Dan Lawrence coming in from mid-off, wideish mid-off, to do the fielding. Bright sunshine, as Nick was saying, but it looks a bit grey and miserable over behind the cathedral, but as I often point out, usually weather comes from the southwest, which is over the top of the ladies' pavilion as we look out from our commentary position here, which is at a sort of wide third man, with the pitch being situated quite a long way over on the 7 side of the ground here at New Road. As in comes Cook again, and he bowls to Mitchell, who pushes out into the offside. And I will stress, I've said this a few times during our broadcast this week, if you're watching the live stream and you're hearing our commentary, please be aware that your view is very different from ours, and if we describe something and we perhaps, particularly I think, are likely maybe to get the line of a delivery wrong or something like that, it's because we're looking from quite a long way away and at a very different angle from the view that you're getting on the live stream cameras, which are directly behind the bowler. Cook bowls in again to Mitchell, pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. And the other thing is we tend to add, the timing might seem slightly odd, and we tend to talk and talk and talk, and you don't really always expect that with TV cricket watching, but our commentary is designed for radio or for the BBC Sport app, for people that are just listening and not really watching as well. So there are some slight anomalies there.
Absolutely, we're sort of at third man at the moment. It's a good description.
Cook in, bowls to Mitchell. This one's fuller, and Mitchell drives for 4. Really not much need to run, big gap at mid-off. Cook knows he got it wrong. First half volley he's bowled actually today, and Mitchell just eased into it. Didn't no great flourish, just a confident middle of the bat push through the vacant mid-off area for the first boundary of the day. Mitchell 24, Libby 15. Worcestershire making untroubled progress so far this morning after 5 overs, 44 without loss.
And good morning to the Grumbler, saying it's a key session in the game, need a couple of wickets, but it's going to be a long day with lots of O's in long. Yes, could well be, but if you're going to have a long day, the Grumbler, I think Worcester's not the worst place to have it. But we shall see. We'll see if things proceed as many expect, or whether perhaps there'll be a bit of an occasional low bounce for the seam bowlers to be able to exploit. But it's going to be very hard work today, certainly for Essex to get wickets. Siddle bowls, and this one maybe just keeps a touch low, but a late adjustment, and it's just played quite comfortably by Libby in the end into a gap in the covers. And Worcestershire just proceeding quietly this morning with a single going onto the total, and Libby goes to 16. I think that's his first run this morning.
Yep.
Mitchell 24 and 45 for no wicket. There was a result yesterday in the championship, a bit like the Surrey Middlesex game, where I think in that game Middlesex was set 17, and I think yesterday Glamorgan was set 16, weren't they, to win.
Yeah.
And they won by 10 wickets, 45 for no wicket here, and that one just played gently into the offside down towards backward point. There's Shane Snater fielding at backward point, so I look forward to seeing him have a bowl a little bit later on in the side for Jamie Porter. And we wonder whether Essex will rotate their seamers a little bit more in terms of the next game being at Trent Bridge before the return to Chelmsford.
Worcestershire,
it's hard work for the
rotating
seamers.
their seamers, yeah, for exactly that reason.
I think Sam
They've had
Cook
some long
maybe
days.
might not be involved at Trent Bridge. It's only pure speculation, but that's just a thought. 45 for no wicket, as here's a delivery which just holds its line. Nice one from Siddle. Just a hint of just straightening there on Mitchell, but he plays it in the end comfortably into the offside. So Glamorgan won by 10 wickets to revive their chances in that group. Kent are having a terrible time. Their top order batting, and I can imagine that Darren Stevens at the end of the game might have said to his top order, you could at least have set them as many years as my age, and I'm not 16. It's 45 for no wicket here. As this is delivery, just get a little bit of bounce there from Siddle. He dug that one in, but Mitchell had plenty of time to play it. Signalled as a no ball, effort ball that one, but in the end played comfortably enough, but just overstepping the crease. But certainly that was an effort ball from Siddle, who seems aggrieved at the decision that he had overstepped the mark, and he's sort of standing there, hands on hips, just I don't know if he's having a few words with the umpire or not, but
it's pretty light-hearted.
Yeah, I think it's nothing to be concerned about. But I think it took him by surprise, probably thinking, well, it's hard enough to get a ball to do anything on this pitch, and when I do manage to do it, it's signalled as a no ball, so that's not much fun. Here's Siddle again, up to the wicket, bowls, or taking the pad as an attempt to play with a leg glance here by Mitchell, but in the end it goes through to Wheater, and a clap of the hands from a couple of the fielders as Essex look to try and make this breakthrough. We know it's going to be tough work. It's looking good for Nottinghamshire to get their first win since they won the first 4-day win since they won at I think Chelmsford in 2018, I think was the last one they won, but they've got 2 early Derbyshire wickets. So Derbyshire 40 for 2, need 430 to win, and Stuart Broad's got both. I wonder if he's playing next week. Here's a nice looking drive. That's a good shot for 4, slightly over pitched and beautifully played by Mitchell, just between that mid-off and the bowler. For 4 he goes to 28, and Worcestershire have 50. It's 51 for no wicket in reply to that huge Essex first innings of 561 for 8 declared.
First half volley Siddle's bowled, first half volley Cook bowled in the last over, suggesting that they're maybe just tiring a little bit after starting so tidily with those 4 maidens at the beginning of the innings. But Mitchell just again easing it through mid-off. It was nothing particularly flamboyant, was it? Only one fielder in front of square on the offside. If you get a half volley, you'd be disappointed if you picked him out.
Siddle up to the wicket, bowls, and this one just seems to maybe just stop a little bit, but anyway, it's in the end played comfortably enough by Mitchell. Just a hint of the odd little bit of variation for the bowlers, but it played comfortably enough. But there's not anything that's going to happen quickly, and that's the problem for the Essex seamers, who are looking suitably disenchanted with their prospects on this pitch at the moment. Mitchell 28, Libby 16, and Worcestershire are 51 for no wicket. So they're still over 500 behind, in fact 510 at this stage.
Talking about seamer rotation, as we were, Worcestershire this game have left out their skipper, Joe Leach, and they're being led by Jake Libby, because on the sort of seamer rotation basis that Worcestershire have been using with Leach, Morris and Pennington, they've decided that one of them will miss out each time in order to preserve their bodies a little bit in this busy schedule at the start of the season. And of course all the games have gone all the way to the end as well. Worcestershire haven't had any early finishes, so I think the management, the coaching staff feel that seamer rotation basis is justified, and as you suggest, Nick, Essex may well be considering doing the same. Sam Cook has played every game so far, certainly. I think James Woods is the only one that's missed out today, and here comes Cook from the Diglis end. Quite a long straight approach, very fluid, and he bowls to Libby, who drives nicely up towards mid-off. Thought he was going to get runs, but a good stop by Dan Lawrence, moving to his right, one-handed, sort of sprawling on the ground at the same time.
Yes.
And no addition.
Jamie Porter might feel quite pleased to have missed this one. I wonder if it might be a more seamer friendly pitch. I wonder if Notts will try and back their own seamers next week, particularly with rain around. Yeah.
Here's Cook again in to bowl to Libby, who gets runs here, or one anyway. It's short, and he pulls it away to the very short, very short boundary behind square on the leg side, but he only gets one because Peter Siddle has been perfectly situated down there, and he does the fielding and returns to the keeper. Wheater 52 without loss. Libby goes to 17.
And the other game in this group, they had a delay yesterday, but back on today at the Riverside. Durham 307 for 4 on a pitch that seems to have flattened out since Warwickshire made 87 on the opening morning, and Alex Lees, formerly of Yorkshire, is 129 not out, the opening batsman. So it's looking good for Durham and Nottinghamshire.
Cook again is in. Bowls to Mitchell, who's beaten by this one. Felt for it a little bit outside off stump. Might have been a hint of movement away from the batsman. Maybe there was just a tiny little bit of seam movement. Mitchell goes for a suspicious little prod at the pitch, but he'll just dismiss that from his mind, remark his guard and try and carry on. But encouragement there for Sam Cook, and the bowlers need to seize on any little morsel of encouragement that they can psychologically when they're bowling on a pitch like this. Just one slip in now. Harmer. Cook's gone into short extra cover, as Alistair Cook that is, as Sam Cook comes in from the Diglis end and bangs this one a little shorter in at Mitchell, and he just goes up on his toes and turns it off the splice round the corner to Tendish Carter in that leg gully position. 52 without loss, Worcestershire. They began the day on 37, and Essex started very tidily. First 3 or 4 overs, I think the first 3 overs were maidens, and Worcestershire had to work hard. They've had to work hard for all their runs, as Cook is in again and bowls to Mitchell, and this one does just creep a little bit, I think, just on a length. Mitchell went back in behind it, and it just kept a little bit low. Just watching the replay, kept quite a little bit low. He played it sort of shin height out on the onside. I think as you suggest, Nick, the saving grace for the batsman when the ball does keep a little bit low is that it isn't too quick.
No.
And
time to adjust.
We've seen a lot of late adjustment. Dan Lawrence in particular was masterful in his innings in terms of late adjustment, especially against the slower bowlers. Here comes Cook, bowls to Mitchell, pushes out on the offside. Alistair Cook does the fielding. End of a tidy over from Sam Cook, just the 1 run coming off it. Mitchell has 28, Libby has 17, and Worcestershire are 52 without loss.
And should Durham and Nottinghamshire both win and this game end in a draw, which I suspect of the various scenarios looks the most likely, you could basically throw a sort of serviette over the 6 teams in this group and cover them all, because there's going to be very little to separate them in the table. And it is proving, I think, a genuinely tough group, perhaps tougher than some thought, with wins hard to come by. And I think Essex, obviously there's going to be rain around at Trent Bridge next week. It depends on what sort of surface Notts prepare. If it's a flat one at Trent Bridge, it's going to be hard to force a result with rain, but Essex, I think, will be looking to use those 3 games out of 4 coming up at Chelmsford as their trump card to try and get themselves ahead in the group before they like Worcestershire, I think, miss a round of games at the start of July, which probably isn't the best time to miss a round of games, because of course you're coming towards the business end of the group. As here is Siddle bowling, and that's played comfortably by Libby, just looking to play a cover drive and checking his shot and steering it to Snater at backward point, and there's no run. With these 8 points for a draw, it's just having a look. We've had basically virtually every side playing in each round so far, haven't we? But we're going to get rounds now where sides are taking a week off. I think Durham missed the next round, so there was only 4 games in this, only 2 games in this group next week. As here Siddle bowls, and that's played defensively. They're back down the pitch, and there is no run. So a little bit of rotation, if you like. Yes, there's Notts, Essex and Warwickshire, Worcestershire next week, but Durham and Derbyshire aren't playing. And then again, 2 of the sides miss out in the following round. In this case, it will be Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. So Essex and Worcestershire don't miss out until early July, when there's a round of games which involves neither. But of course that's the penultimate round of games in the schedule. 52 for no wicket. Or it's the delivery just pops up a little bit and takes Libby, I think, on the glove, and just goes to ground, rolls out into the onside. But to say, just the occasional little thing happening here for Siddle, but nothing yet to really be able to put the batsman under threat. 52 for no wicket. And I'm perhaps mischievously thinking, Frank, that when we get to early July we'll hear the phrase 15 all, and it could apply to 2 things. Wimbledon will be 1, and the other one would be the points total of 2 sides who know a high scoring draw might be a good result between themselves at that stage of the competition.
You cynic.
Because of course the 8 points for a draw could be quite significant.
Yeah, well, I think it already has been, hasn't it, in some respects, I think, and it's one thing that I think I've heard some people say they're not too keen on, because it hasn't necessarily encouraged the most attacking cricket.
There's Siddle bowls, and that one's heading down the leg side, attempted leg glance, and there is no run. So yes, of course 15 all is perfectly achievable, because you get both sides make 350 and get the wickets within 110 overs, and 8 points for a draw, and there you go. And it's, as Essex have found, you can win a game making 96 in the first innings, and you only get a handful of points more than a side that's got a high scoring draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look at Worcestershire starting this game above Essex in the group, when in fact they haven't won a game. So
which is slightly odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So any thoughts on that, do get in touch. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com or at BBC Essex Sport on social media. That's driven away nicely down the ground, just to the onside of straight. Good chase back to the boundary here, and I think it's just about going to be hauled in. That's a good effort from Nick Brown, because he had quite a lot of ground to cover there running back, but got his boot to it, and he would have saved a run there. It was a nice looking drive, firmly struck, nicely timed. Libby goes from 17 to 20. And the score goes along to 55 for no wicket.
Good old-fashioned chase
behind.
Old-fashioned chase from Nick Brown. Put a boot on it. None of you diving and throwing yourself around on this cold day. Just sort of charged after it and stuck his foot on it. That's what we like to see. 55 without loss.
Siddle up to the wicket again. Bowls. Oh, and that one just nips back in. And there's an appeal for LBW. That one did move a little bit. He's just got the odd ball just to shape a little bit. That one did cut into the right-handed Mitchell, but it's just doing too much. But that's a sign, a little encouragement for Siddle. That one did beat the bat, wrapped into the pad, and that's the closest that Siddle has come so far, or indeed either Essex bowler has come so far to forcing the breakthrough. 55 for no wicket.
Update for BBC Haven Worcester FM listeners coming imminently. Worcestershire making steady progress today on a day where they really need to bat all day. They haven't lost any wickets in the first half hour. They've added 18 runs to their overnight score. It's not been pretty, it's not been extravagant, but it's been solid. Daryl Mitchell is on 28, Jake Libby is on 20, and Worcestershire after 24 overs of 55 without loss. And Sam Cook will continue from the Diglis end. Comes in now to bowl to Libby. Bowls, and Libby is back to this and works it away on the onside for 4. Nice shot, actually, just clipped off his hip. 2 fielders now in a sort of close catching position. Alistair Cook just in front of square, about 8 yards back from the bat. Ryan Tender-Charter about 9 or 10 yards back behind the bat, behind square, I beg your pardon, and that one whipped away by Libby between the two of them. It wasn't a chance, it wasn't much in the air, it was a good shot, and I think from a batsman's point of view, psychologically, you just got to forget they're there, really. And I don't mean you can just be carefree, but if a ball's there to be hit, it's got to be hit, and he hit that one for 4 very nicely. 59 without loss. Is Cook in bowls, and Libby pushes this one down on the onside. So it's an odd looking field for a conventional seam bowler. You've got mid-off and Snater in a sort of deep gully, then you've got Harmer at slip, and he's not at first slip, he's sort of at 2.5, second, third slip, then obviously Wheater keeping, then you've got Tender-Charter in this leg gully position, just behind square, about 8-9 yards from the bat, then you've got Cook in a forward short square leg position, but not short leg, and then you've got Westley in at a sort of short mid-wicket. As Cook comes in and bowls to Libby, who just goes on the back foot and very carefully and watchfully steers this down between those 2 fielders who are in front of square on the leg side, and he picks up a single as it's fielded out on the leg side boundary by Paul Walter. 60 without loss. Libby goes to 25, Mitchell 28. I would imagine that the mindset of the batsman is one of those where you're sort of ticking off the overs as they go. Let's just get through the first 10 overs or the first half hour or whatever it might be. In comes Cook, bowls to Mitchell, drops this down on the onside, no run. Let's get through the first 10 overs, let's get through the next 10 overs, let's get through the next 10 overs. Just in the way that sometimes in a run chase batsmen will say, let's tick them off in 10s or 20s or whatever. You've got to have these short-term goals, I think, to get you through a long day, because if you just think, yes, got to bat till 6 o'clock, that can be a very, very daunting prospect. So it's as much about mental strength out there on a pitch like this as it is about technique and skill. And as Mitchell gets runs here, he's going to get 4 of them. Cook just drifting into the batsman's hip, really, just short of length, and Mitchell neatly gets inside it and flicks it off the face down to fine leg for 4. We saw a good number of boundaries like that in Tom Westley's innings, particularly. Frustrating for the bowler, who just errs in line a little bit and gets punished for that error quite severely, really, by a shot like that. Frustrating, I think. Batsman hardly has to put any real effort in and picks up the same number of runs as he would if he smashed it through the covers. That's the nature of batting at this level. Mitchell moves to 32, 64 without loss. His Cook is in again, looking to straighten his line, does so, and Mitchell is on the back foot and just pushes defensively out on the offside. End of the over from Sam Cook, the 25th of the Worcestershire response to Essex's 561 for 8. So far so good from a Worcestershire point of view. Essex still seeking the first breakthrough of the day. 64 without loss.
And over at the Oval, quite an interesting morning there where Hashim Amla, it takes quite a lot to retire overnight on 215, but he has, because he's woken up with a stiff neck and clearly doesn't feel well enough to bat. And that's just opened a little bit of a door for Hampshire, who've made some rather belated progress in that game, because Surrey 545 for 6 lead by 453, and one imagines a declaration probably around about lunchtime as is Siddle bowling, and just driven firmly up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
A couple of interesting tweets that I've had, Nick, excuse me butting in.
No.
One from Nicky Worcester, who says, I'm on top of Breeden Hill and it's raining. Well, I said we saw some clouds over there behind the cathedral and we're looking over in that direction for where Nicky is. I hope we don't get that. It looked pretty good to me over towards Malvern, but Breeden Hill more the sort of direction that I was saying I live in, and it's raining. And one from Mark Smith, who's an Essex fan who's been in regular contact, who's got some questions for us about the pitch. I'll just break off while Siddle bowls this one.
Yes, it was played comfortably into the offside
And
and
Mark,
no run.
Sorry, Nick. Mark says, "Good morning, gents. What's your opinions on the pitch? I'm all for matches going into the fourth day, but if they end up in draws, do you think that's too batsman friendly? In over 3 days of cricket at New Road, there's only been 9 wickets. We need 4 days, but wins as well." Well, Mark, you're absolutely right, but this pitch is not flat by design. This pitch is flat because of nature, if you like, and the ground staff have done the very best that they can, but Worcester haven't deliberately produced a flat pitch.
Next delivery is played nicely. It goes just past the little ring of fielders trying to save runs or get a catch on the onside, beats the 3 of them, and that goes to a square leg boundary for 4. It was slightly over pitch, but clipped away very nicely off his pads by Libby. And as I say, Essex are employing this rather funky field with the leg gully, the sort of short square leg and the short mid wicket, and he managed to get that one to ground, put it between them, and in the end it was very well timed, and the man at square leg on the boundary couldn't get round to stop that. So lovely crisp stroke that, and Libby goes to 29, 68 for no wicket.
So yeah, I agree, Mark, with all your sentiments about pitches and the length of games and so on. But I think in defence of, well, not that Worcestershire need to defend themselves, but if any charges were levelled at them of preparing pitches that are too flat, I don't think it's done on purpose.
Siddle up to the wicket bowls, and that's driven and stopped in his follow through here by Siddle, and there's no run, but a good start by Worcestershire. They've done pretty much what they wanted this morning in terms of just getting a stable base. 68 for no wicket, so the deficit's gone below 500. I guess we need to keep an eye. I don't think it's going to be relevant today, but that figure of 412, a bit like the reverse fixture, is going to be relevant. When Worcestershire avoided the follow on in the reverse fixture, we knew the game was done, and that's even more emphatically the case if they get to 412 here, Frank. Yeah. 68 for no wicket. Siddle bowls, and that's a bouncer, and in the end judged nicely by Libby. And good morning to Paul Harrington, saying thanks for the commentary. Thanks to Dick, and actually I'd just like to mention Dick. Dick's just resting his voice up and before the next game. Lovely to have Dick back with us over the last couple of days. I know he thoroughly enjoyed it. And you say, Paul, unfortunately it looks as though the only thing worthy of commentary in this game is going to be the nature of the pitch. Ironic that the pitches in India during the winter elicited so much criticism, but I think the pitches like this one and the Chelmsford one early in the season are just as bad for the game. Well, we sort of half-answered the point a moment ago as Siddle bowls, and that's played into the offside, and there is no run. You say, Paul, that cricket's a contest between bat and ball, but on pitches like this it becomes a no contest, and you can tell the players already feel they're going through the motions in this non-event. I don't think it's anything to do with lack of expertise or effort on the part of the bowlers, and whilst I appreciate that it's a very fine line for groundsmen to prepare wickets but are not too one-sided, there needs to be a better balance than this. The only way to make a fixture like this interesting would be for the batsman to go after every ball, or to wait for a 40-over chase on the last day, which makes the first 3 days redundant. But possibly a naive suggestion, but couldn't they leave a little more grass on rather than having these dead leaden grey pitches? Paul, I remember the pitch at Chelmsford earlier in the year, the grass wasn't growing.
That's the problem.
That was they would have loved to have left more grass on, Simon, I'm sure, but it was one of those situations. Stuart Kerris, the groundsman, he would have loved to have done, but it wasn't growing. Yeah, I just think there have been some issues, as we were saying, that have been a bit beyond the groundsman's control here in both cases.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's grass growth, and in a way, he's right, Stuart. They do resemble subcontinental pitches in that sense. Simon Harmer's coming into the attack. The game changes now, and I think he'll bowl a lot of overs. I don't think that's a particularly astute observation on my part. He's going to bowl a lot of overs. He bowled 4 overs last night, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. He got some turn. It was a little bit slow turn, but it's that lack of bounce from that Diglis end which could cause real problems. He's got 1 slip, and he's got a man round the corner, very fine, a sort of leg slip and a short leg, as he comes in round the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell, who's forward and pushes this out on the offside. Going back to Nicky, who's on top of Breeden Hill. It must be a bit chilly up there as well, I should think, Nicky. One of my favourite walks with my dog up onto the top of Breeden Hill. Wonderful views on a clear day all around Worcestershire, right over to the Malverns, but chilly at the on a windy day, even if it's quite a nice day, very chilly today I just think, as Harmer comes in and bowls again to Mitchell, who gets right forward, stretching a long way forward, and has his right knee almost down on the ground as he pushes that one back to the bowler. Harmer turns again, Diglis end round the wicket, bowls to Mitchell, who gets runs this time, pushing that one firmly out on the offside, and there are only 2 fields in front of square on the offside. He puts it between them. Sam Cook comes back to do the fielding, and Mitchell picks up 2 more runs, which takes him on to 34 and the total to 70 without loss. Harmer, as ever, wearing the sunglasses, usually bowls in sunglasses even if it's not particularly sunny. Comes in again now, right arm round, bowls to Mitchell, who uses his feet a little bit, advances down the crease and just makes sure that he gets to the pitch and just props forward and pops it out on the offside. And there's no run, no alarms yet in this over. 3 close catches now on the leg side, as well as that slip, as Harmer is in and bowls, and Mitchell taken on the pad by this one, let it hit his pad almost, and then it drifted onto the bat, and I think Harmer's probably, well, it was a big shout, and he certainly didn't pitch outside leg, even though he's bowling around the wicket, but I think it might just have hit him outside off. Just watching a replay again now.
He can still be given out, can't he, if he's not playing a shot?
If he's not playing a shot. It's one of, that was
the old Richie Bennett got very excited by those, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the call. Harmer bowls, Mitchell lifts this one on the leg side, uncharacteristic shot that. It's almost though he's a little bit frustrated. Harmer's frustrated, kicking the ground as Mitchell gets a single. I think Harmer's frustrated because he is of the opinion that he wasn't playing a shot, that he pushed forward to that 5th ball, he was round the wicket, it pitched outside off, turned back in a little bit, he pushed forward, hid the bat behind the pad a little bit, we were talking about this yesterday, and got away with it. Harmer clearly felt he wasn't playing a shot. It was a really tough one to call that. It wasn't as obvious as that he wasn't playing a shot. But you know, really fine margins, things like that. Mitchell had gone to 35 anyway with a single off the last ball, 71 without loss, and we're going to see Shane Snater in the attack.
Yeah, which is
New Road End.
Fascinating, because we've seen obviously a fair bit of Shane in the T20 format in particular, and so it's he's played, I think this is his 5th first-class game, but the 1st in the championship for Essex, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes here. If he just might make a difference, something a little bit different that perhaps Worcestershire weren't planning for. We'll see how he goes. Yes, his best bowling in first-class cricket, Southern Rocks against Matabeleland Tuskers, Harare last year. So if he can better 5 for 45 when he got there, he'll do very well on this pitch. Yes, born in Harare, played for Netherlands, played for Kent briefly, of course, he's made appearances for Essex, T20 debut in 2018 as this is played first delivery, good one, right on the mark, and played defensively by Mitchell, just hops onto the back foot and plays it up into the covers, and there is no run. Yes, T20 debut in 2018, and his ODI debut in 2018 as well. Played a couple of ODIs, yeah, he's credited by Anthony McGrath in the Cricketers Who's Who as somebody who's always put in a shift whenever he's played. Represented Zimbabwe under-17s, hold a Dutch passport. That's played defensively from the crease into the offside, and made his ODI and T20 debut for Netherlands in 2018. So that's where the ODIs come from, playing for the Netherlands. So be interesting to see how he goes here. And hasn't got much to work with this pitch. Essex played Ben Allison, of course, earlier in the season, who got runs but didn't necessarily get the wickets that he would have hoped for. Will Shane Snater be able to prize open something for Essex here? Quite thick head of hair, dark hair as he bowls, and that's played just backward of square on the offside, and there's no run, but certainly got it right on the mark so far. But he's been on the fringes of getting a first team outing for a couple of years, Shane Snater, and there is going to be this element of rotation with the games coming every week. It's an unusual format, isn't it, Frank? Because you're not as used to seeing all the sides playing every week, which is what we've had, which of course has been quite a popular thing for the followers of the game. And
I like that aspect of it.
And Snater bowls from the New Road end, and it's played again comfortably, just a late adjustment by Mitchell, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex at New Road, where it's cool and cloudy on this Saturday morning, and Worcestershire haven't lost a wicket, 71 for no wicket.
Yeah, I like that aspect of it, and I think barring geographical variations as well, if you get a really, an obvious wet weekend or something all over the country, everybody gets affected, so that's probably a little bit fairer. As you said, if you miss out at the beginning of July when other teams are playing, it's not necessarily the case.
Next delivery, there's nothing in the pitch in terms of pace, and all the time in the world for Mitchell to go onto the back foot. The ball was a little bit short, and he waits for it and just plays a deliberate steer through where a gully would be for 4, and that's just emphasising the slowness of the pitch. He goes to 39, and Worcestershire is 75 without loss. Essex making 561 for 8.
Yeah, no element of risk whatsoever in that shot for Mitchell, was there? He just knew exactly what he was doing. One thing I picked up on and discussed with a couple of the bowlers in this game is that when the pitch is like this, your line is so crucial.
Yeah.
If you give width, the batsman will capitalise, and that's what Mitchell did there. He just got the balls just a little bit wider than Snater wanted, and all he had to do was get a bat on it. He had all the time in the world.
Snater, straight approach bowls. That one's short, it's dug in, but it's pulled, it goes to ground, down to fine leg for a single. Just momentarily, Ryan Tender-Scarter at short leg had some interest in that, but it was fine of him, went down to fine leg, and a single goes to a total. But not a bad first over that from Shane Snater, although there was a boundary from it, but it just indicates that you can't afford to really go short, particularly because there's going to be room for the batsmen to play their strokes. Harmer has 5 overs for 7, Snater 1 over for 5, Mitchell 40, Libby 29, and Worcestershire are 76 without loss, which is 485 behind.
Good maths, Nick. Yeah, 485 behind. It's irrelevant really, isn't it? Just crease occupation, the order of the day.
So Paul, I agree with your sentiment about, it'd be nice to have more result wickets, but I have a feeling that even if the groundsman had full control here at Worcester of what he was going to prepare, I think he'd have gone for a good batting wicket to try and not one that turned. Yeah. Well, that's what I think he would have done.
Yeah, probably right. Harmer in, bowls round the wicket to Mitchell. He pushes down on the onside, or rather what he would have been told to do. Yeah, I suppose. But yeah, but maybe not one that was quite as placid as this one. Again there, Harmer. I can understand why he was so frustrated by that shout in the previous over. He's in again, he bowls to Mitchell, he pushes forward, gets a bat on this one, and that's because even the shouts for LBW and everything else have been rare in this game. So when they come along, if you really fancy it, as he did with that one, he thought Mitchell was tucking that bat behind the pad, then you really do go for it. Mitchell goes back here. This is what we saw Lawrence do a lot against D'Oliveira. He goes back and watches it off the pitch and plays it very carefully. Dick was suggesting that he likes to see batsmen go forward, and I think it was a good idea for batsmen to go back to spin. And I think on a slow pitch, if you watch subcontinental batsmen, they often play back to spin and watch it off the pitch, which is what Mitchell did there and does again here, and that's what Dan Lawrence did so well in the Essex innings. Alistair Cook suggested on the first evening that Dan Lawrence made batting look easier than anybody else. He certainly, on the first evening when he came in, he certainly scored more fluently than anybody else had that day. As Harmer is in and bowls to Mitchell, again a dot ball, and he was there overnight. He was on 33. He actually found it scoring more difficult on the second morning and the rest of his innings than he did when he first came in, but he certainly played with great fluency on this surface. There's Harmer bowls to Mitchell again. He goes back and there's hands on heads and groans because he played it very late, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think the nature of this surface is such that even if the ball keeps a little bit low, even if you go back and it does a little bit, if you watch it really carefully and you're light on your feet, which is what Lawrence particularly was, then you can make late adjustments and get a bat on it. And it was a strangled sort of shout of frustration from Harmer. End of the over. Mitchell 40, Libby 29, 76 without loss.
And Paul, thanks for coming back to us. And Frankie, Paul is just saying here, obviously if we look at the square, we've got the rest of the square to the left and right of the pitch is obviously is looking very green. Sort of suggesting we just for a session move the stumps either way. we progressed the game a little bit, but why do you think that's looking sort of, and obviously the outfield's looking in quite lush condition as well, because we know the ground was underwater a while back, and this is played off the back foot from the first ball of Snater's new over, and there's no run to Libby, who stays on 29. It's 76 for no wicket.
I don't know the absolute ins and outs. You say the outfield's looking lush. In fact, down in front of us here, the outfield's, I've never seen it look as bad as that, to be honest, just down there. The colour is greener.
Yes.
So I know the ECB pitches people came about a month ago and worked together with the groundsman. They looked at where they could get these first two pitches out. They didn't do any practice here. They did all of that at Kidderminster.
That's interesting. Yeah, as Snater bowls, and that's clipped away out to Paul Walter at square leg. He's quite deep, about halfway back to the boundary, defending the longer pavilion side boundary.
And they said,
no run.
Prepare this first one, but which is the one that they used against Notts, but at the same time as preparing the second one for Essex, also prepare one at Kidderminster, because we don't even know whether you're going to be there's enough grass growth for you to be able to get pitches out. Not only was it flooded a few weeks ago, it was flooded also in the autumn, so it's flooded twice this winter. A
slip, a short leg and a short cover as this is driven, and it just bobbles a little bit off the pitch, but nicely gathered in by Siddle at mid-on, and there's no run, so Libby stays on 29. So the sort of funky fields that we had earlier on have just been reduced a little bit with Snater bowling. Slip, short leg, there's a shortish mid-wicket, we've got a short cover, a backward point, a mid-off and a mid-on, and Paul Walter's sort of about quite deep for square leg, but he saved a run earlier in the over, and we've got a fine leg on the boundary. 76 for no wicket. Shane Snater up to the wicket, he bowls, and that one pops off the bat, and Wesley in there at short mid-wicket was momentarily interested, but it fell well short of him. But there is just the occasional delivery, but it's just popping a little bit.
Yeah, going back to the flood, I think I'm right in saying it was flooded twice this winter. And when it's flooded, we're not just talking about wet, we're talking about 4 or 5 feet deep water all over it. So I really do want to emphasise to Essex listeners that they've done everything they possibly can.
Absolutely, and of course, you're playing 4 rounds of Championship cricket in April. You're going to have to play 2 of them at home, aren't you? Probably. Here's a pull shot she's appealed here for, I think, a stifled shot for a potential catch behind off a glove, but umpire not interested. Yes, again, that delivery from Snater, Libby thought it was there for the pull, but it wasn't quite, and there was just a thought that he might have got a faint glove, but just a stifled shot, but just the occasional little bit of hope for Essex, but it's just sort of clutching at straws a little bit, because I say the pace or lack of pace in the pitch is what's primarily defeating the bowlers here at the moment, as it did for Worcestershire earlier on. But Nott's game, just come back to that, because let's talk a little bit more about that one that was played here. 76 for no wicket. That one just played from the crease here by Libby, and there is no run. Yes, Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. In Nottinghamshire's first innings, they were bowled out for 276. So there was something in it a little bit earlier on, perhaps, at Worcestershire, perhaps more so than in this game. Mitchell 40, Libby 29, 76 for no wicket, and appeared to get flatter and flatter.
Yeah, they were bowled out for 276, but it took 104 overs to do it. The run rate was only 2.63. The follow-on was enforced, I think, because they just thought that it wasn't going to be easy to bowl them out again, and they needed to give themselves the maximum amount of time.
Worcester did bat first in that game, didn't they? Libby got 117. There's another big opening stand in that one. But then, as I say, there was that 276 all out, but of course, as you say, it did take over 100 overs, so just an indication that if you stick to it, maybe it is possible.
Harmer from the Digley Centre. Mitchell bowls. Mitchell is forward, watchfully forward, pushes out on the onside. This is what I mean about the mental battle. They've done an hour, these two, and Mitchell probably knows that if he's going to stay out there for most of the day, he's going to have a lot of Simon Harmer to face. and he's going to have to remain patient and focused. He's gone over the wicket this time. He's in, he bowls, and Mitchell is again really far forward. He couldn't get much further forward without leaving his crease. Right knee on the ground. He reaches forward to smother that. Change in the field. Got a man coming in at silly point now. So we've got a forward short leg, a silly point and a slip. Harmer's line is different now. He's hoping he might get a bat pad at silly point rather than round the corner. And he's coming in and bowls, and Mitchell forward and drops it down on the arm. So great contest at the moment. Even on this pitch, I think Harmer is the best bowler in the country in this sort of situation. And
virtually any surface.
and the batsmen know that, and they've got to be really focused. Good contest. He's in again now. He bowls, and Mitchell is beaten by one, probably an arm ball. Just going to have a look at the replay. Certainly drifted past the outside edge. He's batting on about off stump. Yeah, just drifted on with the arm a little bit.
Brilliant.
Nice flight. Great control from Harmer.
He's getting
master at work.
He's doing everything he can on this pitch, Simon Harmer, and he's, I guess, the main hope for Essex, given there's so little for the seamers.
In he comes again now, and he bowls, and Mitchell goes back and pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. With Worcestershire not having played Essex much in recent years, I mean, I know there was the T20 final, but in terms of first class cricket, I don't think a lot of Worcestershire fans will have seen that much of Harmer. He's in now and bowls, and Mitchell's forward, pushes out on the onside. They'll have seen his figures, end of the over, 76 without loss, and they know that he's probably, well, that he is the leading spin bowler in the country. But he's not a flamboyant operator. He's a big man. He's got a reasonable action. He's not. I wouldn't say it's a textbook off spinners. Actually, he's just got great control. And for me, comfortably the best spin bowler in the country, I think. And they don't grow on trees, as we know here at Worcester, because Worcestershire have been looking to try and bolster their spin options for some time now, both from within and in the academy, and by trying to sign players. They've trialled a few. They're not around, are they?
These two sides last met in four-day cricket in 2018. I remember actually Essex Worcestershire at Chelmsford at the end of the season was the start of the Essex winning run. 76 for no wicket as Snater bowls. That one is in the end played comfortably by Libby with a late adjustment down to fine leg for a single. He goes to 30, 77 for no wicket, but just again just having to check his shot slightly. So I remember being here for the 4-day again, and I'm trying to remember what happened. I have to look it up, but I think there's probably more in it as a contest than this one, but we'll look it up. But I definitely remember that Essex, I think, won at Chelmsford at the end of the season, and then won a whole string of games at Chelmsford, of course, 7 in 2019 and 3 in 2020, and that's the winning run that was ended by Worcestershire, as this is clipped away round the corner here by Mitchell for a single down to he goes to 41 as that goes down to fine leg. Just not quite the right direction there from Snater, too much on leg stump, so one more goes to the total. Looks like Notts are going to win. Derbyshire 68 for 5, 2 wickets for Stuart Broad, 3 for Dane Patterson, and I just wonder, given there's going to be rain around in the coming week, will Notts say prepare a seamer's wicket, say right, we'll take on your seamers with ours, and it's the best chance I think of a result between the two sides, given there's going to be rain around. Let's hope so. I think there's an appeal for LBW for a no ball.
No ball.
We'll never know. We'll never know. We think we're going to have an update for our Hereford and Worcester listeners, but in the end it didn't come to us. But that delivery, certainly that was a good shout from Snater, which was cut off by the fact it was a no ball, and he's just looking at the body language suggesting that might have been a pretty good shout.
Well, the Worcestershire opening pair of Daryl Mitchell and Jake Libby holding firm at the moment, although there have been one or two iffy moments. A big shout just a moment ago, but no ball called, and the alarm has passed. Mitchell is on 41, Libby's on 30. They're replying, remember, to Essex's 561 for 8. The aim is basically to bat all day and all day tomorrow from a Worcestershire point of view. At the moment they've had a wicketless first hour and they are 80 without loss.
Last delivery from Snater was just driven up to mid-off, 80 for no wicket, and it's Libby on strike with 30 as he gets one which he just clips off the pad. All the time in the world to play that down to fine leg and collects another single. 81 for 1 on BBC Essex and BBC Hereford and Worcester with Frank Watson and Nick Gledhill. Just into the second hour on the third morning here at Worcester, where it's very cool. I mean, they're talking about now April's temperature stats. Of course, we're into the first day of May, but certainly I think the second driest April of all time, and one of the chilliest, but mainly because of the nighttime temperatures. Of course, when the sun was out, it felt warm, but very chilly at night, and a colder month overall than March was, which is very unusual. 81 for no wicket as Snater bowls, and played away down to backward point. And I'm fascinated by all this weather stuff because apparently, Frank, we had that sunny April last year, but that was warmer because the high pressure was sitting to the east of us and dragging in winds from the southeast, which kept it warm and therefore kept the temperatures up overnight, whereas this high pressure was to the west of us and the winds go clockwise around a high pressure, dragging the winds down from the north, and because we had clear skies, we had frost I think every night somewhere in the UK during the month. But it was chilly and very dry. It's a really unusual month, wasn't it? 81 for no wicket. As cuts into the right-handed Mitchell. In the end, plays it comfortably enough. But I think that the batsman might find that they'll be at lunchtime taking their gloves off and examining their fingers ruefully and just getting a bit of ice on them, because it's that sort of pitch where, with occasional variations in bounce and just a little bit of movement, they might be just taking a few blows. But none of the blows have been enough to remove these two openers. Mitchell 41, Libby 31, and Worcestershire are 81 without loss in reply to the Essex 561 for 8.
Yes, good analysis of the weather there, Nick. I've already bored listeners in this game and in the previous game with my own travails as a sort of gardener / grower. I live in the Vale of Evesham, right in the middle of sort of prime veg growing country, prime asparagus growing country, which I've got coming through nicely on my allotment at the moment. Not affected by the frost, but a lot of seedlings and new early potatoes coming through and that kind of thing that are affected by the frost, and it's been a pretty trying month really in that respect for growers and gardeners, I think, around the country, with those cold temperatures at night. Here's Simon Harmer, cold temperature all the time here at New Road at the moment, as he comes in and bowls to Libby, who decides, I'm going to make a bit of a statement of intent, and he comes down the pitch and he drives that for 6 over long off. Lovely shot, absolutely wonderful shot, surprising everybody, I think. First ball of the over, first time Libby's faced Harmer for some time, and he just walked down the pitch and cracked it straight for 6, as if to say, let's put you under a bit of pressure. 87 without loss. Harmer responds with a quicker, flatter delivery, which Libby pushes defensively on the onside.
Well, there was much talk about the Indian batsman Vihari for Warwickshire playing Harmer as well as anybody last week, but I tell you what, I watched Libby playing Harmer 3 weeks ago, and I haven't seen many better than Jake Libby.
In comes Harmer again now. He bowls to Libby, who's pushing this one up to mid-on for a single, as Snater comes in to do the fielding. So Libby goes to 38, 88 without loss.
Now, in Group 2, this is interesting. Somerset 228 for 8, 129 behind Middlesex. Now, if Middlesex win that game, they'll go above Somerset in the group. And a revival here was Steve Finn, 4 for 59.
Harmer in, bowls to Mitchell, who plays differently from Libby, who adopts a different technique with that later playing of the ball, moves back and lets it come on and just plays it really late, just dabs it down on the onside. It's really interesting to watch different batsmen use different techniques to cope with Harmer's bowling. Harmer is in, and Mitchell again goes back to one that's pushed through. He's playing very much like Dan Lawrence did against Brett D'Oliveira in the first innings of this game, as he goes back, watches it off the pitch and just steers it down on the offside. Sam Cook coming in to do the fielding. Fascinating contest for me, this. 88 without loss. Harmer again is in and bowls to Mitchell, who goes back and turns on the onside. And I say fascinating contest because end of the over from Harmer, 88 without loss, 41 Mitchell, Libby 38, because people would say it's boring and it's not entertaining and there isn't much to get interested and excited about. And that I can see that argument if your appreciation of cricket is perhaps not as technical as some people's appreciation of the game, but at the same time, when there's a contest like this going on, there is still much to appreciate, shall we say, not necessarily to get particularly excited about, but it's fascinating to a student of cricket, really.
I must admit, I'm quite absorbed by the morning's play, and you know, it's a pitch where obviously there's not a lot in it for the seamers, but it's still quite intriguing cricket. Yes, Somerset 228 for 8 and Steve Finn 4 for 59, so they're 128 behind, and not for the first time actually. Somerset are involved probably in the match of the round in this sequence of games. So here is Snater bowling. Oh, that one is a very interesting delivery, which Libby I think had a change of mind. In the end, I think he's almost reaching out to play the ball, and it goes through to Wheater. But we're going to see a replay of that.
It was the lack of bounce. He went back, and it was just outside off stump, and it just scuttled through underneath his bat. Really,
he's left reaching for it, and it's just an indication we are getting some variable bounce from the new road end, which, if Essex can find a way of making some breakthroughs, you would have thought it's only going to get worse on day 4. So that was a really interesting one. He was left groping for that, as here one is much more comfortable with, because it's on his pads and he's able to just play it out comfortably to Paul Walter, who's on the deep and quite square mid-wicket boundary. But that was interesting. He sort of left groping for that one was Libby off the previous delivery, and it's that sort of variable bounce might give the seamers their best chance, one that just completely pins the batsman LBW or bowls them just through keeping low or scuttling along the ground. That might be a way forward for them, because there's precious few other options for them there. Slip and a short leg. We've got Peter Siddle at mid-on and Tom Wesley at a short mid-wicket with a short cover, a backward point. There's a mid-off, and as I say, the deep square leg just in front. I'm going to call him square leg, just in front of square there, Paul Walter, and a fine leg. 89 for no wicket. Sun just trying to break through that one. Oh, again, it's down the leg side. The problem for Snater is just bung a few too many on the pads or down the leg side. That's flicked the pads, gone through for 4 leg byes. 93 for no wicket. It just has to change his line here, Snater, because when he is getting it around about off stump, the variable bounce could come into play and help him. It wouldn't on that sort of delivery.
Just a suggestion, we might get some rain soon. I think looking over towards the southwest, and also I've had another message from Nikki, who apparently is still on top of it now. She says, I don't know how you're missing the rain. It's all around now except up here where it's sleeting. And
it's oh goodness me, it's certainly going to be a cold May, first week of May anyway. This one is short, and it's a swivel pull down to Walter at deep square leg, and he picks it up, and they go through for a single. Earlier Walter was sort of fielding halfway back to the boundary and stopping a single, but he's not, obviously can't do now because he's almost on the rope, and they're always going to get through for a single. But again, Snater just needs to adjust his line a little bit, but too much on the pads and around about leg stump in this over. And it's almost as if he's just, you know, the way he's indicating with his right hand there as he goes to the back of his run up, but he sort of agrees with that, and he's trying to get the ball to just do more or less the channel of off stump, and maybe hope that again he'll get that variable bounce working in his favour, or a little bit of movement. We've got extra field room close in on the leg side, as that one is a bouncer. Alistair Cook had come in there at a sort of short square leg, really. Field position that was used a bit earlier on this morning. So again, Wesley trying to find things here. He's now got this sort of ring of 3 that he had earlier that you were mentioning, Frank, the sort of leg gully, the short square leg, a short mid-wicket. There's a short extra cover, and we've got two others saving one. Snater just walks his run up there and goes back to the end of his mark. So, as I say, we've got that ring of 3 on the leg side, a slippery, sort of shortish extra cover, backward point, a mid-on, a deep square leg, and a fine leg. Really quite an unusual field. Here is Snater again, up to the wicket from the new road end. A nice back foot drive, probably for 2, being chased back towards the extra cover boundary by Lawrence. He'll pick it up. It's a short boundary, but it wasn't hit with any great force, and they can't get back comfortably for the second run. And Worcestershire's openers still together at 96 for no wicket. Mitchell 42, Libby 41. But I guess Essex will be hoping, we mentioned that Notts game a little bit earlier, that there might be a similar stumble from Worcestershire, as of course there was on that occasion when Mitchell and Libby shared a partnership which was worth 140, and then there was a real clatter of wickets after that. But no sign of it at the moment. They need the first breakthrough, don't they? 96 for no wicket, Mitchell 42, Libby 41.
Yeah, just going back to the weather, it is filling in a little bit towards the southwest. It's just that sort of murky cloud, isn't it? You can't make out distinctive individual clouds. It's just a merging grey blanket really over towards the southwest and to the east behind the cathedral as we look out from here in our position on the sort of third man on the pavilion side of the ground here at New Road. I said it's always cold on top of Breeden Hill, and it's sleeting there now, so that's not very far away as Simon Harmer starts a new over from the Diglis end, and that's what I'm talking about. He gets one that scurries through, keeps a little bit low. Mitchell goes back to it. It turned a long way. I'm not sure whether he got a bat and it was missing leg maybe, but that really was a threatening delivery. That's delivered from over the wicket, and it turned a fair way. He's in now. He bowls to Mitchell, and normal service is resumed as Mitchell gets forward to this one and just lets it hit the bat and drops it down with very soft hands on the leg side.
Mark Rose, thanks for your email, thanks for your kind comments, Mark. You say any chance Harmer will be cleared to play for England in the future if he wants to?
And he comes and bowls to Mitchell and pushes out on the onside, no run.
I think the chances of that have receded somewhat. It's a very complicated situation, obviously, with the changes of rules, of course, relating to the EU as well, but I think it's less likely now.
And he comes and bowls to Mitchell. He goes back and cuts, and it's fielded by Sam Cook at backward point. There's no run.
There was thought of him playing for England sort of in a fairly imminent future, but I think that's receded. But it's all for the benefit of Essex, of course. You say, Mark, rightly, he'd have made a real difference on the last tour of India.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him bowling at a Malabad.
And he comes and bowls to Mitchell. He tucks this away behind square on the leg side. No run.
Yes, he might be the one spinner that could maybe force his way into the Indian side if he was an Indian. You know, he's that good, isn't he? But it would be fascinating to see him at international level at some point.
And it must be frustrating for him that he isn't getting that opportunity, I think. As he bowls to Mitchell, he lets this one come a little bit more, and just the line is a little bit more leg side, and he just turns it very gently off the face down through what is now a vacant leg slip position, and he picks up a single and he keeps the strike. He's done that quite a few times this morning, Darryl Mitchell, which explains why he's faced 122 balls and Jake Libby's faced as few as 92, and yet Libby has 41, Mitchell has 43 out of 97 without loss.
But of course he has played some time back, mind you, 5 test matches, Simon Harmer, for South Africa. And yes, you've got these South African cricketers. I mean, Kyle Abbott's another very good example, who've sort of made their life now in England and been doing very well. And I'm sure when they meet up, these these players who always enjoy seeing each other, because it must be difficult to sort of give up your international career. You have to make a decision about what's best for you and your family. And
I think when they meet
Harmer and Abbott are good examples of people who've done very well.
When they meet up, they compare how many caps they haven't got.
Yes, that's right. Because you think, I remember actually as Snater bowls, and that's driven away just wide of Lawrence at cover. He's got to chase back to the boundary here. He'll stop it going over the rope. There were certainly no 3s out on that side of the ground, so it's a 2 or a 4, in this case a 2, and 2 more go to the total. But so remember Kyle Abbott in a series between Australia and South Africa, where South Africa went 2 up, and I think Abbott was instrumental. It might have been the last test series he played. I think they won the series 2-1. He's certainly a loss to South African cricket, and Simon Harmer at a much earlier stage, of course, joining Essex just a couple of years after that. And this is a delivery which is a bouncer and goes through to Wheater, and of course Simon Harmer's introduction immediately bringing about Essex's chances or vastly improving Essex's chances of being a championship winning side, as indeed has proved to be the case in 17 and 19. Surrey just getting in the way in the year in between. 99 for no wicket. But yeah, Simon Harmer doing a great job for Essex, but perhaps not enjoying this pitch as much as some others. Snaper again on the pads this time, which has been his downfall recently. Another helping of 4-leg buys, not for the first time. Basically the batsman going for the leg glance, but knowing if it clips the pad they're going to get 4 anyway, and a little bit frustrating here for Snater. He's just getting his line wrong, just needs to get the ball a little bit further over to the offside. 103 up, 103 for no wicket. The 100 up, actually the rate for Worcester is okay, it's around about 3s, and if they keep going at this rate they'll be confident of getting to 350 within the 110 overs, and they might actually well, they didn't get many bowling points of course, so they might be able to just sort of claw that back a bit by getting a good haul of batting points, as this is another delivery which is on the pads, and again it goes down to the fine leg boundary, this time off the bat, and it's 4 to Mitchell. And Snater's got a real problem here because he's just bowling too many on the pads, and with the pace of this pitch or lack of it, it's just really help yourself time. We've seen helpings of 4-leg buys, we've seen leg glances going for 4. He has to get the ball further over to off stump. Mitchell 49, 107 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think I said, didn't I, on this pitch, line is of the essence really, I think, for the bowler, because margins for error are reduced when it's so docile.
Snater bowls, that one is around about off stump, but it's short and it's cut away, and it's gone for 4 over the head of Nick Brown to the backward point boundaries, which is proving a very expensive over from Snater. Of course he won't be able to have the 4-leg buys debited against him, but consecutive boundaries since then. That one was a better line, but it was short, and Mitchell went on to the back foot and brought up his own 50 from 127 balls with that cut shot in the air initially, but over the head of Brown and away to the backward point boundary down to the Cathedral side of the ground for 4, and suddenly Worcestershire racing along, 111 for no wicket.
8 fours, 127 balls, Darryl Mitchell's 50.
And thanks to Mark for your email, your Worcestershire exile in South London, and Dean is in contact, one of our regular emailers. And to come on to your email in a moment, Dean, as here is Snater. That's better, that's on middle and off, and it's a good line and length, and it brings a defensive shot from Mitchell, but it was a strong over for Worcestershire, and well, Worcestershire didn't get any. There was a big naught against Worcestershire's bonus points total, and at the moment Essex might struggle to improve on that in the course of the 110 overs, because after 36 they've yet to take a wicket. 111 for no wicket, Worcestershire. Are we going to have a game when neither side gets a bowling point? It's a long way off, but it's not impossible.
Simon Harmer will have a bit to say about that. I'm sure he's coming on again now at the well, not coming on again, continuing at the Diglis end. And he's going to be bowling to Jake Libby, who last time he faced him actually went down the pitch and struck him for 6 down the ground, which took us all by surprise.
Yeah, and a fine shot. Dean, we'll talk about the conference system actually at the end of this over, because there's something you mentioned yesterday, I know, and we'll come back to that at the end of this over.
Here's Harmer then to Libby. Slip, backward short leg, forward short leg, short mid wicket, the close catches, over the wicket. He's in, he bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing out on the offside. They think about a single, but Cook is sprightly in his movement from backward point.
I suppose if you get a match where neither side can get a bowling point, it slightly negates the 8 points for a draw, doesn't it? Frankly, yeah. You end up with more or less the same points you would have got. Yeah. Not saying that's going to happen, but you know, Essex want to take a wicket soon.
Harmer in, bowls, and they've done it. They've taken one as he's gone back to that one, Libby, and he's chopped on, I think, pushed by Harmer, got his footwear on. You know, I'm not sure he did chop it on. It turned and hit leg stump, and it was one of those where he went back. He thought he had room to cut. He didn't go back to defend and get in behind it. He thought he had room to cut. It turned quite a lot, got too close to him, and hit the leg stump. So Jake Libby is out for 41. Worcestershire have lost their first wicket of the innings. He's bowled by Simon Harmer. Good bit of bowling. One did feel that it was only a matter of time. Harmer is getting the ball to turn quite sharply, and Nelson strikes Worcestershire 111 for 1.
Yeah, more confident Essex will get some bowling points after seeing that. That was a fantastic delivery, wasn't it? Genuine turn, and that's going to have to be the route for Essex. I wonder whether Dan Lawrence might get a bit of a bowl here as well, because that's the most likely route for Essex to make real progress here with Snater and perhaps with Lawrence chipping in as well. They've got to bowl Worcestershire out today, really, or at least have them 8 or 9 down, and that's going to need wickets to come in clusters. And Simon Harmer with a beauty there, really, that turned quite sharply, and Libby was playing the wrong shot because he wasn't really anticipating it was going to do as much as that, and he wasn't quite there for the cut shot. It was a little bit too ambitious, and it's a relative failure for Libby against Worcestershire, against Essex. 111 for 1, but the opening partnership is broken. And Tom Fell, has he been my perception, he's been a bit short of runs. Is that,
got one scorer at Derby in the first innings. In the second innings. No, I'm looking at Notts. He got runs at Derby, struggled against Notts. But that's his only score. First innings at Derby, he made 69, held things together, actually played really well. Made a fantastic 100 at Northampton in the Bob Willis Trophy last year to sort of win the game for Worcestershire. But consistency is the thing for Tom Fell. Just I think by his own admission, just wants to put strings of scores together, really, and build on obvious talent. I mean, he's been around for a few years now. He's a good player, but perhaps just needs to get that average up nearer 40 rather than 30. He's facing now as Harmer comes in. Same field, he's over the wicket, he bowls, and Fell is back very watchfully. That's where Libby was undone, I think. It wasn't that he went back, it was that he went back and he thought he had room to cut, and it turned and came right back in and was much too close for that. Whereas Fell's gone back and played with a straight bat. Comes in now and bowls Harmer, and Fell is forward, pushing out on the offside. I discussed this with Ed Barnard in our interview post-match last night and said, with it keeping low, do you feel that's going to be a problem? And his response was interesting. Here's Harmer is in, he bowls, and Fell is forward defensively, no run. He said, we know that it's liable to do that, and we know that it's quite important to play straight. And I think when you look at that, and I'm not having a go at Libby by any means, I thought it was a scoring opportunity. He's done his bit against Essex this season. And he thought it was a scoring opportunity, but that was the difficulty, I think. Here's Harmer in, he bowls, and Fell is forward, drops this down on the offside, where the fielder at silly point has gone right in close now under the helmet, and he sort of falls forward onto his knees to do the fielding. There's no run. End of the over. 111 for 1. Worcestershire with Libby having just been dismissed, bowled by Harmer for 41. Mitchell is still there on 53.
Yes, so Dean, you say unless Mr. Harmer can weave some magic, you wrote this before the wicket fell, you feel this could be heading for a draw. It's still probably heading for a draw, but he has weaved some magic. And you say you like the conference idea format, but not sure there's anything much to play for unless you qualify for the top conference. What are your thoughts? My immediate response to that is you're absolutely right. I think the ECB deserve credit just for getting some sort of show on the road over the last couple of years. It's been particularly last year very, very daunting, and I think they've just come up with maybe a stopgap sort of format for this year, and then analyse things and look to try and improve them. But you are right, there is a problem with what happens to the bottom 12 counties, if you like, those are not in the top division. That's played defensively. Snater getting that one on the right line, on middle and off, and just kept a bit low as well, played low off the bat by Mitchell. He'd like to bowl at Fell here, I think, Snater, but he's got Mitchell to contend with at the moment, 111 for 1. But I'm in the process at the moment, Dean, of trying to put an article together. It's one of those things that's more easy to explain in writing over a longer time period than on the air. But I think there is a potential thought that you could create a separate competition for the other 12 counties in September. As Snater bowls, and that's clipped away very nicely down towards deep square leg for a single, and it's going to be fielded by Walter, and total goes up by 1 to 112 for 1. It all depends. There's two things to consider here. Are we going to keep the conference system, and what's your thoughts on that, Frank? Are you
well, we discussed this yesterday a little bit with Dick. I mean, I liked the Bob Willis Trophy, and I think the positive response to that has been a factor in what's been created for this year. People saying that they quite like the idea of groups and playing different teams that they hadn't played before. I think it's still experimental though,
yes,
and they'll have a look at it at the end of the year, I think.
Slipping a short leg as Snater bowls, a better line than miss over, and he's now got Fell to bowl at, which will please him. Let's play defensively up towards mid-on. Mitchell's going to 54 with that single, 112 for one, so he's got some deliveries here at the new batsman Tom Fell, with Jake Libby out to Simon Harmer, bowled for 41 in the last over. The only wicket to have gone down on this third morning here at New Road on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex with Nick Leadhill and Frank Watson. Yes, I think it's been very well received. I think the fans obviously not been able to come into the grounds, which has been so sad, but that's been the way of it. So many following the games online as Snater bowls, and that's played up towards short mid wicket Wesley, and there's no run. Yeah, so yes, it's slightly experimental, but this obviously has been received quite well. I'm a fan of the 2 divisions of 9. I thought the top division of 8 was fine, but I would have liked a playoff system in Division 2 to give more of the counties a chance. I think top division of 10, yeah, they liked the idea at the time, but I think more and more the ECB are thinking, why on earth have we gone for that? It doesn't make any strategic sense at all if you dilute the top division, if your strategic objective is to develop a test side. Here is Snater bowls, and that's reversing to or what he did in the past, which didn't work. It's on the pads, not 4 this time because it's just a hit down to fine leg, but he's reverted to bad habits there, Snater, on the pads, and a get out shot for Fell to get off the mark. He goes to 113 for 1.
And Worcestershire have lost their first wicket in this response to Essex's 561 for 8. It fell with the score on 111 when Jake Libby was bowled by the very dangerous off-spinner from Essex, Simon Harmer, for a well-made 41. He hit 4 fours and a 6, but he's gone. Darryl Mitchell is still there. He's reached his 50. That came off 127 balls with 8 fours. He's currently on 54. He's been joined by Tom Fell, who's on 1, and Worcestershire are currently in the 39th over, 113 for 1. Last ball of that over from Snater, which is played defensively by Mitchell, but yeah, one poor delivery which allowed Fell the single to fine leg, but apart from that, a better over from Snater. Just reverted to bad habits with that ball on the pads at the end of the over. But yes, I sort of prefer 2 divisions of 9 over what we have now, but I think what we have now is better than the top division of 10, which I just wonder if they're having second thoughts about. I know Gloucestershire aren't happy with not being able to play in Division 1. Here's Harmer bowling to Fell, who pushes out on the onside. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I talked to quite a few people, coaches, players about it, who I think certainly here at Worcestershire, one thing they've enjoyed in the last year or two, as Harmer comes in again and bowls to Fell, who pushes out defensively, is the chance to play against teams that they wouldn't otherwise have played against. And I think some of the results that, shall we say, so-called Division 2 sides have had against so-called Division 1 sides have suggested that on certain given days, as Harmer bowls again to Fell, who plays defensively off the back foot, there isn't so much between them as you might think, but over a full season, obviously any slight quality differential will be exaggerated, shall we say, over a longer period of time. Here's Harmer into Fell, and he's playing defensively again off the back foot. What I'm trying to get at, I think, is that, we've had a shortened season last season, and we've responded to that with a kind of new format, and it's still very experimental, and it remains to be seen what the feedback will be from players, coaches, umpires, etc. Harmer in, bowls to Fell, pushes out defensively on the onside, and again there is no run. 113 for 1. You've got sides who appear to be developing and improving. Gloucestershire, a very good example. They got promoted to Division 1 because couldn't play in that in 2020, were completely outplayed by Somerset last year, but beat them this year. Yeah, there's Harmer bowls to Fell, who pushes out to mid-wicket, no run, end of the over, and that's what I mean. I think on a given day or 4 days, professional cricketers at their best can make a so-called second division team good enough to challenge, if not beat, a so-called top of Division 1 team. But over a period of 3 or 4 months, with all the changes of weather and injuries and factors and squad depth and everything coming in, that the difference in quality between those two teams is liable to be clearer, I would say.
Yes.
And the shorter the game as well, I suppose, the less the case. And also, I think the 8 for a draw has affected declarations somewhat, and adventure really among some teams. But it's still really early days, isn't it?
It's going to be Paul Walter, who's just seems to be bowling a little bit more now. He's going to bowl his left arm over the wicket. Paul Walter now viewed as a batting all-rounder, sort of ceding his place at the moment at number 5, but a useful extra bowling option. And let's see if he can make a difference. I think Wesley just giving Snater a break. It was a better over from him last time out, Snater, but he's just aware that those deliveries on the pads were just creating freebie scoring opportunities, and I think he wants to create a bit of extra pressure with Fell new to the crease. So yes, Dean, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I think it has been very well received by the public. Obviously the fact we've had fine weather has helped. People would love to have been at the grounds for many of the much of the cricket that's been played so far, particularly the last day of the Durham game at Chelmsford. But we shall wait and see what they do with regard to what is going to be Division 2 and Division 3 in September, because like you, I think there's not enough narrative, I think, in that. There's no promotion or relegation. You're just playing for prize money and seedings places. There's Walter bowls, and that's down the leg side. Actually, just as bad a delivery as Snater in terms of line. It's way down the leg side, and Mitchell just stays inside the line and doesn't offer a shot. He's on 54. Libby out for 41. Fell has a single, 113 for 1. And yes, I was actually reminded of the Super League thing. Reminded me a bit of a division with no promotion and relegation in terms of what's coming up in September, except there's nothing super about it. I just can't see it. It's like the old Division 1 days where you were just left with the end of the old 1 Division days when you had meaningless games at the end of the season. Yeah. This is pulled away to Snater at deep square leg for a single. Again, the ball sat up. It was short. It sat up. And it's plenty of time for Mitchell to play that. He just had to make sure he hit it short of the fielder and didn't hole out, and he made sure he did that. He's got a single. It gone to 55, 114 for 1. But yes, we shall see what they do. But my view is there is a possible way out of, instead of having a Division 2 and Division 3, you just create 2 equal groups with using the finishing places from the 3 conferences as Walter bowls, and this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Then what you do, it's quite complicated to describe, but to create the 2 equal groups, you'd have, we know that the top 2 from each conference go into Division 1, so you'd have let's say the 3rd and the 6th from Conference 1, and the 4th and the 5th from Conferences 2 and 3 in one group, and the rest in the other. That makes it pretty much level. Then those sides play in their groups. Again, they've only got 4 games because they've already played one of the sides, so they would play the 4 teams they've yet to play as Walter bowls, and that's just played from the crease. Again, just a bit of caution there because that ball just stopped in the pitch a little bit and just played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Basically what you end up with is a group winner, and for me there's your Lord's final, because you don't need a Lord's final now, as the ECB have realised. You're going to determine the county champions with this format, and the Lord's final we're going to have is going to be an awful sort of add-on, which could be a great anticlimax. If, let's say, Somerset win the championship for the first time, are they really going to be that bothered turning up at Lord's 3 days later to play a 5-day game against a side that finished second? As Walter bowls, and that's cut away off the back foot, good looking shot, but there is a third man. Nicely played, that late stroke from Fell, nicely judged, but only gets a single for it, and score goes along to 115 for 1. He goes up to 2. Mitchell is 55. So instead of having that as your final, how about the Bob Willis Trophy final being, I look at it as the equivalent of the Europa League as against the Champions League, a sort of separate competition for the other counties, and they have their day in the sun at the end of the season as like an end of season finale. So that's my thought anyway. Walter bowls, it's going down the leg side, it's going to go for another helping of 4. I think it's just a bit of a glance on that, but it's so many boundaries this morning have been in much the same area, with first Snater and then Walter just straying onto leg stump. and enabling the batsman either to get 4 via leg byes or just a little tickle around the corner. Another boundary of that sort. Mitchell 59, 119 for 1, and Fell has 2.
That one actually went between the wicketkeeper and the leg slipper.
Yes.
Is very fine, which is why there were so many sort of histrionics out there, hands on heads, and even the batsman Mitchell sort of looked skywards as if to say, "Ooh, got away with that one." They're trying to find different ways of making breakthroughs here. The conventional way, you know, maybe fifth stump, moving the ball away, looking to get catches in the slips, etc., is not happening, and they're hoping they can sort of strangle Mitchell down the leg side, and they almost did on that occasion. Here's Harmer, he's in, he bowls to Fell, who pushes defensively on the onside. 119 for 1. It's a different game when Harmer's bowling and the batsman's at this end, at this New Road end, and the field crowded round. Generally it's a different game altogether from when the batsman is at the Diglis end facing a seamer from this end. Harmer bowls to Fell, clips this one away to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Durham 386 for 8, 299 ahead of Warwickshire, so they're still in a strong position, and Derbyshire 95 for 7 against Notts, in a lot of trouble.
Harmer in, bowls, and Fell goes back and works this one very late, clips it away on the leg side, and although he didn't get a huge bat on it, as we keep saying, that is a very short boundary out there behind square, and he gets 4 runs for it. So his first boundary takes him to 6, 123 for 1.
It's not a great position for Derbyshire. You're in the third morning. You need 375 to win. In the last innings you got 3 wickets left. I don't think there's much hope for them there. 3 for Patterson, 2 for Fletcher, and 2 for Board.
Here's Harmer is in and bowls to Fell, who's taken on the pad, drops out on the onside. It'd be doom and gloom at Derby. They don't like losing, but they don't like losing to their near neighbours.
They had a good campaign last year, didn't they, Derbyshire? They were in contention actually to be the winners of that group at one point.
Yeah, well, they're an improving side, I think.
Top 3 batting is always usually important.
Harmer in, bowls to Fell, pushes back up the pitch. I mean, Matt Critchley has arguably been the most impressive all-rounder in the country so far this season.
And Essex still have to play them twice, and Chesterfield in the last round, normally quite a fast scoring ground, and normally get a result.
Here's Harmer in, bowls to Mitchell, who moves in behind Fell, I beg your pardon, taken on the pad, ball runs away on the leg side. Shout for LBW, not given. I think it's probably done too much. Big shout from fielders on the leg side as well, but nothing doing. Umpire Lloyd moves away, having called over. Mitchell has 59. Fell, who survived that difficult over, is on 6. He's faced 22 balls. Run scoring is not easy against Simon Harmer at all. His figures 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19. The 1 wicket to go. Jake Libby, who was bowled by Harmer for 41. It's fascinating stuff if you're a kind of, I don't know, a keen student of the
Purist,
game. It might be a bit dull if you like your white ball cricket and you like lots of boundaries and so on, but attritional is probably the best adjective to describe it. 123 for 1 as Paul Walter begins his second over.
Bit of sun, a bit of blue sky, and a fleeting glimpses of the sun. The blue sky just opening up to the left of the cathedral as we look. Very still day as Walter bowls, and that's just a bit short, and that's hid away a sort of controlled sort of steer through the offside. Yes, it sat up again. It's that sort of short ball that sits up. This one was outside the off stump, and it wasn't sort of a full-blooded cut. It was just sort of hit into the ground, and it went through the covers. It was like a flat-batted cover drive, and I describe it as that. 127 for 1, Mitchell 63.
Yeah, it was very high. It was almost like a tennis shot, wasn't it? I suppose if anybody's going to get a bit of lift out of the pitch, it'll be Paul Walter. Although he's tall, he's not that broad-shouldered, is he? He's quite slim.
Now Walter bowls with a slip and a gully, and that's outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Mitchell on 63. Leicestershire doing well in their game against Gloucestershire, who started that round of games in Conference 2 in second place, and Gloucestershire are 240 for 8, 181 behind. It is raining at Bristol at the moment, and Chris Wright, formerly of Essex and Warwickshire, if I remember rightly, 5 for 41. So could be a chance for a win for Leicestershire, and if they can get that, that would get their season up and running. 127 for one. Here's a delivery outside the off stump and just left alone with no shot being offered. Also in that group, Somerset hanging on, 267, but they've just lost a 9th wicket against Middlesex. They're still 90 behind. Craig Overton is 38, not out. 5 wickets for Steve Finn, and Surrey declared at 560 for 7. And Hampshire are 38 for 1. Joe Wedderly's not having a good run of form. He's out for 14. 38 for 1, 431 behind. A long haul for Hampshire there as Walter bowls outside the off stump and left alone, and there is no run. 127 for 1. Yes, that little bit of blue sky is encouraging. Showers forecast for this afternoon, but over most of the skyline it's a pretty sort of heavy looking potential shower cloud, and we've had lots of reports of potential rain around the area.
It's improved though, isn't it? It's
yeah,
improved in the last 20 minutes or so, certainly. I thought we were going to get some at one stage. It's not predicted at over about 30 or 40% on most of the weather apps.
Here's Walter again. Ball sits off a bit, slightly short. Slight misfield there at backward point, and it's going to allow. In fact, it was going to allow a second run, and it's allowed 3 extra runs. I think it's poor old Nick Brown down there who got that one wrong. It was a fairly routine bit of fielding at backward point for a cut shot, and it looked initially as though he just sort of parried it along the rope, but on the right side, so it was going to be 1 extra run, but it went over the rope, but it means that they get the full boundary. So Mitchell goes to 67, and it's 131 for 1. And Walter bowls, and that one just a little bit of bounce, but it's down the leg side and left alone by Mitchell, and there is no run. So 131 for 1. Mitchell 67, and Fell has 6.
It's a goalkeeper own goal, that one, wasn't it? The shot's come in, and he's dived, and he's actually managed to drag it into the goal. But you described it as a fairly routine bit of fielding, and it was, of course, but I've kept saying throughout this game, I mean, Worcestershire put down 4 or 5 catches in the first innings. It's so cold, you know, almost any bit of fielding isn't that routine. That ball was travelling, wasn't it?
Still, it's only 11 or 12 degrees, isn't it?
And your hands are cold, and you haven't fielded one for a while, and
Bumpy
you're not moving very easily.
I mean, much of the outfield does look in quite in good condition, but as you quite rightly said, Frank, you look a bit closer, and there's a bit of wear and tear there.
It's normally much better than this, much better. Anyway, Harmer over the wicket from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls to Felt, who smothers this. Best way to describe it, really, comes forward, bends the back knee, gets really low, and blocks that away on the offside. Dan Lawrence under the helmet at Silly Point does the fielding. Short leg in, slip in. Harmer bowls, and Fell goes back, looks to turn it on the leg side. I think it's just taken him on the pad and run away for a leg bye behind square on the leg side. So Mitchell comes on to strike against Harmer for the first time for a while. He's tended to be very watchful against the off spinner, who's been very tight. He's in now, he bowls, and Mitchell is forward, and he's out, caught at short leg, pushed forward, inside edge, popped up on the leg side and snaffled at short leg. I think it's Tindashkar who's in there, and Mitchell is very disappointed. He's played really well for his 67, but this is Harmer. You're never really in against him, and he picks up his 2nd wicket. Worcestershire 132 for 2. Daryl Mitchell gone, caught by Ryan Tindashkar at short leg off Harmer for 67, made off 141 balls, and his vigil is over, and Harmer strikes again. It's you just feel that if Harmer just keeps going, keeps plugging away, every now and again he will produce something.
Well, that's what, 2 wickets in the space of 45 minutes, which is some going by New Road's rate this season. And Libby and now Mitchell gone. Beautiful delivery again from Harmer, a bit of drift, classic dismissal for him, just popping up to short leg. And yeah, it's the way that Essex might still be able to win this game if they can get another. Well, it's a big ask to get another wicket before lunch, but they'll be pleased to have got these openers in this session. I say they have to really either bowl Worcestershire out today or have them effectively 8 or 9 down to have a realistic chance. They're certainly going to have to make them follow on. There's no way that Essex are going to be batting again in this game. You would have thought and winning it, because you would have thought Worcestershire were going to bat for some time today. It's just a question of how many wickets they lose. So that's a really useful breakthrough, and he's got 2 for 19 now in 12 overs and 3 balls with 5 maidens. And that was just a little bit of drift, and it just drew Mitchell into playing at it, and just popped up and nicely taken by Tender Scarter. But Essex, I think, given the nature of the pitch, 2 wickets this morning, probably about the minimum they would have wanted. If they could get a third, they'd be absolutely delighted.
New batsman is Gareth Roderick, who's been struggling since joining Worcestershire, struggling for a score. Made 20 odd at Derby, had a couple of starts with a couple of nothing of any great significance. Tough time to come in when you're in that sort of run of form, but in he comes now, and he faces his first ball from Harmer, which is turned with the spin away on the leg side. Field slightly different for Roderick. The Lawrence has gone from silly point to backward short leg, so we've got slip backward short leg and forward short leg. Tender Scarter, who took that catch, and then we've got Wesley, the captain, in at short mid wicket. It's a real examination of your technique, this, as Harmer comes in and bowls, and he's bowled Gareth Roderick with a quicker arm ball, which has gone really good bit of bowling. And well, actually, it wasn't a quicker arm ball. Watching the replay, it's just outside off stump and turned back in and hit off stump. I had the impression that he played right inside that, and it drifted past the outside edge. But watching it again, it's outside off stump, and it's turned back in and hit the off stump. So Roderick's gone second ball, and Worcestershire now are in real trouble, and Harmer is on a roll, and we've got 10 minutes to go to lunch. Essex will be fancying another one, I think, with Harmer in this mood. Yes,
worrying lack of form for some of the middle order players for Worcestershire, and not the first time this season they've had a bit of a stumble after a good opening partnership. Well, Simon, just when we were thinking, when is the first wicket going to come? When is the first bonus bowling point going to come? It's come actually much quicker than I think we anticipated, because it's come in the 43rd over. Worcestershire didn't get any, and Essex now have 1 to add to their batting points tally, so they've gone along to 4 points, and 132 for 3. It's a different story now, and a game that was looking as though it was going to be pretty much consigned to be a draw. If Essex can, as I say, get Worcestershire bowled out, or more or less 8 or 9 down, given it's going to be Harmer that's going to be bowling, you would have thought, more or less non-stop from one end. Wesley can rotate the seamers. I can't see a scenario in this game in which Essex bat again. It's not totally impossible, but because Harmer's going to bowl so many of the overs, I don't think he has to worry too much about wear and tear of the seamers. He can bowl Lawrence as well if he wants to, but suddenly Essex have got themselves into a position of some ascendancy in the game, with 3 relatively quick wickets, the crucial ones of the openers, Darryl Mitchell and Jake Libby, and now very quickly Gareth Roderick, who's struggling for form with Worcestershire at the moment, and that brings in D'Oliveira to join Fell at 132 for 3.
Yeah, poor old Gareth Roderick will be wondering what he's got to do to get a score. He's walked out there, he's played his first ball quite nicely, turned it off his legs, and then he's been bowled by the masterful Simon Harmer.
20 wickets for the season.
Ball, 20 wickets indeed, yeah. I realised he had 17 coming into this. He's just, well, he's pretty much unstoppable at the moment, I think, and it's not the most responsive surface, but he's in a groove. He comes in now and he bowls to D'Oliveira, who plays this one back up to the bowler end of the over. Harmer has picked up all 3 wickets to fall. Libby for 41, Mitchell 67, and Roderick a moment ago out without scoring. It's 132 for 3, and I suppose, you look at England's performance in the winter and the questions that were asked about whether our batsmen who can play spin on turning surfaces, and the fact that Simon Harmer is such a dominant force in county cricket, would say that that possibly a lot of our batsmen do lack the technique to cope with the turning ball, and as we were saying, I was saying with Dick over the last couple of days, we have to wonder whether the sort of cricket that is played by a young batsman growing up is equipping them to play in this sort of situation.
Interesting, he's not the only spinner that's been taking wickets.
No.
And that's been perhaps a byproduct of the dry weather. But Walter is going to bowl, and that's a delivery which is fired in at the pads of Fell. He goes across his crease, but going down the leg side. So Essex with their tails up now. The first hour when I think pretty much as many would have feared that Worcestershire is going to bat long, effectively save the game. But as has happened before, in fact, just in the last game here, a bit of a stutter from Worcestershire after losing the opening pair, as that one's outside the off stump and left alone by Fell on 6, joined by D'Oliveira, and 132 for 3 now the score. So it's a pressure situation for Worcestershire, who certainly can't afford to lose another wicket before lunch. And we'll be hoping that these two can bat well into the afternoon, because time is going to be a factor here. But suddenly Essex have got real hopes that this game is not beyond them yet in terms of getting a win. As here's a cut shot and a good stroke off a short ball there from Walter. Goes down to deep backward point Brown and fills that one nice and comfortably, and collects a single there. Does Fell.
Just been watching that Roderick dismissal again on the replay, and it didn't really turn back through the gate. It was almost as though he threw it up, Harmer. It was almost as though Roderick he played almost over the top of it. It almost went underneath the toe of his bat and then turned and hit the off stump. It's almost as though he sort of defeated him in the flight, really. An odd dismissal.
Both of these two batsmen didn't make much of a contribution in the one Worcestershire innings in the reverse fixture. It was Vessels and then Barnard who were the chief supporters of Jake Libby, and then even Dylan Pennington down the order with a good 50, as that's outside the off stump and left alone, just underlining the point that Worcestershire bat a long way down. So they won't be unduly perturbed at the moment, but I guess no one likes losing 3 wickets as quickly as that, particularly on this sort of pitch where occupation of the crease is going to be key. Thanks, John, for your email. John Roth saying all this talk about teams not playing all teams in a season, why don't we go back to what we had before 2001 division, 16 games, 8 at home and 8 away, and you miss out on one side. This is outside the off stump and goes through to Wheater, so 133 for 3. Yeah, I mean the only problem is, John, with the 100, there aren't enough game slots for that, I don't think, because sides are going to have to miss rounds with one division, and unless you're sort of going to make them play every week, I just don't quite see you're going to have enough time for that. But yes, that's what we used to have before 2000, but it might be that the 100 sort of makes that a difficult thing to achieve. It's outside the off stump and there's no run as it's left alone. I suppose if you did have every team playing every week, you could have that many rounds, but it's quite a big ask to fit everything in, particularly if 100 is going to be something that's here to stay, and we wait to see, of course, if that is going to be the case. Harmer 3 for 19 off 13 overs and 20 wickets for the season. D'Oliveira no score. Fell 7, 133 for 3 on the general point of 2 divisions against 1. Frank, what are your views there?
Yeah, I quite like 2 divisions. That one division idea, and you miss out on playing one county it doesn't work really, does it? Because who do you miss out on really? I think that's the key question. I'm not sure. Just had an interesting message from a friend of mine, Steve, who's the Ombersley scorer. Ombersley, the club I'm associated with, not very far away at all from here, and it says raining here now, it's on your way. So that's only a mile or 2 away.
Certainly showers forecast this afternoon.
Harmer coming in now to bowl to Fell, who pushes defensively out on the onside. Yeah, I honestly I don't know what the best solution is. I don't really have an opinion on it. I know that's a bit fence sitting, but I mean I quite like the 2 divisions, because I think the idea of getting promotion can keep a season alive for as many as 3 or 4 clubs.
I've liked it. Top division of 8. I would have liked a playoff system in Division 2 to keep the counties involved.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I thought that was good. I thought with 2 divisions of 9, with once it went to 2 up, 2 down, was good. Not a fan of a top division of 10 at all.
No. And I like promotion and relegation, so I do think it keeps this, you know, if you're fighting relegation, you've got something to play for right to the end if you're going for promotion. So, you know, there's all sorts of factors to take into account, but it's all about fitting in the different formats as well now, isn't it, which is so difficult for the administrators. As Harmer comes in and bowls to Fell, who gets runs here, 1 at least, probably 2, in fact, as Alistair Cook pursues this from slip and it runs down towards third man, and they do come back for 2.
We know that many of you also follow us on the YouTube stream, but great to hear from Ken Newbury. Ken, thanks for getting in touch with us, and you're saying, obviously as a blind listener, you're very much dependent on the radio.
Is Harmer in again and bowls to Fell, pushes forward, no run.
And apparently we had a problem in the first half hour this morning with 3 commentaries being heard at once.
Oh.
You didn't miss much, Ken, from our game. It's all been happening since 12 o'clock, but really grateful. Your emails got through to us. Hopefully that problem is sorted out for you. Thanks ever so much for getting in touch.
Yes, thanks, Ken. Harmer bowls again and pushes out on the onside, and it's fielded at short leg by Tendish Carter. 135 for 3. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if anybody would like to get in touch, as well as that dedicated BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com account.
And I'm going to head off and do a 1 o'clock update, Frank, so I'll probably see you after the break.
Yeah, see you after the break. 135 for 3. Nick Gledhill of BBC Radio Essex just leaving the box to go and update Radio Essex listeners. We'll be doing the same shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners. We're on the brink of lunch here at New Road, and in fact we are taking lunch with Worcestershire on 135 for 3. An examination of the batsman's technique this morning, since Simon Harmer's come into the attack, and he has bowled beautifully from the Diglis end and has figures of 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 21, and 6 of those were 1 shot from Jake Libby, who smashed the ball down the ground for 6 well, 20 minutes or so ago, half an hour or so ago, and it seemed as though the Mitchell-Libby partnership was untroubled at that point, but shortly after that Harmer bowled Libby for 41, and then Mitchell was caught at short leg by Tendish Carter for 67. That was 132 for 2, became 132 for 3 2 balls later when Gareth Roderick was bowled by Harmer without scoring. And at lunch Worcestershire are 135 for 3, with Tom Fell unbeaten on 9 and Brett D'Oliveira yet to get off the mark. And please do join us after the break when play resumes at around about 1:40 for what should be a fascinating afternoon session as Worcestershire seek to just occupy the crease and save this game. Remember, they're replying to 561 for 8 from Essex. Thank you for listening, and we'll hope you'll join us later.
After a fairly fruitless first hour, they've had a very good second hour here, because Worcestershire at lunch are 135 for 3 in reply to the Essex 561 for 8 declared. The openers, Jake Libby and Darryl Mitchell, shared a partnership of 111, but then Simon Harmer got to work. Libby, an ambitious cut shot, he was bowled for 41. Then the cushion wicket of Darryl Mitchell, who was out backhand, pushed short leg by Henry Scott at Harmer for 67. A couple of balls later, Gareth Roderick.
Well, a good first hour and a half or so for Worcestershire this morning, but sadly things have fallen apart a little bit in the last half hour before lunch, and it's mainly thanks to the master spin bowler for Essex, Simon Harmer, who's picked up all 3 wickets to fall. Jake Libby and Daryl Mitchell were together and had added 111 before Libby was bowled by Harmer for 41. Mitchell then caught it short leg for 67, and Gareth Roderick bowled second ball without scoring. So Worcestershire, in response to Essex's 561 for 8, with Tom Fell and Brett D'Oliveira at the crease, are 135 for 3 at lunch.
All good.
That second hour was lively enough, wasn't it? I think we're going to have a more interesting game now. Yeah. Why we were back again is interesting. It all depends on how long was the bat for, but
Hey?
I think
Not enough.
he's just going to show.
yeah. I bowled Lawrence, so I've always, you know,
Yeah.
Snakey was a bit of a disappointment there. So
Yeah.
I bowled Lawrence.
No, I think he's just good for us. I love watching.
Somebody said yesterday, shouldn't we be playing for an IPL franchise? There was an email that went out there yesterday, and I thought, very glad he's not at the moment.
Yeah.
I want to be out there.
Yeah, and also, you know, I'm a bit of a traditionalist and a purist.
All the money in the world, and you want to be an
And I'm
absolute
just thinking,
out there.
just waste great cricketers or black cricketers.
Yeah, actually.
I can understand why they do it from a personal
Yeah. It's a nice shade. Put it to the website.
Right. There'll be some lunch arriving in a minute.
Oh, that's come about 10 minutes time, right.
Really curry, isn't it?
It's fine.
You all right?
Yeah, it's all fine, thank you. So, can I just put...
Okay, cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll come in now. Okay. Thank you. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Ian, I'm just bringing them.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Just do the same thing, first ball,
Raining. Yeah? Want to speak? Yeah? No. He's still at Brom's Road today. Oh, gotcha. Blimey. I've seen him from a distance the other day, but he's looking well. Yeah, he don't change a lot, does he? No, Carrie's the same. You know, they just, my daughter's exactly like Carrie. You think, she gets asked for, she's 33, and she still gets asked, are you old? Yeah, money, I think if I got to 33, I'd be happy for that. Yes, yeah. How's your journey been up with... No, good, yeah. Lovely Cheltenham? Yes, yes, yes. There is some cricket down there, isn't there, again this year? Yeah, I think so. All been well anyway, yeah. But, oh, good. We just do the home game still, so I think everybody's having said that, aren't they? I think, or a lot. Gotcha. Yes. Gotcha. Was you ready to go away as well? Oh, God. Oh, what a shame. Oh, what a shame. What are you doing to look forward to? You know, yes. Yes. Do you know Heather at she does Warwickshire Ladies? Yes. I think she's been, I'm not so sure, but I think she's been travelling, I think. With the, but they've only played a few matches up to yet, haven't they, sort of thing, so. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yes. Thinking about it, she wouldn't have done, because I think they've only played a Portland Road up to yet. But I think they've got Bromsgrove. Bromsgrove, they've got. Oh no, Stone, up in Staffordshire. I think they've only got the one away game. But I'm not sure whether she does the Sparks as well. I think she might do the Sparks. Yeah, because she's quite high up, isn't she, on the scorer's side? Yes, yeah. But the Warwickshire scorer again, obviously he hasn't been travelling. Mel, that's it, Mel, I just trying to think his name. Yes. Money Mel, it's quite well said, doesn't it? That's right. That's it. You've got to travel either way. No. No, it's crazy. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. That's it. Or Leicestershire. I mean, that's only up the road, isn't it? Yeah. That's a good point. Yes. Yeah, on your doorstep. Yes. And that's there. Did you get sorted out with your tablet?
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I've got it on the... I don't know where to go from there. I can't find the...
Quick info. What you can do with doing is if you can download, I think it's the website is ESPN.
Okay.
I've got it on mine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mine's
I can't find this. Great info.
yes, so it's ESPN Quick Info.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can't find it there. On the top, where do I find it then? How do I approach it?
That's the one thing I can't.
No,
I've seen it. I've got a tablet.
I know.
Yeah. Yes.
It's on the Wi-Fi now, so one thing about it.
Oh, that's good.
Thanks so much indeed. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's
Thanks,
no
Oscar.
problem. No trouble. We haven't got a bin here, have we?
Thanks. Right, Kim. Thank you, Mark. Lovely nuisance. Okay, cheers. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, honey. 49 and now in fact 48 behind. Lost one of the tickets this morning and
I'll say something though, yeah.
Good afternoon from New Road, Worcester, where we have a delay owing to bad light, tiny bit of drizzle, and players not resuming after lunch here on time in the game between Worcestershire and Essex at the moment. Worcestershire 135 for 3 at the break. Oliver yet to get off the mark. Tom Felt on 9. 3 men out this morning. Libby for 41, Mitchell for 67, and Roderick without scoring, all falling to the bowling of Simon Harmer. But play suspended at the moment through bad light and a fairly light drizzle which is falling now at New Road, and obviously as soon as play resumes we will be back here with you, and I'll try and keep you updated at various times. I don't think it's going to be too long. The covers are on and the light is improving, but light drizzle falling at the moment, so no resumption after lunch. Good afternoon from New Road. Still no play here after lunch in the game between Worcestershire and Essex. Light drizzle, very light drizzle falling. The light, however, is improving. Umpires out on the middle at the moment with the ground staff. Covers are on, and I think play will be resuming fairly shortly, but we've had no play since lunch. The lunchtime situation: Worcestershire 135 for 3 in reply to Essex's 561 for 8, and we'll be back with you just as soon as there's any play. mean, I have a real soft spot for Wantage Road, even though the commentary position isn't great. I just like the old-fashioned feel of the ground, you know, in the red brick streets, and yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a terrible press. This is a terrible press box. Yeah, they get what they, and that's why they go through. Yeah. Yeah. But I think they might have a decent cover on the ISDN box and that kind of thing there. It's just all a bit shambolic. Yeah, I'll be on it as well. Yes, I'm here. Okay, thank you. Well, we've had no play since lunch down here at New Road, with light rain and bad light having held things up since the interval, but I'm pleased to say the covers are now off and the light has improved greatly, and players are about to resume play, and I think play will get underway in about another 7 or 8 minutes time. The situation at lunch was that Worcestershire were 135 for 3 in reply to that mammoth 561 for 8 declared from Essex. All was going very well this morning until the opening partnership was broken when Jake Levy was bowled by the dangerous Essex off-spinner Simon Harmer for 41. That was 111 for 1, 132 for 2 when Daryl Mitchell was out for 67, caught by Tendish Carter at short leg, also off Harmer, and 2 balls later Gareth Roderick bowled second ball without scoring by Harmer, who's now taken 3 for 21 in 14 overs and 20 wickets ominously this season, and looking a real threat. So it's a tough task ahead for Worcestershire to try and save this game, but they are at the moment 135 for 3 with play about to resume. Update from New Road, Worcester. Day 3 of Worcestershire v Essex. Play will resume at 2:10. So play will resume in about 4 minutes time. We'll be back with you then with live coverage. Resuming at 10 past 10 past 4.
Lovely.
Yeah, you should take Harmer now, and I'll go to this end.
Oh, yes.
Because otherwise it's unfair. Because it was.
No, no, it's good to switch ends.
Yeah.
If you end up with harm all the time,
Yeah.
you don't get to develop anything like it.
Well, no, I didn't mean that. I meant also you've got to talk for longer, and I'm just whipping through overs with Harmer. So.
No, I think it's a good idea to swap.
Yeah. I've just done another message saying we're starting in 10 minutes at 10 past.
Just giving the details. Says Gloucestershire, Rain delays, raining, Gloucester 2:43. We have resumed.
Who's put that on there? How do you do that? We do need to address this though, this idea of putting on a little holding message, don't we? Somebody somewhere, I would imagine Kevin really is the man to make something happen, isn't he? I might send him a tweet. I'm not too worried about the feed because people just look at that and see that they're not playing. So I think Siddle's going to bowl this in. Good afternoon and welcome back to New Road in Worcester. Play about to resume after an elongated lunch interval, elongated by a little bit of light drizzle, a bit of bad light, which just kept the players off the field for an extra half an hour. So we're now restarting. Time is 10 minutes past 2. Tea will be taken at 10 past 4 and we're going to watch Peter Siddle take up the attack for Essex from the New Road end. He had a little trundle this morning. He's yet to take a wicket. The only man who has taken a wicket has actually taken 3, and it won't be a surprise to Essex listeners to hear that that was Simon Harmer. In comes Siddle now, right arm over the wicket. He bowls to Brett D'Oliveira, who's off the mark, punching this one back past the bowler and straight past the stumps at the non-striker's end and picking up a single as Dan Lawrence comes over from mid-on to field. Good afternoon to Nick Gledhill of BBC Radio Essex, and a bit of a Harman masterclass incoming, Nick, I think.
Yes, afternoon, Frank. We had an extra long lunch break to enjoy and reflect on that because it's made a big difference in this game. The first hour looked like we were heading for a bit of a stalemate and a draw. The second hour, those 3 Harmer wickets, and crucially getting Libby out, who was so good against Essex at Chelmsford. That's had an impact because not all of them, all the players are going to be as good as he is against Harmer.
Siddle in, bowls just short of a length to Tom Fell, who stands up on his toes and plays an immaculate backward defensive shot straight back up the pitch. Yeah, it was 111 without loss. Worcestershire apparently going along fairly steadily this morning when Libby went back to try and cut Harmer, but found the ball was much closer to him than he thought and it hit off stump. He was out for 41. Mitchell followed for 67, caught at short leg by Tendishkata off Harmer. That was 132 for 2. Just break off as Siddle moves in and bowls now to Fell, who gets 4 runs down to long leg with a nice little leg glance, little tickle off the pads, and Fell moves on to 13 and the total to 140 for 3. So 132 for 2, as I said, when Mitchell was out, and that was 2 balls later, 132 for 3 when Gareth Roderick was bowled pushing defensively at Harmer. Second ball without scoring at lunch, 135 for 3, and as I say, we're in the first over after lunch here, after an elongated lunch caused by a bit of drizzle and bad light. Looks a bit better now, I must say, particularly over towards the southwest as Siddle moves in again to bowl to Fell. Bowls and Fell lets that go outside the off stump, taken low down by Adam Wheater. As we've said on many occasions in this game so far, taken low down by the keeper because lack of bounce has been a characteristic of this benign surface. Bowlers have had to work really hard for their wickets, but Simon Harmer making it look a much more difficult task batting than any other bowler in the game, I think it's fair to say. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 21 his figures so far. Here's Siddle. He's in, he bowls to Fell, plays defensively out on the offside, no run. And when you think that 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 21 his figures, and 6 of those were one shot from Jake Libby, for the rest of his 13 overs and 5 balls he's only conceded 15 runs, Simon Harmer. That gives you an idea of how testing it's been for the batsman against Harmer. Getting turn lack of bounce a little bit from the Diglis end as well, and I don't think anybody has found it particularly straightforward facing him. Be particularly difficult if Worcestershire had a glut of left-handers, but they don't. In fact, I don't think they've got a single one. That's unusual, isn't it? Here's Siddle bowls to Fell, who pushes it defensively on the onside. Westley is the fielder. Bright sunshine, I'm pleased to say now. 140 for 3.
And something we don't often say in the 4-day game, Nottinghamshire have won. We haven't said that since 2018, but they've beaten Derbyshire by 310 runs at Derby, an absolutely huge victory, bowling Derbyshire out cheaply twice. 159 all outs this morning, and there were 4 wickets for Stuart Broad, 4 for 37. I wonder if he's playing against Essex. 2 for Luke Fletcher, 3 for Dane Patterson, and Nottinghamshire, at least temporarily, goes second in the group. But Durham also likely winners, because they've got Warwickshire 22 for 2 in their second innings. They're still 282 behind after Durham declared at 391 for 9, and both Rhodes and Bahari have gone. So Bobby Yates and Sam Hain, of course, involved against Essex last week. Now they're going to have to do it again for Warwickshire, but they're in a very difficult position there. So Nottinghamshire have won, and it looks as though Durham are going to win, which means that if there's a winner from this game, that side is probably going to be at the top of the group. Otherwise, as I say, you can more or less throw a serviette over all 6, and there's not going to be there's going to be room for all of them underneath it. Basically, it's going to be very, very tight. Some really interesting games going on. Perhaps the picks are at Taunton, where Middlesex took a good first innings lead over Somerset. That was 89. They're 34 for no wicket, 123 ahead at Middlesex. So that's a useful position for them. 140 for 3, and here is Harmer bowling to the right-handed D'Oliveira. It's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. The other really interesting one is at Headingley, Yorkshire and Northants, and Northants are bang on top at the moment. To the first innings lead there of 28, as that's a push forward, defensive push forward into the offside. It's a stifled shout, but not out. 160 for 8 Yorkshire, 132 ahead. So Wayne Parnell, who's played for lots of counties, Kent, Sussex, Worcestershire, 4 for 52, only 132 ahead there, Yorkshire. As here is Harmer bowling again, that's played defensively, just coming forward, D'Oliveira, and there's no run. And Northants, who won on the run chase last week, could be on for back-to-back wins. So they're perhaps an emerging force in that group.
Yeah, there's quite a few Worcestershire supporters would pretty keen that Wayne Parnell stay here at New Road. He was very good for Worcestershire
3 round the
a couple
bat
of years ago.
No shot offered here. No need to play at that because it's going down the leg side. D'Oliveira just allowing the ball to hit the pads. Yes, I remember him for Worcestershire. Yes, impressive, and on his day, quite a devastating bowler. 140 for 3. Here's Harmer again, firing that one in, and forward comes D'Oliveira and plays defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Also interesting one between Sussex and Lancashire, where Sussex took a first innings lead of 98 against Lancashire, who've done very well this season, but typically Lancashire have hit back. Sussex are 56 for 5, 154 ahead, and this one's played defensively from the crease into the offside, and there's no run, and there are 3 wickets there for Tom Bailey. So Lancashire have a habit whenever they get into a bit of a corner of fighting back, and I do think they would be one of the qualifiers from that particular group. Elsewhere, Surrey very much on course to beat Hampshire, who are struggling in their second innings. And as I say, it's been raining at Bristol. Gloucestershire and Leicestershire, well, Leicestershire are doing very nicely, 174 ahead. Gloucestershire 247 for 8 in reply to Leicestershire's 421. So that's the latest news on what's happening elsewhere. And here I think it's very much a battle of Simon Harmer against Worcestershire, but the Seamers would like to make some impression, particularly Peter Siddle. He's going to bowl the next over.
He's decided to go round the wicket to Tom Fell, Peter Siddle. I think he'll be looking to target the body a little bit. Always, I said yesterday about Siddle, who moves away from us now. Right arm round the wicket to Fell, bowls, and Fell, well, what happened to that one? It's gone right across him. He might have nicked it. Siddle's holding head on hands. Yeah, off the outside edge and flew to second slip. and was put down. It was a really difficult chance, and the way, with him bowling around the wicket, the batsman's edged this almost in front of his body, and it's Alistair Cook at slip. I don't think he could see it because it was in front of the batsman's body, and it's flown away, and Cook got a hand to it but couldn't hold on to it. Siddle again is in, he bowls, and Fell this time lifts his bat clear of that and allows it way down the leg side, taken by the keeper. So an escape for Fell. I was saying about Siddle the other night, just, you know, he's not a Glenn McGrath, he's not a Pat Cummins or a frontline threatening test bowler, Mitchell Stark or something like that, but he's a trier, and when he plays for Australia he embodies that Aussie spirit. In he comes now, bangs this into Fell, who punches out on the offside for a single and moves to 14, and the total to 141 for 3. It was a no ball. Peter Siddle, a real trier, really gives his all, runs in, hits the deck, tries really hard. So an extra 2 runs with that no ball, 143 for 3, and he's going to be giving it everything here, as are all the Essex bowlers, as back up to the real threat, which is Simon Harmer from the Diglis end, who's turning the ball, using his control and his flight and guile. As Siddle is in, bowls to D'Oliveira, pushes defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. Harmer has all 3 wickets to fall so far. 15 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 21, his figures, and one feels that whatever happens in the rest of this game, and the truth is that Worcestershire are looking to bat for best part of another 5 sessions to save it, Harmer will play a big part. As Siddle bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes out on the offside into the gap between cover and cover point, picks up a single and then picks up a second, as there's a rather careless piece of fielding, the throw coming in from Nick Brown evading Adam Wheater, and they pick up an overthrow. So all contributions gratefully received. Brett D'Oliveira goes to 3, and it's 145 for 3. Bright new road sunshine now, probably the best weather we've had all day, certainly after that delayed restart. Siddle bowls, bangs this one in, and D'Oliveira gets up on his toes and drops it down on the offside from in front of his face and sets off for a single, only to be sent back by Tom Fell, and the two just having a little chat now and trying to clear up how that happened. A little misunderstanding which could have resulted in a run out, and well, in this sort of situation that is the last thing that you want to happen. D'Oliveira was in fact run out in the last game here in the first innings against Nottinghamshire. 145 for 3. He's on strike now. Siddle moves in, bowls, and just flicks this one away off his hip down to long leg. It's a good tumbling stop down at long leg and a good return, but they're back for 2, and that means that at the end of that over from Siddle, D'Oliveira moves on to 5, and the Worcestershire total to 147 for 3. Run scoring never academic, but the truth is that this game is about time rather than about runs now. With Essex having made 561 for 8 declared in their first innings, this game has now become about Worcestershire batting for the rest of the game, really. They're unlikely to overtake that 561 total, and therefore it's just about crease occupation. And it was all going very well for them this morning as the first pair added 111 for the first wicket, Libby and Mitchell, but that was before Harmer started to take wickets. He's in now, Simon Harmer, the off spinner from the Diglis end, and he bowls to Fell, who's studiously forward, gets right over the top of that and smothers any potential movement. And the ball goes back to Harmer, who comes in again, bowls, and Fell turns this on the leg side, just bounces in front of Tenduscarter at short leg, and it's quite tense. Short leg, and backward short leg, and slip, and short mid-wicket as Harmer is in and bowls to Fell, who works this one away on the leg side for a single, wide of Westley at short mid-wicket, picked up by Paul Walter running round from a squarish mid-wicket, sort of forward square leg, and the single to Tom Fell takes him to 15, 148 for 3 the total. As Harmer is in again and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's very long way forward here, reaching as far forward as he can get, just turning it on the leg side, and score remains 148 for 3. Here's Harmer again, is in, bowls, and D'Oliveira is again forward, just pushes back up the pitch. Bright sunshine, but a lot of heavy grey cloud beyond the cathedral as I look out from my position, a sort of third man area, as Harmer is in from the Douglas end, bowls to D'Oliveira, just delays his shot, just lets this one come on a little bit to hit the face of the bat and just tucks it away on the onside. Thinks about scampering through for a single but decides against it, and that's the end of another tidy over from Simon Harmer. Just one run coming off. It's 16 over 7 maidens, 3 for 22 his figures. The men out are Libby 41, Mitchell 67 and Roderick without scoring. All of those men out before the lunch interval, all in short succession really. And as Worcestershire went from 111 for no wicket to 132 for 3, it's now 148 for 3, and a bit of rebuilding taking place. And Peter Siddle to continue from the New Road end, number 64 on his back as he comes in round the wicket to Fell, short, and Fell swivels round on that and smashes it away for 4 behind square on the leg side. Good pull shot from Tom Fell, and that runs away down to the one remaining chestnut tree by the marquee to the right of the Ladies Pavilion here at New Road. The other 2 sadly having been chopped down over the winter following disease, and a sorry gap they leave at the Douglas end as well. But 4 more to Fell. He goes on to 19. 150 is up for Worcestershire, 152 for 3. Siddle is in, bowls, bouncer. Fell ducks underneath that and allows it to go through to the keeper Adam Wheater. That one carried, sort of went past him and then sort of moved away in the air quite a long way after it had gone past the stumps. Siddle, one of those bowlers that does occasionally do that, gets the ball to deviate late. It swings late in the air after it's gone past the stumps and often gives the wicket-keeper a problem, that sort of thing. But Wheater took that cleanly enough. Here's Siddle again, round the wicket, he's in, he bowls to Fell, and Fell is on the back foot defending, pushing out behind square on the offside. Brown does the fielding, and no addition. So yeah, we've got this sort of contrasting sky as I look at the moment. Over to the southwest, blue sky and fluffy white cloud, and then it kind of greys up as I move my vision left across the top of the Basil D'Oliveira stand to really quite dark, glowering grey skies behind the magnificent cathedral. Siddle in again, bowls, and Fell just pushes that out on the onside, and fielded by Westley at short mid-wicket, and again no run is added, and the score remains 152 for 3. I'll just finish this over and I'll get past this one on to you, Nick, as well, because it's something following our discussion this morning about the conferences and the divisions. Siddle is in and bowls to Fell, who works this one away on the onside, no run. Colin got in touch, he said, lovely to hear you, 1 division. Minor counties could get promoted to the division. I hate snail cricket. 18 overs an hour is where I want cricket. Shorter lunch, plus extra 30 minutes play at the end. 3 penalty points per over short. Play 3 day games, 1 division. Well, Colin, you've got some pretty extreme views there, I think. I'm not sure the players would like shorter lunch, extra 30 minutes play, etc. Here's Siddle round the wicket again, bowls to Fell, ducks a bouncer, taken by Wheaton, no run, 152 for 3. And also I think one division with minor counties getting promoted kind of assumes that minor counties would be capable of getting promoted. They'd struggle to have pitches, facilities, teams, etc, etc. I think there'd be a few logistical problems there, but there's a few for you to wrestle with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stronger case for promotion in the Six Nations than I think with the minor counties, where obviously Italy are struggling, and it's a question of whether the likes of Georgia could come in. The problem is what happens in the Six Nations if England finish bottom one year, have an absolute disaster. And if you think of a similar scenario, what happens if you have promotion and relegation and Yorkshire have a terrible season?
Where do they go? If they
yes, are they exempt from relegation? You know, that sort of thing. So it could. I mean, it's some lovely old-fashioned things there, because 3-day cricket, which of course we played for so many years, Harmer bowls, and that's just hits the pad and just rolls into the offside, and there's no run. And of course, with 3-day cricket, we had the 100-over limit, so the second side would bat in the last few overs of day one, if I remember. It tended to happen like that. And you tend to sort of get through the 4 innings in 3 days, and of course there was more in it for the bowlers. The pitches weren't as good in those days. I don't think that the idea of shortening the breaks probably would find much favour, but 152 for 3, Harmer bowls. That's played defensively into the offside. I tell you what though, one thing, although you didn't mention it in the email, I am in a minority, but I favour 4-day test matches in England with the Duke's ball. You start at 10:40, you have 2-hour 10-minute sessions, you either play a 90 or 96 over day, not quite sure which, but it would be something along the lines of a county day. Harmer bowls, it's played defensively down the pitch, because I think that slow over rates are used as a lazy excuse not to go for 4-day cricket. If you actually made people bowl their overs and you had run penalties for those who don't, attitudes would change pretty quickly. What about international T20 cricket and over rates, by the way? That's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run there for D'Oliveira. It takes about 5 hours to finish a T20 game. It won't be the 100 when it starts in the 3 hours. It'll be about the 75. 152 for 3. But no, some interesting ideas.
It can take a long time to set the field at the end of a T20, can't it?
So we've got 3 round the bat, and it's just left alone outside the off stump. 152 for 3.
They are, and Worcestershire are currently 152 for 3. D'Oliveira on 5, Fell on 19, so no wickets have gone down since those 3 went quickly before that elongated lunch interval. All of them fell to the Essex off-spinner Simon Harmer. 3 for 22 for him so far from 17 overs, and he really is proving a tough customer for the Worcestershire batsmen to deal with. But at the moment, no great alarms since lunch. Fell on 19, D'Oliveira on 5. Worcestershire, replying, remember, to Essex's 561 for 8 declared, are 152 for 3 after 51 overs.
And that last ball was just trapped back down the pitch, so no run there to D'Oliveira. He's on 5, Fell 19, 152 for 3. Essex made 561 for 8. But the mention of the minor counties just reminds me that at some point, the ECB are going to have to make a decision about the 50-over tournament, which can't carry on as it is, because although, they'll get by with 2023, because we know who's going to play in the World Cup in 2023. But what about 2027 and 2031? So they're going to have to develop players to bridge that gap between county cricket and international cricket, and I think probably the simplest solution is just straight knockout 50 overs based on the old Gillette Cup, where you have the minor counties involved in the first round. So I would like to see the minor counties involved in cricket at some point, but I think that's where to use them. Do you remember those old days with it was terrific, wasn't it? You get the occasional upset, and I just think it's something that we've lost, and it would bring back the Midsummer Lords final. I've saw quite a few of those, the more recent ones, and it lost its way when they went into floodlit games, but there were still some good games.
Here's Siddle from the New Road end, bowling to Fell, who pushes out on the offside. Yeah, we're constantly reminded about upsets in the old Gillette Cup and NatWest by Kevin Sharp's presence here at New Road. He's walking around this morning, the sort of Worcestershire, one of the Worcestershire coaching staff, and he of course was in the Yorkshire side that was beaten by Shropshire in the first round, and Ed Barnard, who plays for Worcestershire, his father Andy was playing for Shropshire as well in that game, so I think His dad reminds Sharpie of it every now and again. Here's Siddle bowling to Fell, who pushes out on the onside and rolls up to mid-on. Mushtaq Mohammed was playing for Shropshire as well. It was it was a proper Shropshire team, but they were allowed one overseas player. Mushtaq was playing league cricket at the time in the Birmingham League.
Yeah, so they were great days. It was a great competition. Yes, and you get some really close scares as well.
Yeah.
And thinking back, I remember that Radio 2, as it was then, they used to sort of broadcast the last hour of the quarter-finals and semi-finals and special programme.
Harmer round the wicket to Felt, bowls, pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I also remember when the combined universities had a side in the Benson and Hedges Cup, and they beat Worcestershire here, and that was when Worcestershire were a very, very, very strong side. But that combined university side wasn't too bad. It contained Nasser Hussain for one, Michael Atherton for another, Martin Spate as well, who went on to play for Sussex. They were a good side, and quite embarrassed Worcestershire on one occasion on this ground. 152 for 3. Siddle round the wicket, in again, bowls to Fell short, and Fell swivel pulls this beautifully for 4, as he did in the last over, and it goes out to the boundary by that lone chestnut tree. That's one change since you were last here, Nick. Those 2 other chestnut trees down there have had to be taken down because of disease, and they leave a sorry gap really down there by the ladies' pavilion. I said that a few minutes ago. If you think I'm losing it and just repeating myself, Nick wasn't in the box.
No, I was giving me the guided talk. I think it was last here in 2018.
156 for 3 with that boundary for Fell. 23 to him now. D'Oliveira has 5, and it just looks a different game when the bowling is from the New Road end, or at least when the bowling is delivered by anybody other than Simon Harmer. I think we might see Dan Lawrence come into the attack fairly shortly this afternoon.
Yeah, Tom Fell
got a feeling it'll be spin from both ends.
Tom Fell looking in decent touch. Got a half century against Derbyshire.
In comes Siddle, bowls, bouncer, Fell ducks under it, taken by the keeper.
He's got to have a few 20s, hasn't he, as well? He's sort of, but looks in good form on this evidence.
Always looks good, Tom Fell. Always looks a good player. He's a classy player. Always looks good. I've said it on many occasions. I don't think anybody is surprised to hear me say it, and I don't think even Tom himself would mind me saying it. But you know, he averages in the early 30s, I think, and he needs to push that average up to sort of mid to high 30s. Because he's been around for a few years, but he works really, really hard at his game. Siddle is in, bowls to him, and he plays defensively off the back foot.
Got out cheaply in a Sam Cooke inspired spell at the end of day 2 at Chelmsford.
It was a good spell, wasn't it? I watched that spell on the feed, and it was a very good spell. End of the over from Siddle, 14 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 49, his figures. Tom Fell made a brilliant 100 at Northampton last year on a difficult pitch, and it was a match-winning innings, and it kind of had a feel that he'd sort of come of age with that innings. It was his first 100 for I think 3 years, and he's just really hoping this season to kick on from that. It was a shortened season, obviously, last season, and it was a good one for him, but he needs a big score.
Yeah, certainly has looked in decent touch here, and D'Oliveira, who's with him, just getting himself established on 5. Rebuilding job here for Worcestershire. 156 for 3. This is played defensively from the crease into the onside. Worcestershire's objective here is to extend this first innings as long as possible, certainly into tomorrow. Try and see if they can pick up maybe 3 batting points. 4 might be asking a bit much because it's a bit of a rearguard action, but it's possible. This is played off the back foot and played up into the offside, and there's no run, and then a bit like in that reverse fixture, deny Essex time to win the game, and if they can get out of this with a draw and something like 11 points, it won't be too bad. This is played defensively down to short leg, and there's no run. Alistair Cook there at slip had that fast chance, didn't he? Which it was certainly a half chance, definitely. Came up with him very quickly. Slip, leg, slip, short leg, short mid wicket, and 5 others saving 1, and that one's going down towards third man for just a single. Picked up round about a third of the way back to the boundary from the aforementioned Sam Cook, and they get through for one. Just a steer off the open face, and a nice little shot as well.
Sorry to interrupt. That chance Cook missed, I think, looking at the replay, it was a really difficult. He stood quite wide at slip, sort of second slip. Siddle bowled round the wicket and played it, and because of the line from round the wicket, I don't think Cook could see the contact with the bat. As
this is just again played off the back foot, and just a little bit of a half shout there, perhaps just a bit of bounce there or turn from Harmer, which caused a bit of excitement around the bat. But Harmer looking to see if he can get back into that pre-lunch groove where he was really threatening, and he comes again. Well, a flatter one, but played pretty well by Fell, just going into the crease and playing it defensively towards mid-wicket. He's looked pretty good since lunch, it has to be said. 23, D'Oliveira 6, Worcestershire just settling down again. The openers put on 111, then not for the first time this season, a bit of a clatter of wickets, but just these two stabilising things. 157 for 3 in reply to the Essex 561 for 8.
Just going back to that catch, that I was trying to explain why it would have been difficult for Cook. So if he doesn't see the contact with the bat, and that he's standing at slip, try and picture that. Put yourself in that position.
Yes.
You're at slip, batsman's body, bowler comes round the wicket, contact with the bat is out of your vision, the ball suddenly appears from the sort of right side of the body of the batsman, and it flew to Cook, and he got a hand to it but couldn't hold on to it. Difficult chance. Changing the bowling, Peter Siddle is coming out of the attack, and he's going to be replaced by Shane Snater. Siddle 14 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 49. Snater 6 overs this morning, 26 runs coming from him. Just tended to be a little bit wayward. He drifted into the batsman's pads rather too often.
It's going to be interesting to see how much Sam Cook bowls, because I've just wondered whether there may be a case for resting him at Trent Bridge.
In comes Snater and bowls down the leg side to D'Oliveira. Yeah, that's a good one. And also, I think, you know, we saw yesterday for quite a long time Worcestershire just bowled the spinners.
Yes.
Well, D'Oliveira and Mitchell and Libby bowled at the other end. Neither of them could really be called a spinner, but they basically bowled the occasional bowlers at one end and D'Oliveira at the other, because I think they just thought there's no point flogging our seamers.
No, the other thing, I've got a feeling it'll be just as a hunch, I think it might be a seam. I think Notts might, having just won with their seamers, they might back their seamers again and prepare a green pitch.
Snater in, bowl short to D'Oliveira, who pulls for 4, swivels away on that. He doesn't pull for 4, he pulls for 2, because it's a very good stop from Paul Walter, tumbling down to his left and pushing it back just inside the rope. I was a bit premature there. He hit it well. I didn't think Walter stood a chance, but fair play to the big man. Made his way round from forward square leg and stopped it just inside the rope at deep mid wicket. Flicked it back and they only got 2. So D'Oliveira goes to 8, 159 for 3.
Janine emailed us at 1:05 saying we have hailstones in Essex. I hope you still don't have hailstones in Essex at 2:40. Janine, hope it's better now.
Here's Snater in again. And he bowls to D'Oliveira, gets runs this time, or a run down to long leg, just flicking that off the pad. Snater again appears to be struggling a little bit with his line, as he did before lunch. D'Oliveira into double figures. No, he's not, he's on to 9.
Now I've got this wrong, but it's Ilicitano. Thank you very much indeed for emailing from sunny southeast Spain. So glad the rain has stopped and my light has improved, only to keep my attention off the match and probably relegation up in Barrow. Yes, Southend need to beg, steal or literally Barrow as a result there, and hope that Scunthorpe lose 6-0 or something like that. I don't think it's going to happen for Southend, but while there's life there's hope. Snater's early overs showing that the step up in the second 11 is pretty big. Thanks a lot for that one.
In comes Snater, and he bowls, and this is cut by Fell, but he doesn't time it, and it just runs into the covers and is fielded by Tendulkar to no run.
I worked out that new Seeker song is probably my favourite British Eurovision Song Contest entry, because I've not liked many of the others since. And it's from 1972, but that song was going through my mind today, given Southend's prospects.
Yeah. We had some emails, I think, from Spain yesterday as well, so it's nice that we're still in touch with them down there. But listeners all over the world. In comes Snater again, and he bowls to Fell, who clips this nicely into the mid-wicket area, picks up 1, won't come back for 2. Good fielding again from Walter. Fell goes on to 24, 161 for 3. And do get in touch. It's bbcessexcricket@gmail.com is the email, and I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter.
And
if you're a BBC Hereford and Worcester listener and you'd like to get in touch, but you could also use the email, but it only goes to BBC Essex, not to. We haven't got such a dedicated email address for BBC Hereford and Worcester cricket.
It'll come.
It'd be nice if we had. 161 for 3. Shane Snater, he's in to bowl to D'Oliveira. Last ball of his first over of this spell, and again D'Oliveira just tucks it off the hip down to long leg, takes a single, goes to double figures, keeps the strike. 162 for 3. Interesting, that idea of a step up from the second team to the first team, because when it comes to bowling line and length, it doesn't matter which team you're in. You still run up and bowl and try and bowl line and length, but it's the fact that when you don't, you get punished, and when you get punished by a better player, that affects you mentally and physically. The muscles tighten, you get a bit nervous, and you can't bowl consistently well. We
could see some mismatches in this 50 over competition coming up, because depending on whether Sir Alistair is in the commentary box or playing 50 over cricket for Essex in July and August, Essex actually they're largely unwanted by the 100 franchises and the test side, and so they could come up against Notts, for example. Actually, they're not playing. Trying to think of a better example. They might come up against a side who basically have lost most of their first team, and that we could have some mismatches like that.
Here's Harmer from the Diglis end. It's yours.
Yeah, it's an appeal for LBW there. That was decent shout as D'Oliveira was pushing forward. I think it might have been quite high, but we'll see. Maybe going down the leg side. It wasn't a full-throated appeal by any stretch of the imagination. 182 for 3. Yes, minor counties I'd like to see back. Going back to that email, I think I'd like to see them back in the one-day competition rather than in the longer version, for the reasons we've been talking about. That step up. So this is played defensively from the crease by D'Oliveira. I'm not sure we'll have a return to 3-day championship cricket, but it was fun while it lasted. But you could argue if you go to 4-day tests, it strengthens the reason for 3-day county games. But I just like the Thursday to Sunday element of, big sporting occasions of Thursday to Sunday. That's played defensively into the offside. Are you in the minority with with me, Frank?
I like that. I like the Thursday to Sunday. I really do.
Remember,
if you play 3 days, you need more games.
Ben Stokes at Headingley. That was a Sunday. It was a day 4.
Yeah.
And the magic of it was everyone could see it. Big event on a Sunday. 162 for 3. That's outside the off stump, and there's no run. We're still in the minority. We'll still be shouted down, but Michael Vaughan, I think, is still a 4-day test man, and it's part of the reason it's the Duke's ball in English conditions. I just feel that the way that test wickets seem to play, you barely need a 5th day. 162 for 3. That's just going to play defensively. But what you need to do is just extend the, maybe start at 10:40, lunch at 12:50.
I don't think you can go to 4 days if you allow slow over rates.
No, that's the thing. You have to sort out this, and that's why I don't like people saying, "Oh, you need 5 days." It takes them, only bowl 80 overs in a day. 162 for 3. Harmer bowls, and there's thought of a quick single here. It's not there. As D'Oliveira was just pushing up into the offside. They don't want to run out of this stage because they have settled down quite well. And actually, Harmer hasn't caused that many problems since the interval. 162 for 3. D'Oliveira 10, Fell 24. Worcestershire stabilising. They are still a very long way behind, 399 to be precise, but it's all about the 17 wickets that Essex still have to take to win this game.
Yeah, I think you'd say about Harmer not being as much of a threat. I mean, he needs to build pressure, doesn't he?
Yes.
And the time that goes on a pair together and they're adjusting, getting used to his changes in pace and so on. When they can do that for maybe an hour or so, it becomes less daunting for the batsman, which is why he took wickets in bursts. If he can get people out when they've just come in,
and that's why Libby will be kicking himself, because he played Harmer so well at Chelmsford, and it was an aggressive shot when he was playing, and the ball chased him, didn't it, as he tried to play the cut.
Equally, Mitchell played him well, and that's why I think he was so annoyed when he was out. Shane Snater around the wicket to bowl to Fell. He's in and he bowls and short, and Fell swivels round and pulls this, and it was on him a little bit quicker than he thought, I think, because it's gone very straight. In fact, he's gone for 4, but it's gone down the ground. He was expecting it to go a bit wider of the fielder than that, but it's gone straight down the ground for 4. Beat the tumbling attempt by Westley at mid-on to field it, and Fell goes to 28.
Would you like to see a proper 50 over knockout return?
Yeah, I would.
Frank?
Yeah, I would.
I don't think there's room for a group stage if
No,
you're going to have 14
no.
championship games
No.
and the 100, unfortunately.
Snater in, bowls to Fell, who works this one away on the onside, saving diving stop by Lawrence. Yeah, I would like to see by Tenderscarter, I should say. I would like to see a 50 over knockout. I think it was good,
Yeah.
exciting, interesting cricket.
I know it's putting a bit of extra work on the cricketers, but you could sort of play the knockout rounds every other Wednesday when you have Friday and Thursday championship starts in between.
Here's Snater again. He's in. He bowls, and Fell gets 4 down to third man. Just steering it really. Played it with soft hands. I wouldn't say it was involuntary, but it was, nor was it entirely controlled. But he's just steered it off the face down to third man for 4.
I think he's playing really well at the moment. You say that he played the pool drive, the one at the he was a bit surprised by, but he's looking in good touch out there. There's no doubt about it. Yes,
this is danger time now.
Yes.
For Tom Fell. 30.
Yes, we mentioned those
in the 30s.
Those scores.
Yeah, in the 30s and playing well. Always looks good. Always looks good.
I've got to hop off for another update, but it just reminded me of course, one of the things about knockout cricket is you have draws for it, and of course they used to be on the radio, they'd be on TV now.
Great
but
fun,
there was one famous occasion which I've been looking for on YouTube and never been able to find.
Snater in again, bowls to Fell, covers up defensively this time.
So there was one draw when it all went to pieces on air, and somebody got all the balls wrong and the numbering wrong, and it got to a stage where Northants had drawn themselves when an apologetic Peter Baxter handed back, so we need a record here while we try and sort this out, and he handed back to a young Scotsman in the Radio 2 studio who's still there now and doing the same show 40 years later, and he came up with a comment. I think the numbered balls are running a little firmly this morning, and played a record. I'll leave you with that one.
Shane Snater bowls to Fell, gets 4 more here, this time looking to drive it square on the offside, gets a thickish outside edge, and it runs down to the third man boundary for 4. So Tom Fell profiting from a little bit of width from Snater in this over. 2 4s down to third man, neither of them entirely convincing. One a steer off the face, that one more a genuine edge, but 174 for 3 now Worcestershire as this recovery continues following those 3 wickets that went down just before the lunch interval. Shane Snater continuing to bowl round the wicket, is in again now to Fell, who's very solidly forward, pushing this one out on the offside, and the fielding is done by Siddle coming in from mid-off. 174 for 3. D'Oliveira 10, Fell 36. The men out. Libby bowled harm at 41. Mitchell caught Tenderscarter bowled harm at 67. His 50 having come off 127 balls with 8 4s, and Gareth Roderick out bowled by Harmer second ball without scoring at lunch. 135 for 3. Lunch was extended by half an hour because of light drizzle, but we've got bright sunshine now, and tea will be taken a little bit later at 4:10, and it's Simon Harmer to continue bowling from the Digley centre. Brett D'Oliveira pushes this out on the offside and scampers through for a single, a well run single. He goes on to 11. It's 175 for 3. People might wonder why they take a quick single in a situation like this, when it would appear really that runs aren't of the essence. Crease occupation is. Harmer bowls to Fell, pushes out on the offside, but I would argue that it's quite important to keep rotating the strike, to keep batsmen batting at both ends, to make sure that bowlers can't settle into a rhythm of just bowling at one player. Harmer comes in, bowls to Fell, and Fell is hit on the pad, goes back to 1, plays no shot. Confident appeal for LBW, hit him a long way outside the off stump, and I think that's what saved him. Watching the replay, I think He's basically hit so far outside the off stump that the umpire feels it's difficult to say that's going to come back. And in fact, I don't think, looking at the replay, I don't think it would have come back far enough. But it was a dodgy game to play, playing no shot to that one. As Harmer bowls again and Fell defends. He went back, played no shot. He pitched a long way outside off, turned back and hit him in line, hit him outside the line, but I don't think it turned back quite far enough for the umpire to be certain that it was going to hit the stumps. Here's Harmer again. He bowls to Fell, who goes back and works this one away off his pads down to backward square leg. There's a tumbling attempt to stop it by Siddle, and they take two. Siddle goes back and just flicks it back inside the rope. We nearly had a 3 then to the shortest boundary in the world, because Siddle had gone down, half fielded it, and then had to recover his feet and run after it and flick it back. And it is a tiny boundary down there, but only 2 taken. Fell 38, 177 for 3 as Harm bowls, and Fell is back to this, and this one just drifts on with the arm and takes the edge and runs away down to third man, and he gets 2 more. So just a little bit of fortune for Tom Fell in that over from Simon Harmer. A good over, and they always are from Harmer, or nearly always. He's now bowled 20 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 28. Tom Fell has 40, Brett D'Oliveira has 11. That's 179 for 3 as we have a sanitisation break. Close call in that over, Nick, as Tom Fell went back and played no shot to one from Harmer. Watching the replay, it turned back but hit him a long way outside the line, and clearly umpire Graham Lloyd's thinking was that it hadn't quite turned far enough for him to be sure that it was going to hit the off stump. But it was a close run thing, and possibly Fell's first serious mistake since that one he edged and was missed at slip by Cook off Siddle.
Yes, you knew it was the first thing I was going to ask you about, so you preempted me. That was a very, very confident appeal, wasn't it? And a big moment perhaps in the afternoon session, because I just mentioned in my report to BBC Essex that Fell, I think, has really played extremely well in this innings, and if he can continue, it's good news for Worcestershire, and to have lost him at that point would have been a real blow, because I think these two have settled down the home dressing room. You look at that scoreboard, you say 179 for 3, well, think about the other pressures of the game, and actually it doesn't look too bad.
That's right.
And I think, you know, Worcestershire now will feel like they're on course for some batting bonus points. And remember, this game is all about, can Essex take 17 wickets before 6 o'clock tomorrow evening? And well, we're coming up to 5 to 3. We've lost half an hour's play already, but they need to have Worcestershire, well, at least 7 down tonight, really, 8, maybe 8 down, and to have them batting again fairly early on tomorrow. Because you feel that the main source of wickets is going to come from one end, unless we get a little low bounce.
Snater again from the New Road end comes in to bowl to D'Oliveira, who gets 4. Good shot actually this time, to be fair. Snater's struggling with his line. He conceded 2 boundaries to third man in the last over because of width, and he's done the same again there. He's bowled wide, but this time D'Oliveira's he's played a lovely little, I don't know, what would you call it? It's like a little chop shot, really. Just sort of reached for it as it's wide and chopped. It's a cut, it's a late cut. Don't try and invent names. It's a late cut, lovely shot, down to third man for 4, and he goes to 15, 183 for 3. And Snater, if he struggled with anything, it has been his line. He's in now. He bowls to D'Oliveira, and that's down the leg side, taken by Adam Wheater. So slight overcorrection from the Zimbabwean, and he's just not quite settled. No, he was bowling too much on leg stump earlier, and he's perhaps overcorrected. That first ball of the over was an indication, but the figures of number 47 and 8.2 overs in a situation where Worcestershire are really in a rear guard sort of tells its own story. So it's a tricky one for him, but if he can just get one right on the stumps, the low bounce might help him. And he comes now, he bowls, and that one's outside off stump, better, but D'Oliveira still able to leave it alone. D'Oliveira is 15 and Fell is 40. That was the 50 partnership, that boundary. 183 for 3. We had that clatter of wickets in 6 overs, 3 wickets going down before the lunch interval, all to Harmer, but a rebuilding job underway, and Fell and D'Oliveira well, not without alarms, but reasonably steadily are holding things together. Snater going over the wicket again to D'Oliveira, bowls, and D'Oliveira works this one away off his hip for a single. Down to long leg where Sam Cook does the fielding, and D'Oliveira goes to 16. And 184 for 3.
Dan, thanks for your email on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, and you're commenting on Snater so far and talking about Essex team selection options. Plum, Allison, of course, who played early in the season, Beard. Of course, Jamie Porter not playing in this game. He was in the squad, but I think rest and rotation.
Snater again is in. He bowls to Fell, and Fell drives sweetly, beautifully off the back foot. Possibly disappointed not to pick up 4 for that. Had it beaten Tendusgarter at short extra cover, it would have gone to that short boundary, but it was a good diving stop by Tendusgarter, belying his years with that athleticism in the field, and no run.
The other thing about Allison, of course, particularly, you know, if you think about if Trent Bridge were to be a seamer friendly pitch, then Allison would provide a little bit of extra batting on the evidence of what we saw at Chelmsford. So that might be something that Essex can think about.
Here's Shane Snater in again. He bowls to Fell, who pushes back up the pitch, and Snater does his own fielding. 184 for 3 at the end of that over. So Worcestershire, 4th wicket pair of Fell and D'Oliveira doing a good job.
I have to, because you were here the first 2 days, so at this point from Dan I need to get your comments on, Frank. Starting to look like Essex have batted themselves out of the game for the second time this season. I was a bit concerned with how long Essex batted at Chelmsford. I thought they might have taken maybe 5 wickets on that second evening rather than 3. I'm not overcritical given the nature of the pitch. I thought that the acceleration came in a good time. What do you think, Frank?
I think they got it spot on,
yeah,
to be honest.
That's my view as
I think they'll be disappointed they maybe didn't pick up a wicket or 2 last night.
Yes.
Because they did have it wasn't just 20 minutes or so, they did have 16 overs last night.
And they know that they've got to make Worcestershire follow on, really, to win this game.
And it's still early, they know they've got this man.
Yes, of course, he's rather useful. It's Simon Harmer, who's bowling to the right-handed D'Oliveira on 16, and that's played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
No, I thought they got it spot on. I thought Derbyshire made a bad declaration against Worcestershire at Derby when they didn't make Worcestershire bat on the 3rd evening, and then even carried on the 4th
Oh yes,
morning.
that was shocking. That was awful.
Yeah.
That was shocking. I mentioned that on air. This is played defensively. Just past short leg, so it was in the air for a little while, but goes down to Peter Siddle. I think I described it as a delayed declaration on that 4th morning, and then I'm thinking to myself, Derbyshire, you're going to have to be more positive than that if you want to win games in this division, because it's so hard to win games in this division. 185 for 3, and that's all sliced past slip for 2. It's one that just outstretched the hands of Alistair Cook. I don't think it was a chance in the end. Maybe he got fingertips to it.
In the replay, he got
Let's have a look. Maybe just fingertips to it. Yeah, got him on the full, fingertips outstretched, so Alistair not having the easiest coastline session.
Just got a hand to it, yeah.
Well,
we saw Daryl Mitchell put 2 down on the first day. Worcestershire's most reliable slip fielder for a long time. Both difficult, both freezing cold hands.
Yes.
One low, one high.
At least the sun's out now. We've got more blue sky than at any point during the day, and we've even got some blue sky just over the cathedral now, which is really nice. 186 for 3. Good little session for Worcestershire, this. Settling the home dressing room nerves as Harmer bowls, and that's again just played from the crease and just gathered by Wheater, and he just appears to be causing fewer problems in this spell, but that maybe I'm speaking too soon, and he's going to get one like the one that got rid of Libby, which was turning and beat the aggressive shot. That's just played defensively down to backward points by D'Oliveira. But the point is that if they try and avoid being over ambitious against Harmer, this is still a difficult pitch for Harmer to take wickets on. Roderick, of course, is brand new to the crease, we should emphasise. They hadn't settled yet. These two have settled, and this is played off the back foot. Good little drive to mid-wicket, but no run for D'Oliveira there. He's on 18, fell an impressive 40. And Worcestershire at 186 for 3 in reply to the Essex 561 for 8 on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex at 3 o'clock on this Saturday afternoon on the 1st day of May.
Yes, update for BBC Helping Worcester FM listeners into the sports programme coming shortly, and I hope I'll be able to report that this partnership is still thriving. It does represent a recovery, it does represent a settling of the nerves. You just felt when Roderick was out that, well, I think even we were sort of suggesting in the press box at lunch that Harmer was going to run riot and, you know, make a mockery of the game really with those 3 quick wickets. But as you quite rightly say, Nick, they've played him pretty well since then. There has been a shout for LBW that looked reasonably close, but I think was just a bit too far outside the line to be given, even though Fell wasn't playing a shot, and we had that little nick through the slips just then. But generally speaking, they've been fairly solid. Crease occupation. That's what this game's all about now, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. As Snater comes in and bowls to Fell, short of a length outside off stump, and Fell just pushes off the back foot into the covers. There's no run.
What did your opposite number, is it Dave you were with for the Derbyshire game, think of that delayed declaration? Because I must admit, without having followed the game particularly closely, it looked odd to me. They were worried about Worcestershire making 400 in a day on that pitch? Yeah,
I think so. I mean, various views. I mean, Worcestershire supporters, press, etc. Snater is in again, bowls, Fell defends, were very happy the longer Derbyshire batted, knowing that they could only save the game. And, you know, I even thought they could have got Worcestershire in that night. I'll just pick that up again in a minute. Excellent 4th wicket partnership so far between Brett D'Oliveira and Tom Fell, holding things together for Worcestershire after those 3 wickets went down just before lunch. They've so far added 54 for this 4th wicket. It's not been without alarms. Tom Fell edged one through Alistair Cook's hands at second slip off Peter Siddle. There's been a couple of loud LBW shouts, and Brett D'Oliveira just a moment ago edged one uppishly past Cook at slip off the bowling of Simon Harmer. But so far the master off spinner has still only got his 3 wickets. They all fell before lunch. Libby 41, Mitchell 67 and Roderick without scoring, with Tom Fell looking good on 40, supported by Brett D'Oliveira on 18. Worcestershire, as we near the end of the 60th over, are 186 for 3. And going back to that declaration at Derby, certainly when they carried on batting on the 4th morning, just break off as Snater comes in again and bowls to Fell, pushes out on the offside, no run. Every minute they batted on that morning, every Worcestershire, even the players who said to me, you know, they were pleased. There was an interesting last session on that 3rd day where Worcestershire simply tried to stop the runs from flowing, and you know, there were no boundaries in 18 overs towards the end of that day, and I think Worcestershire felt they'd really done a good job, because
they had been behind most of that game, hadn't they?
Absolutely, but happy to come away with that one, with that draw. I think Snater bowls to Fell, hit on the pad, big shout for LBW, but going down. Does get LBW a high percentage of his dismissals. Tom Fell
played around that, and
just always I hesitate to say it because I've said it so many times. This
is Snater's. Good to see that, Wesley, encouraging Snater, because that's the sort of dismissal.
It was quite a long way down, actually.
The sort of ball that could lead to a dismissal if he can just make that a little bit closer to off stump. Particularly if there's a bit of variable bounce. He just needs to bowl wicket to wicket, Snater, and he will get something on this pitch.
Tom Fell, he does get LBW more than most. His Snater bowls to him, but he's well forward to that, pushing out on the offside. And that's the end of the over, 186 for 3. There has been a feeling, I think, that it's because, you know, that it's the old-fashioned, not old-fashioned, old cliche from coach's point of view of, you know, if you fall over with your head and you get your head outside the line, you're playing around your front pad, and you get out LBW. But he's worked really, really, really hard on it, Tom Fell, and although it has happened a couple of times so far this season, that one was clearly slanting away down the leg side. D'Oliveira on 18, then Fell on 40, and so going back to that declaration and tactics in general, I think Derbyshire had a big score chased down reasonably recently, and not this season at Derby, and they were a bit worried, but it was definitely a declaration I thought was too late.
Harmer with 3 round the bat and a short mid wicket. Bowles, and that's just played defensively. Just goes a couple of yards, really, no more than that. And Garrett in by Wheater. D'Oliveira on strike with 18, fell on 40, 186 for 3. It's a good partnership this. They've been together since that long lunch break with the rain, and delivery just going down the leg side, just turning gently. 186 for 3 Worcestershire. They lost the 3 quick wickets. Libby, Mitchell and Roderick for a second ball duck in the second hour of the morning session when Harmer was very dominant. And here he bowls, and here's a nice drive away to extra cover for 4. That's a lovely stroke. Got to the pitch of it, did D'Oliveira there, went through with the shot all along the ground. Lovely shot, and as I say, these two are handling Harmer relatively comfortably at the moment, but Harmer, of course, you never know when he might strike. But if they play straight back shots like that rather than the one that Libby played, it's more likely to give them a longer stay at the crease. 190 for 3.
Yeah, it was over pitch really from Harmer. That's the point, the length. It was a proper half volley.
That's just played just down towards short mid wicket. Yes, he sensed that, got to it, and drove it away very sweetly, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, a half volley's a half volley, I suppose. Yeah. In any situation, but a lot of batsmen do miss out on them in situations like this because they've got the wrong mindset. That's right, and there's quite a positive mindset here from these two now, as D'Oliveira just playing that back down the pitch, and there's no run. Dan, you're saying that you like the idea of a knockout FA Cup style competition involving the minor counties, so we've got and maybe the combined universities as well. Just don't get knocked out in the first round, I suppose. That's the main thing. So that's all. Run past Cook at slip, probably for 4. Going down towards that third man boundary. It's being chased back. It might just be drawn in. Yes, it is. That's a very good piece of work. So it's going to be 3 rather than 4 in the end, and it's Sam Cook who's actually got to that. It was steered along the ground, I think deliberately, past Cook, safe, and fell well to his right, and Cook, the other Cook, Sam Cook, gave valiant chase there because the initial odds were against him, but it was hit so softly that in the end it sort of run out of pace as it went towards the rope, and in the end it's 3. But this partnership is flourishing. 193 for 3. D'Oliveira 25 has come on in the last 20 minutes or so, fell 40, and interesting to see when Sam Cook next bowls. We're looking at the number of overs gone, 61, so 80 for the new ball. I wonder whether Tom Wesley might be considering Lawrence for a little bit. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a bit more of Cook, actually.
I just wonder whether they want to play him at Trent Bridge and not over bowl him here.
Could well be right. 11 overs, 4 maiden, no wicket for 32. He's
if I were Notts, I would, Notts need one today, green wicket at Trent Bridge, take Essex on with their seam attack.
Shane Snater bowls to D'Oliveira, who works this one away off his toes down to long leg and comes back for 2. Good running. Fielder down there is Sam Cook. D'Oliveira goes to 27, 195 for 3. When you say a green wicket at Trent Bridge to people of my sort of era,
1987,
it makes one think of the Rice and Hadley days.
How green was my wicket?
Turn up at Trent Bridge and you genuinely had to go out and find the white paint to know where the wicket was. Here's Snater. He's in. He bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes out on the offside, fielded by Tenduscarter, and there's no run.
Yes, and, of course.
Yeah, it really was, and grass cuttings spread over the sort of footholds at the end, so you just couldn't see it.
Big games in those days, Worcester and Notts in the late 80s.
Yeah, they were. I can remember one at Trent Bridge where I think 2 innings were completed in the first day, when you had the likes of Hadley on one side and Dilly and Radford and both of them on the other. They were difficult days for batsmen. Snater bowls, and Brett D'Oliveira plays defensively back at the pitch. Even someone like Kevin Cooper, who used to just make it swing and seam around, and I think batting was precarious business in the first sort of 20 overs of any innings in those days with those attacks around.
But it may get to the point with this group being pretty even that sides are going to think maybe we don't want the flat, we've got to have to go for it, like Surrey did against Hampshire, and it paid off because Surrey won the toss, which should not have helped them.
Please win the toss.
Yes.
Here's Snater again, 195 for 3. He comes in right arm over the wicket, bowls to D'Oliveira short, and D'Oliveira smashes that away. in front of square on the onside for 4. Great shot from Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah, these two are looking good.
A high, almost tennis-like pull shot, which he does play a lot in white ball cricket actually, and he really got onto that quickly. Saw the length early. Snater's no great pace. He can't really afford to bang it in that short on this surface, and that is smashed away by D'Oliveira.
It's not quite working for Snater at the moment. It says 0 against the Worcestershire name for bonus points, but that's about to change. Maybe this delivery.
In he comes now to bowl to D'Oliveira. He bowls, and indeed it does, as D'Oliveira steers this down to short third man, where Nick Brown does the fielding. They take a single. That brings up the 200 for Worcestershire, and it brings up 1 batting bonus point for them, the first point they've earned in the game. And 203 with D'Oliveira on 32 and fell on 40, I must say, does look a lot better than 132 for 3 looked at lunchtime, just before lunchtime, when Roderick was bowled by Harmer. In comes Snater again. He's in, he bowls, and fell his forward, pushing up to mid-on. And it's fielded there by Dan Lawrence. That's the end of the over. 200 for 3 Worcestershire. D'Oliveira 32, fell 40, and Snater's figures now 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 55.
And more blue sky than at any stage, particularly over towards the Diglis end side of the ground. Very little breeze, but I imagine it's not unpleasant for the there were spectators, but for the players out there in the sunshine. Having that sun just makes that little bit of a difference, doesn't it? Now, talking of weather, John and Margaret. John from a dull and cool North Suffolk, saying thanks for the commentary. He said you're enjoying the stream. You thought with the 3 pre-lunch wickets the game could yet have a good finish, and at least we know Essex can't lose. Yep, definitely go along with that one. I know you have no say in the operating of the cameras, but it was great just now to see shots of the cathedral, so thanks to the operator. Yes, they're thinking about good shots for you to see, and I would certainly show the cathedral if I were doing a game from Worcester, so good to see that. Makes it more like a television experience, doesn't it? Thanks very much indeed for that one. 200 for 3, Essex need a wicket. Harmer bowls, and stretching forward, D'Oliveira plays defensively, and there's no run. Maybe D'Oliveira's had a lot of a strike, but Fell's been on 40 for a while. And 200 for 3. Here's Harmer again. Oh, that one pops off the bat. I think it's going to be at least 2. It's going to go for 4 over the rope now. Yeah, that's for the umpire here. Yes, runs there. That one was close to Lawrence at leg slip, and I don't think that was what was intended there from D'Oliveira. Just snuck past Lawrence and has gone away for 4. Might have gone, yeah, just between the keeper and Lawrence, and down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was. He was trying to just turn it defensively between those 2 fielders on the on the leg side.
Flown
and
off
just took the edge. Yeah, just turned a bit more than he thought.
So a near thing for Harmer. This one. Oh, he goes into his crease and almost plays the ball onto his off stump. Here does D'Oliveira. So after a little period in which Harmer's been played fairly comfortably, suddenly a bit of uncertainty creeps in. He went back there. The ball ran down off the face of the bat and almost went into his off stump. 204 for 3.
And he almost found himself trying to kick it away.
3 round the bat and a short mid wicket. Misses better from D'Oliveira, playing defensively up towards. Oh, there's a battle between Sam Cook and Adam Wheater to pick that up. They almost clashed heads, but at least Wheater's wearing a helmet. But no, that was keenness from Sam Cook to get in for that one. But Wheater was at the prerogative as the keeper to get across. 204 for 3. Here is Harmer, a flatter one, and that is the shot when he was trying to play early in the over, the one that goes just along the ground between leg slip and short leg, and it's gathered in by Lawrence at leg slip, just moving across to his left. 204 for 3. These two showing this important partnership, just to steady things down for Worcestershire as Harmer bowls. And here more runs, just a single down towards a backwards square leg, a controlled stroke that time, just running it away off the open face, and 1 goes to a total 205 for 3. And yes, 204 for 3 against 561 for 8, with a bit of a mid-session break going on here, sanitisation and maybe some drinks as well. And that little period where Worcestershire were really under pressure, Frank, they've just come out of that to a certain extent, and probably would have just about settled for this position at the start of the day.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. When you think that Essex at one stage they lost their second wicket at 210, so it's not a huge amount of difference. But yeah, having said that, that last over from Harmer for me just indicating that you can't afford to relax, because that's the danger, isn't it? Just when you might think, oh yeah, we've cracked this now, we're on top now, someone like Harmer will come along and produce something a bit special, and that one from D'Oliveira that flew past leg slip could easily have gone to hand. So as well as these two have played, and they have played well, I think they've played really well, at the same time one cannot afford to relax or to think that the rebuilding job is done. They've just got to keep going. It's just over by over, I think. 10 minutes by 10 minutes, just keep going. Interesting that we said we hadn't seen a lot of Sam Cook, because he is going to come and have a little go now from the New Road end. 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 32 Cook. Harmer 23 overs, 9 maidens, 3 wickets for 41. If you're a seamer and you want to bowl at the Bigless end, it's tough, because you're not going to.
No.
If Harmer wants that end, Harmer gets that end, I'm afraid.
He might have a break at some point.
Yeah, he might.
That
he
might be Lawrence.
He might need to just, you know,
yes.
I think the off-spin of the fingers gets sore, but they bowl so many overs these days. But he has bowled a lot of overs this season already. I wouldn't think there are many finger spinners that have bowled as many overs as Harmer has by the 1st of May in a domestic season for a long time. In comes Sam Cook from the New Road end, bowls to Fell with the keeper standing up, and Fell is beaten by that one outside the off stump. Wheater takes the ball, standing up to the stumps, which is an indication, I think, of the pace of this pitch, really, that he feels, Wheater, that he can get up to the stumps to a bowler of Cook's pace.
Thanks, Mike in North London, for your email. For referring to something we were talking about 3:15, but I've now forgotten what it was, but it says, very astute and well observed, you're mentally exhausted after fewer balls and overs, as well as a tightness or wobbliness.
Is that the commentators?
Yes, probably.
Here's Cook, he's in, he bowls, and Fell gets back to this, edges it, and I was going to say gets 4, but there's a very, very good diving save at slip by Harmer. He's a big man, but he gets down well there, and saves it one-handed, fields it neatly, cleanly one-handed, and saves any runs.
And Ian Hampshire, Hamshere, reminded me that the infamous Germans episode of 40 Towers was broadcast last Monday night.
Cook in again, bowls, and Fell, who's been on 40 for a long time, works this away on the onside, no run.
Now most of that is now entirely unbroadcastable, and it was duly edited, but it starts with the words Hampshire won, and I half expected an edit for Basil 40 to say, no they didn't, the last wicket pair for Gloucestershire saved the game, but no, they didn't have the ability to edit it quite that tightly.
It was the major, wasn't it? Hampshire won.
Yes, that's right, did it, yes.
In comes Sam Cook again from the New Road, and he's in, he bowls, and Fell drives, or looks to drive. He does drive, he drives fairly sweetly, but straight to Ryan Tenderskata at cover. That's what I was trying to explain to you this morning, that you'll see a lot of batsmen, Nick, in this game play what look to be really sweetly timed shots, and actually they're not timed at all, because the ball was just held up in the pitch a little bit, and it looks as though it's going to fly away to the boundary, and it just trickles out to the fielder. Here's Sam Cook. In again, he bowls to Fell, who's back to this one and just steers it down behind square on the offside. Harmer comes up from slip to field.
So thanks, Ian, for your email. You're saying that you're watching online in Thailand on your veranda in t-shirt and shorts. No rain or hailstones or even sleet there, just cicadas singing their even song in the trees. That does sound nice. It says, a long-standing Essex supporter, I spent many a great day as a young lad at Valentine's Park, Ilford, and remember Gordon Barker there in his first season.
In comes Cook again and bowls to Fell, who's finally off 40 as he tucks this one away on the onside for a single, and he goes to 41, and he'll keep the strike because that was the last ball of Sam Cook's over, and the total has moved on to 205 for 3. This is Worcestershire's response, remember, to Essex's 561 for 8 declared. So far, 4 points to Essex, 3 for batting and 1 for bowling, and 1 batting point to Worcester.
And Ian, you say that it always seemed that Worcester were a bogey team for Essex, and I especially remember a drawn match at the lovely Brentwood ground. This is the days when Essex used to tour around the county. You reckon about 1954, when Don Kenyon fell just a little short of 200, who was a wonderful player for Worcestershire. And then of course one of the great batsmen in May '69, Tom Graveney, scored 68 as Harmer bowls. That's just played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Scored 68 for Worcester, also at Brentwood, another drawn match. He bowled by Keith Boyce for a duck in the second innings, but they had a great team then, including Basil D'Oliveira. And of course, we've got another that generation, Brett D'Oliveira, as a non-striker, as Harmer bowls to Fell, and Fell just runs it out towards mid-wicket, and there's Walter, and there's no run. So you say thanks for bringing cricket to all our homes, local and far away, in such difficult times, and thanks for the correct use and traditional use of the word batsman today. Have we not been saying that up to now? But I always do say batsman. 205 for 3, as this is played up towards short mid-wicket. That's Wesley, and there's no run. And yes, there have been some thoughts, haven't you? You're talking about some of the alternative labels. Bowler men, you mentioned there, Ian, as displayed defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. There was talking about the 100 as to whether it would be called wickets or outs, and I think they've settled for them being wickets. And you say bowlers are always bowlers, batsmen always batsmen. I may be a traditionalist, but why should we change everything? A game with such wonderful heritage and tradition. So that's again played defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So you say keep the pot boiling and all the discussion going. A wicket or so now would be most welcome. I think a lot of Essex supporters would go on for that. Yep, that's certainly lovely to hear from you, Ian. Hear from you again soon, hopefully. 205 for 3, and that's played defensively again by Fell to mid-wicket. But the theme here since lunch is that, with just the odd exception, Worcestershire have looked comfortable. They've sort of reverted almost to the hour this morning of Libby and Mitchell. Harmer posed an increasing threat during the morning session and then took 3 wickets. Can he do the same this afternoon? Will he bowl unchanged? But at 205 for 3, we're almost back to where we were at midday, where you feel that something has got to give in this game now, because Essex still have to take 17 wickets. They'll have to make Worcestershire follow on, take 17 wickets to win this game.
Yep. Well, it does sound nice sitting on the terrace listening to the cicadas with a gin and tonic in the Thailand sunshine, but it's also quite pleasant to be here with the cathedral in the distance and the scenario playing out in front of us as Sam Cooke is in and bowls to the latest of the D'Oliveira dynasty, Brett, grandson of Basil, who goes on the back foot and pushes this out into the covers. So many of the Somerset games this season have been low scoring thrillers. Have a look at this one at Taunton, where Middlesex are 67 for 5, 156 ahead, and Joss Davies just taken 3 for 6. So if Somerset can come from behind, having had a big first innings deficit, typical Somerset really if they do. Here's Cooke in again, bowls to D'Oliveira outside off stump, taken by Wheater standing up to the stumps. No addition to the score. I'm absolutely convinced that Banton shouldn't be opening. I think it's a huge waste of a talent, and he's barely scored a run, but they'll find a way out of that group, Somerset, and they'll be there or thereabouts again. They're a multifaceted squad, aren't they? Yes. I think Somerset, they tend to have all bases covered. Compare the 2 attacks in this game as Cooke comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who plays defensively, and there's no run. You've got Harmer, who's obviously, you know, a spinner that would walk into any team in the country, and everybody would love to have him. But you know, we had a little bit of left arm from Walter this morning. We've got Siddle and Cooke. I think the feeling is with Worcestershire, and it's not, again, not through anybody's fault. It's not a situation that's been arrived at by design, but the lack of a serious frontline spinner. Cooke is in again and bowls to D'Oliveira. Leaves that alone. It means that the attack is a little bit lacking in depth. You've also got Morris, Pennington, Alzari Joseph, who's quicker, Barnard, all right arm over the wicket bowlers. You've got, if Josh Tongue plays, right arm over the wicket bowler. Joe Leach, right arm over the wicket bowler. We haven't really got a left arm seamer other than Ross Whiteley, who's become more of a white ball cricketer is Cook again. He's in and he bowls outside the off stump. D'Oliveira leaves alone again, and there is a feeling that what Worcestershire need, you know, I personally, as a coach over the years, have always loved to have a left arm spinner in my teams. Somebody who, I mean, Brett D'Oliveira is a leg spinner, but a left arm spinner who can bowl tightly and tie an end up and move the ball away from the bat would be great. And you know, there is a lack of variety, and I think that sometimes limits the captain's options when Worcestershire are in the field. Here's Sam Cook in again, bowls to D'Oliveira, who's studiously forward, pushes up to mid-off, the end of a very tidy over from Cook. His figures now 13 overs and 5 maidens, no wicket for 33, Worcestershire 205 for 3.
And you're listening to BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex with Frank Watson and Nick Gladehill on this Saturday afternoon, where the showers are holding off. We had the one which delayed the resumption after lunch, but we've got blue sky predominantly at the moment, and the news here is that watching a very good fourth wicket partnership between D'Oliveira and Fell, which has rescued Worcestershire a little bit after a stumble in the second hour this morning when they declined from 111 for no wicket to 132 for 3, with all 3 to Simon Harmer. But these two have now added an unbroken 73 runs for the fourth wicket and taking Worcestershire into calmer waters. The other news of the day in this group is that Nottinghamshire have got their first 4-day win in 3 years, beating Derbyshire by 310 runs as Harmer bowls, and that's just played from the crease defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. Fell a bit becalmed in the last half hour. He's only scored the 1 run, 41. And elsewhere in this group, Warwickshire 53 for 2, 251 behind Durham, with much depending on Rob Yates, 34 not out, but he's getting in again, as he did of course last week against Essex. That's played defensively to Sam Cook at backward point, and there's no run. The key for success, you feel, for Warwickshire is their young batsman getting into form. Good signs last week, and Yates and Hayne together at the moment in a rear guard for Warwickshire at the Riverside. And here's one which is played sweetly off the back foot, but stopped well, I think, by Snater there at mid-on. He just loses his balance a little bit, but stops the ball, and in the end there's no run. Had it got past him, it would have been 4. A little bit of shower cloud building up just to the left of the cathedral. That sky is gradually moving its way over towards us, as here's a little stroke off the back foot by Fell. Still a bit becalmed at the moment, up towards Walter at mid-on, and there's no run, and just a few members of the ground staff just dotted around, the only people that you'll see apart from the players. We all look forward to spectators being allowed back into the ground in mid-May, as here's a delivery which Fell just comes forward to and traps from the crease, and it goes again out to Brown at cover. But the impression is, generally speaking, since lunch they've dealt with Harmer pretty well. 205 for 3. Harmer goes round the wicket and bowls, and again Fell just stretches forward, ball rolls back down the pitch, and there is no run. 205 for 3.
And I'm pleased to say that no more alarms for Worcestershire since you were last with us. The fourth wicket partnership between Brett D'Oliveira and Tom Fell is still intact. They've added 73 so far after Worcestershire lost 3 wickets in a bit of a clatter just before the lunch interval. We had a half-hour delay after lunch for light drizzle, but no further interruptions. And at the moment, steady progress being made by Worcestershire as they attempt basically to bat for the rest of this game. D'Oliveira is on 36, Fell is on 41, and they are 205 for 3. And Sam Cook is about to start a new over from the New Road end, and he'll be bowling to Brett D'Oliveira. Comes in now, slipping a gully in place as he bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and steers this out square on the offside and doesn't get a run as it's fielded by Wheater. Oh, not Wheater, I beg your pardon. Fielded by Nick Brown. I think that what we can see immediately is how much tighter things are now that Cook has come on and Wheater's come up to the stumps, and
yes,
we saw the slight profligacy of Snater. We saw Siddle erring a little bit in line, but Cook, tight line, keeper standing up, batsman being made to play, it's much more difficult to score runs as he bowls again, and D'Oliveira is again forward and pushes out on the offside. Extremely accurate, and to be fair to the Worcestershire bowlers, both on day 1 and day 2, we saw a lot of this. We saw a lot of accurate bowling. Even though Essex got 5-6-1, it took 174 overs to get them, and there were some pretty tidy figures in amongst there, those bowling figures for Worcestershire. Dylan Pennington, 28 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 65, for example. In comes Cook again, bowls to D'Oliveira, again he's forward defensively, no run. Ed Barnard, 30 overs, 12 maidens and no wicket for 59, was very tidy.
Yes, very impressive figures.
That's what you've got to do, isn't it? As a seamer on a pitch like this, you've just got to get your line right, make the batsman play, or bowl maybe just outside off stump, and restrict his scoring opportunities, and wait for the mistake to be made. That's what's happening here now, and that's why the batsmen have got to be mentally strong. As Cook is in again, bowls to D'Oliveira, short of a length this time, but still a very tight line, and D'Oliveira is on the back foot to this and pushing it defensively out into the offside, and the batsmen have got to feel that if they're not scoring, they're doing their job. They don't have to be scoring, they don't have to see the scoreboard ticking along for them to be doing their job in this situation. Dull as it may sound, if Worcestershire finish the day with only another 60 or 70 runs, as long as they haven't lost more than another wicket or two, they'll feel it's been a good day. This Cook bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives very nicely, very sweetly up to mid-off. A yard or two straighter and that would have been 4, but straight to the fielder there, and no addition to the score. 205 for 3 it remains. Tom Fell's only scored 1 run in about the last 45 minutes, but that won't bother him, as I'm saying. I think they'll just be saying as well when they meet in the middle of the pitch in between overs, don't worry, just keep going, keep going, keep going. From an Essex point of view, also keep going and wait for that mistake to be made. Cook bowls again, no ball this time, a rarity for him, and 2 runs added to the score, 207 for 3.
Don Kenyon, we're mentioning a game in 1954 at Brentwood, scored 187 in that one. He played 8 tests for England in the early 50s, and interestingly, the top scorer in the Essex first innings, Paul Gibb, did the same, but much earlier. He would have possibly played many more, but he played 8 tests either side of the Second World War.
In comes Cook, who bowls to D'Oliveira, is forward again, pushes out on the offside, no run, end of the over, 207 for 3. I think the feeling amongst Worcestershire folk is that Don Kenyon was probably unlucky to play as few test matches as that, but it was more about the competition that was around at the time than anything else. He was a great player and a fine servant of this club, and I was thrilled to hear mention of Tom Graveney as well from one of your emailers, because for me, I still to this day, and I've seen many great batsmen over my lifetime, and many great batsmen on this ground. Graham Hick particularly sticks out in my memory as he has played some of the greatest things I've ever seen here. Glenn Turner as well, but Tom Graveney, the most graceful and beautiful, aesthetically pleasing batsman I think I have ever seen, really. Just loved watching Tom Graveney.
I remember more Tom Moore for his television work from my generation.
He was my number 2 here for a season in my old commentary box at the other end of this stand back in the cricket cool days. A lovely generous
Tom
man.
Always came across well with his television summary work, working with Jim Laker and Richie Benno and Peter West from that glorious era. 207 for 3. Yes, Don Kenyon, 37,002 runs. Yeah, that's right. His overall first-class career. So that's played down towards short, fine leg. Just surprised him a little bit. That one felt. Who has been becalmed, first on 40 and now on 41. been stuck in this area for quite a while now, and that one just turned a little bit, kept it on down to the ground, but there's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg and a short mid-wicket waiting, and here he does steer it away for runs, possibly 2 of them. It's being chased back by Siddle, and he just about manages to cut it off and save the 4 with a little flick back with the heel, and cover fielder manages to, think it's Brown, manages to ensure that it's retrieved and there's 2 runs rather than 4, so a bit of a joint effort there. So 209 for 3. This is just played off the back foot. In fact, it wasn't Brown, it was Walter away on the far side of the ground, but a bit of a joint effort there to save a couple of runs, and no runs off that last delivery, but they have looked a lot more comfortable. Yes, 37002 runs and a top score of 259 for Don Kenyon. That one played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Also playing in that game was Trevor Bailey, who played 60 odd tests for England in the 1950s as part of that saw that Surrey dominated era, of course, when they were a very, very strong side. 209 for 3, and that's hit away off the back foot up towards mid wicket, and there's no run. So your Peter Mays and of course Lock and Laker. 209 for 3 here. But yes, nice memory. Thanks for that one, Ian, of that game in 1954 at one of the old Essex outgrounds. 209 for 3. That's run down just off the open face and gathered in at slip by Cook, and there is no addition to the score. So 209 for 3. D'Oliveira 36, fell 43. It continues, this partnership. It's threatening to become a bit of a match saver, because Essex need to have Worcestershire 7-8 down tonight, I think. They've only got 3 wickets so far, half an hour before the delayed tea interval, and more cloud cover and the possibility of another shower interruption not too far away, maybe. That's in line with the forecast. D'Oliveira 36, fell 43, 209 for 3. Weather forecast tomorrow, pretty good.
Yeah, although weather forecast imminently, I'm not so sure, because we've seen the ground stuff go down and get onto the little tractor that drags the covers, and there's a suggestion that they've got an idea that that cloud you were talking about is going to drift over this way. The weather not necessarily always coming from the southwest, it predominantly comes from over in that direction, but there's just a hint that it's moving in a little bit more from the south today. I think we're going to see a change of the bowling. We're going to see Paul Walter come on with his left armers. I did talk earlier about variety in the attack and how important it is. He had a little stint, didn't he, this morning, but he bowled 3 overs for 15, but he's going to come back and have another go at the New Road end now, as Essex do need a wicket. I don't think it's desperate yet. I think with Harmer, you can always, like I say, you can always pick up clusters. Yeah, this is the thing. I think this is what Essex might rely on, another cluster either side of tea, and maybe another couple in the final session to get an 8 down tonight. But if we're to go in 4 or 5 down, it's going to be really hard work for Essex tomorrow. 15 wickets in a day on this pitch would be a tough task for anybody. But nonetheless, hope springs eternal. Anything can happen, and we've all seen enough cricket not to count too many chickens. 209 for 3 as Walter prepares to start this new over from the New Road end. He comes in now, tall, left arm over, pitches this one right up outside the off stump, left alone by Brett D'Oliveira, and taken low down by the diminutive Adam Wheater. Took that about knee height. Talking of Graham Hick, Frank, the first commentary I did was on a May afternoon. It was at the end of May 1987. Botham and Hick, Worcestershire beat Essex by 9 wickets in the Sunday League, and of course the following year Graham got his 1,000 runs for the end of May, and you would have seen all of it, not just some of it. Every ball. In comes Walter and bowls, and D'Oliveira cuts, and there's no run. And 88 was the year that cricket all started. I began, and Worcestershire won the Championship and the Sunday League, and I wrote a book on the season, a diary of the season, having kept all my records and reports and all my tapes of interviews and so on. I had lots of material, and I saw all of that season. I was the only one commentating on the 405 at Taunton. People were holding phones to radios and all that sort of thing. In comes Walter again, who bowls short to D'Oliveira, who swivels round and doesn't get hold of this at all. In fact, I think it sort of just hits the toe end and drops down on the onside, and there's no run. And Hick reached 1,000 runs in May here against the West Indians in that summer. It was memorable for many reasons, and yeah, I think I genuinely saw every single ball of the Worcestershire season, home and away. Well, for 3 years more or less I did, 87, 88, 89, 90. Here comes Paul Walter, he's in and bowls to D'Oliveira, and this will just bounce a little bit more than he thinks, and he pushes down on the offside, and there's no run. 209 for 3. Yeah, very privileged for 4 years basically. Was there every game, and then when the cricket call system sort of collapsed, where quite a few of the correspondents went into cricket journalism or work for other people, I was in a situation where I made the choice to go back into my previous career of teaching. Walter bowls again outside the off stump to D'Oliveira, left alone and taken by Adam Wheater. And teaching and coaching basically, and working in schools, working as a English teacher and a cricket coach until I retired a few years ago, and then came back into doing a little bit of this part-time for BBC over in Worcester. A very different generation of Worcestershire cricketers, but one of them out there, Brett D'Oliveira, his father I enjoyed commentating on very much. His grandfather was coach. In comes Wheater again, and D'Oliveira is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Wheater. Walter, I beg you, Walter and Wheater. Walter bowls, D'Oliveira misses, Wheater takes. 209 for 3 at the end of the over.
So when did you start following Worcestershire from a broadcasting point of view?
88, yeah.
Ah, so I wouldn't have seen you here in 87.
No, I watched a few of games that year,
yes.
But I still played very seriously. That was the one drawback of becoming a cricket broadcaster for me, was that I had to abandon my playing career for those years while I was doing it full time, really. And at that time I played in the Birmingham League pretty seriously for Old Hill.
So, I mean, see if I can remember the names. Obviously, Tim Curtis. Was it Gordon Lord?
Gordon Lord, yeah.
Lord. And then, of course, Graham.
At the time.
Right. And then Graham batted at 3. Yeah. And the odd thing is that 405, Worcestershire position in the game wasn't that hot at one point. When Ian Botham was out, it was 132 for 5 as Harmer bowls. And that's a delivery that just cuts back into him, and Fell's just lost a bit of his fluency. He was so impressive for the first 40, but he's just struggled a bit since, and that one rolls off the pad, and maybe Essex will feel he's getting a bit frustrated and might just try something a bit unwise. That will be the hope. A slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a short mid-wicket, 3 saving 1 on the leg side, and that's a delivery again. He just comes forward to a bit tentatively, and it rolls off the pad. On the offside, Cook at backward point. And we've got a mid-off, and so mentioned the 3 in the ring, saving 1 on the leg side, and nobody else deep on the boundary as Harmer bowls, and that's played with more resolution there from Fell on the back foot, back down the pitch, and there's no run. And then, of course, there was a huge partnership with Steve Rhodes, dominated by Hick, because of that I think it's about 250 odd partnership, of which Rhodes made 56, which tells its own story. 209 for 3, and it's just played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run.
Newport got a few, didn't he?
Yeah, 27 for Newport, and Richard Illingworth, a typical, used to get runs down the order, 31 not out. Yeah. And they declared, with Graham having got to his 400 at 628 for 7. 209 for 3, which is almost exactly this date. It's the 5th to the 8th of May 1988. As this is run round the corner down towards short fine leg for a single. This is the days when Taunton used to be a pretty reliable as a good batting wicket, but actually Worcestershire, with that strong seam attack, Dilly Radford, Newport, hit back and bowled Somerset out for 222 and 192 to win by an innings and 214 runs. But and that was sort of like the template for the season, wasn't it? Because you had,
although we lost to Somerset, or I say Worcestershire lost to Somerset here at New Road about 10 days later, strangely.
So fell off strike with a single. Oh, is it sliced? Oh, is it Cook again? Goodness me! It's got to Cook. Is that on the full? He's reached out for it from slip, and he's not having the best of afternoons at slip. Is Cook? That one from D'Oliveira, a genuine edge, And Cook was reaching for it at slip, but couldn't hang on. Juggled it, couldn't hang on.
Yeah.
Might be the third half chance he's had this afternoon. 210 for 3, D'Oliveira 36 and Fell 44.
Yeah, I'll go back to that 405, that game, briefly, if I may.
Sure.
I haven't plugged the I'd Rather Be a Pair podcast that Dave Bradley and I do yet today, but if you can find it, if you Google I'd Rather, other search engines are available. I'd Rather Be a Pair podcast. We did one over the winter where we got Tim Curtis and Phil Newport sat down, and we sat round Tim's kitchen table and talked about those days, and we talked about that game, and they recalled their various memories of it. And Phil did point out that I think he said only one batsman outscored Graham during that innings, and it was him, I think, in their brief partnership, as Paul Walter comes in and bowls to Fell, who pushes out on the offside. But it was a wonderful time and wonderful memories. He did play exceptionally well, and I was one funny thing I remember is I was staying in the same hotel, and Graham Hick always shared a room with Damien D'Oliveira, Brett's dad, who made, I think, probably
he got
a very low score.
Yeah, in fact, the crazy thing is D'Oliveira at 4 and Phil Neal at 5.
Yeah.
But both out for naught.
Yeah, well, D'Oliveira made naught, Graham Hick made his 400, and I remember that when we went back to the hotel on the night of Graham actually having got the 400, Walter in, bowls to Fell, who cuts down into the gully, and there's no run as it's well stopped by Harmer, and Damien D'Oliveira went to the hotel reception and ordered all the newspapers for the following morning to be delivered to the room that he was sharing with Graham Hick, and he said, I think words to the effect of, I'd like all the newspapers delivered to room number 27 because our room is full of runs, he said.
Yes.
As Walter bowls to Fell, he cuts nicely away to backward point and picks up a single, 211 for 3. Fell goes to 45, and Brett D'Oliveira, son of Damien, has 36.
In the Somerset side were late Peter Roebuck. Martin Crowe was playing, Vic Marks was playing, Neil Mallender, of course, went on to become an umpire and still is. Colin Dredge, right at the end of his career, probably wished he hadn't extended it into that season. Fine seam bowler for Somerset, and that was his last year before retirement.
Yeah. The Demon of Froome, I think they called him, didn't they? Yeah, he was hit out of the ground a few times, I think, by Hick. It was just remarkable.
Yeah, 11 sixes, 35 fours. Really. Yeah. Only 469 balls, so his scoring rate was up around the 80s, 85s.
Yeah. Here's Walter again. He bowls, and D'Oliveira steers this one down to third man, and picks up a single, but he takes him to 37.
Like Richards, I think the comparison is with Richards in terms of their intimidating presence at the crease. I would make between Richards and Hick. Hick was like that. He'd go out to bat with the bat sort of in his hands. He'd have both hands on the bat, wouldn't he? As he walked out, it was like an intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, very different temperaments, Richards and Hick. I mean, no swagger whatsoever about Hick. A very unassuming, calm, mild-mannered man. Walter in again, bowls to Fell, who plays defensively. In fact, there's a lovely story which is again in the podcast. I'm probably stealing our own thunder here, but Tim Curtis always used to sit with one or two others and do the crossword, the Telegraph crossword mainly, I think, in those days, and Graham often would be at the side of the table looking over people's shoulders and could never quite really understand how the Telegraph crossword worked or whatever. And I think at lunch that day, it might have been at lunch that day, Tim tells the story better than I do. Here's Paul Walter in again, left arm over, bowls to Fell short, and Fell swivels and pulls very nicely, but unfortunately for him straight to Peter Siddle at mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 212 for 3. And I think it was at lunch they were doing the crossword, and Hick was probably, I don't know, about 250 not out or something, and he leaned over and he said to Tim, I think that one there, that 12 across, that's however many letters, I think it might be Schoolmaster. He said, and Tim ironically, who was a schoolmaster in the winters, looked at it and he checked it out. He said, "You know what, Graham, you're absolutely right, it is." And he wrote it in. And at the end of the day, when they were all relaxing with a drink, Graham Hick, who had just made 405 not out, said, "Do you know, I'm not sure what the biggest achievement of the day is." I think it might be getting a clue in the Telegraph crossword.
So it
genuinely true story.
If you're going to get 1,000 runs before May, getting 405 in one outing
one go,
does help.
Yeah.
But of course, it was genuinely impressive, of course, at that time for Worcestershire and many other innings. As this is run down off the open face here, but doesn't get it past Cook. So no run there for D'Oliveira, who's on 37, and he's been the mainstay of the partnership really in the last hour or so, because Fell's just lost his momentum. But the critical thing for Worcestershire is they're still together, 212 for 3. Partnership now is what, worth 79, I think, and it's looking a lot better for Worcestershire than it was just before lunch, as that's edged, no chance this time, probably 2, being chased back towards the third man boundary. They've got the 2, they'll consider a third on the throw, but decide against it as Cook's throw comes in, and it was off the bat, so
it went between the keeper and slip, and Alistair Cook standing quite wide at slip.
Had no chance of actually getting to that one. So 2 more go to D'Oliveira, but so far it's been a session without any breakthroughs for Essex, after things looked very promising for them in that hour before lunch when Harmer got Libby, Mitchell and Roderick in fairly quick order. This one off the pad runs down towards backward square leg, and there is no run. The last 2 of those wickets falling with the score on 132, so these 2 have now added 81 for the 4th wicket. Harmer 3 for 46 off 27 overs and 3 balls, and 20 wickets for the season. Here's Harmer again, bowls, and that's just played defensively by D'Oliveira up into the onside, and there's no run. So Worcestershire have the 1 batting point, Essex have 3 for batting and 1 for the bowling so far. Just a threat of a shower again now, and this is played defensively again, just up into the onside. There's no run. I'm going to have to head off. I think I might have a report which is half time, so I'll be back in a moment.
No problem whatsoever. 214 for 3 as Harmer turns at the Diglis end and comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who again pushes forward to this, drops it down on the onside. End of Simon Harmer's 28th over, highly economical figures, 28 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 46 his figures. But as my colleague Nick Gledhill from BBC Radio Essex was saying, so far so good in the afternoon session for this 4th wicket pair for Worcestershire. So far added 82, and it's not been without scares, but they've both played pretty well. Tom Fell 45, Brett D'Oliveira at 39. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you'd like to get in touch. You can also contact us by the BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com email account. Always nice to hear from you. Getting a bit darker here at New Road now. Ground staff still waiting by the covers as Walter comes in and bowls to Fell, who plays very solidly back to the bowler, does his own fielding, and the score remains 214 for 3. Remember, we saw Essex rack up 561 for 8 declared in their first innings, compiled over the best part of 2 days in this game on an unresponsive surface. It's not easy to score quickly or to get much out of it as a bowler. Walter is in again, bowls, and Fellow's leaning forward to this one and taken on the pad. Might have been a bit of bat involved as well. Strangled appeal. 214 for 3. And so Worcestershire last night faced 16 overs of their first innings before the close, survived without losing a wicket. It was 37 without loss overnight, and they began this morning with Mitchell and Libby playing very comfortably throughout the morning, taking the score to 111 before the first wicket went down. I'll just break off as Walter bowls again to Fell, who works this one neatly off his hip down to long leg for a single. Takes the score to 215 for 3. And that first wicket going down on 111, Libby bowled by Simon Harmer, trying to cut one that was a bit too close to him. He was out for 41. That became 132 for 2 when Daryl Mitchell was caught at short leg by Ryan Tendishkata off Harmer for 67. And 2 balls later, Gareth Roderick, who's struggling for form at the moment, was bowled by Harmer without scoring, and that was 132 for 3. It was 135 for 3 at lunch, and Worcestershire was staring down the barrel a bit. Here comes Walter in again and bowls to D'Oliveira, who I think we're going to get a leg by here. She's gone down to third man as he tried to turn it away on the leg side off his left hip, and indeed leg by is signalled by umpire Rob White. So 215 for 3 represents a good rebuilding effort by these two. They've now added 84 for this 4th wicket. And as I say, although they've not done it without any scares, they've done it without any really lucky escapes. A couple of very sharp half chances to Alistair Cook at slip. Here's Walter. He's in again. He bowls to Fell, who drives beautifully. Lovely shot, but sadly for him, straight to the fielder at extra cover. And there's no run. And elsewhere in this group, important wicket for Durham, because Chris Rushworth has got rid of Rob Yates for 34, Sam Hain is 21, and Warwickshire at 80 for 3 are 224 behind Durham in their 2nd innings. So it's looking good still for Durham to join Nottinghamshire at the victors table in this group, in this round of games. As Walter comes in and bowls wide outside the off stump to Fell, who leaves that one alone. Tumbling stop from Adam Wheater. End of the over from Walter. 6 overs. Actually it might be 2. 6 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 18 for him. Harmer still the sole wicket taker. 28 overs, 11 maidens. 3 for 46. Fell has 46. D'Oliveira 39. Worcestershire 216 for 3. And we'll give you the details tomorrow as and when they emerge. But the fact is that if Durham and Nottinghamshire win and this is a draw, we know Notts have won already, then as I say, you can literally cover all the sides in this group with a very small range of points. I mean, it's going to be quite a remarkable table at the end of this round of games if that happens, because Notts are currently 2nd after that win and Durham will currently last, but they're going to make a big jump if they can win that particular game. Harmer bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and it's left alone by D'Oliveira, who's taken much of a strike recently. He's on 39. So Nottinghamshire have gone up to 2nd place on 51 points, and these two sides will take 8 for a draw if that's the case. So this one hits the pad and bobs up to Alistair Cook, who takes that one at first slip, but unfortunately there's no contact from the bat, so that's going to mean there's no particular celebration for that. So here's Cook again, and that's cut away off the back foot. Good looking shot for at least 2. It's been chased back towards the deep backward point boundary. They've taken the 2nd run, and Sam Cook will return the ball now. Now Essex started on 37 points. They've taken 3 for batting, and if they take 3 for bowling and draw the game, they'll actually join Notts on 51. And as I say, there's going to be lots of sides all around them in very close proximity, so it will be quite a remarkable looking table. 218 for 3, and that's outside the off stump and left alone. I mean, the one side it might be slightly adrift to Derbyshire, but the other 5, goodness me, it's going to be very tight, and sets up 2 intriguing games in the coming week, with Warwickshire and Worcestershire at Edgbaston, and Trent Bridge hosting Notts and Essex, and this is played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. 218 for 3, and if Worcestershire can draw this game, Frank, knowing they've played Essex twice, they'll probably be reasonable, although they haven't got the elusive win, but they'll probably be reasonably happy with their position. Yeah, they will, and you know, I'll add a little bit to that at the end of the over. Harmer with 3 round the bat and a short mid wicket, and this is played by D'Oliveira up to Sam Cook, who comes in from backward point to short cover to field. The end of the over, Harmer keeping it tight, but generally speaking has caused
less alarms than in that hour before lunch in which he took 3 wickets. He has 3 for 48, D'Oliveira has 41, Fell has 46, and it's 218 for 3. Essex made 561 for 8.
Yes, if Worcestershire draw this game, they'll still be right in touch with the teams at the top of the group, and yet they'll still feel they've yet to play really good cricket for a whole game. Having said that, if they draw this game, you could argue they've probably played reasonably good cricket for the whole game, because they didn't bowl badly. They just didn't make breakthroughs, and if they draw the game, they'll have batted reasonably well, I suppose, for a couple of days. But there is a feeling, I think, that as yet it hasn't all come together. A batting and a bowling performance held together for a whole 4 days, so they might feel that they've stayed in touch. Because they've escaped with 2 draws, really, the one at Chelmsford and the one at Derby, so they might feel that they've just kept in touch without hitting form, and it's a bit like a football team that's that gets results without really playing that well, and in that sense I think they'll probably feel that things have gone reasonably well for them. That's a realistic assessment, I think, of the way that it's gone. Here's Paul Walter, left arm over the wicket, he's in, he bowls to Fell, he leaves that alone outside off stump, and there's no run. 218 for 3.
Yeah, Fell has lost his fluency, but he's hanging in there. Maybe the change of ball will come at a good time for him.
Yeah, I would say so. I think they're probably both in need of a little bit of a break.
And we've got a break coming up in about 8 minutes' time.
It'll be a long last session, and the light might play a part in that.
May not get through the whole of the final session.
218 for 3. Paul Walter coming in from the New Road end, bowls to Fell, who pushes this out on the offside. And I think we probably need a break as well, don't we?
I think so.
I was interested.
Been running around with my reports. And
talking to Brian Halford at lunchtime, who used to do this job for Warwickshire, and he said, are there only 2 of you now doing this? And I said, yeah, that's the way it's been since the Bob Willis Trophy. And he said, goodness me, it's a long day and it's hard work. And I hasten to add, I'm well aware that 95% of the listeners would give their right arms to be here in the ground doing what we're doing and watching, because we're very lucky to be able to do that.
Yes.
Walter bowls and Fell cuts and misses. It's wide and it's taken by Wheater.
When you think that so many people would just like to be in the ground watching the game, and yes, you can see it on sort of YouTube, and it looks it's like watching it on TV. But they, particularly if you had a nice day and it's a decent forecast tomorrow, even though it's still a bit chilly, but it's nice enough in the sunshine, and it's just a shame. And obviously, county cricket has not been the chosen one.
Well, Worcestershire's 4th wicket pair of Brett D'Oliveira and Tom Fell are still at the crease. Occupying the crease rather than scoring runs is the name of the game, and neither of them finding runs easy to come by. In fact, particularly Tom Fell in the last hour or so has been really becalmed, but they're holding out against this Essex attack, which is mostly the threat coming from the off-spinner Simon Harmer, who took all 3 wickets to fall this morning. But at the moment, as I say, the 4th wicket pair holding firm. They came together with the score on 132, and so far, with Tom Fell on 46 off 123 balls and Brett D'Oliveira on 41 off 100 balls, Worcestershire are 218 for 3, and tea will be taken in about 5 minutes' time.
That one just passed outside the off stump and left alone. Here's a thought: if Worcestershire can get to 300 and draw the game, they'll be a point ahead of both Essex and Notts in the table.
Yeah, and there you go, and that really would emphasise what we've been saying. Walter outside the off stump to Fell, let through to Wheater, 218 for 3. But having said that, that they escaped with the draw at Chelmsford and at Derby, which they did. If they draw this, Worcestershire's kind of contribution to the draw, if you like, will be quite similar to what Notts' contribution to the draw was here last week, which is, they've batted on and on and on because that's all they could do. And you wouldn't really say, if Worcestershire draw this game, I wouldn't really say that Essex played a great deal better than Worcestershire. It's just that they scored their runs early in the game,
Yes.
and Worcestershire did their batting later in the game.
At the moment, that's the way
If
it
that
looks,
makes
isn't
sense.
it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Taunton latest is Middlesex 85 for 7, 174 ahead of Somerset. What an intriguing game that's turning out to be. Josh Davey 3 for 6 in 9 overs, and Craig Overton 3 for 28 in 12. So Somerset, as ever, keeping themselves in contention in that one. And the other sort of game that sort of had quite top billing at the moment is Yorkshire Northants, which is an interesting one. Yorkshire 247 all out. So Northants set 220 to win and 9 for no wicket. So that will be back-to-back wins for Northants if they can get it. And it would certainly be interesting in a group, but you think Yorkshire and Lancashire are likely to pull away in. That would certainly unsettle things. That's played defensively at the first ball of a new over. D'Oliveira playing up into the offside, and there's no run. Lancashire fought back against Sussex. Sussex 131 for 7, but still lead by 229 at Hove. So again, that game is now starting to become a really intriguing one. Lancashire do bat an awful long way down. They've shown that a couple of times this season. Here's a delivery which is just turning gently, and D'Oliveira gets inside the line, and it goes through to Wheater. D'Oliveira seems to have taken Harmer almost exclusively for the last half hour or so. Fell has been stuck in the 40s for a while, but it won't matter if he can get in at tee. From Worcestershire's perspective, this is played with an angled bat for at least a single. It's going to be gathered in by Sam Cook, running around from backward point, filling it about halfway back to the third man boundary. And the blue sky we had over the cathedral earlier has gone, but it may be back tomorrow morning, and that will be enough of an excuse for me to get to the ground early tomorrow to go for a walk and enjoy the surrounds here. As Harmer bowls, and that's just played with a push forward by Fell up towards mid wicket, and there's no run.
and Dan Lawrence, not Dan Lawrence, it's who is it? Tom Wesley at mid wicket does a lovely little juggle, flicks the ball up with his foot to save bending down. And
Harmer bowls, and it's again just defensive stroke.
And does about six keepy uppies, really skillful with his right foot, flicks the ball up into his hands and then drops it onto the ground and has to bend down and pick it up anyway.
Some intriguing games around actually in Conference 2, Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Harmer bowling, and that one just hurries on a little bit, but again played defensively, just down towards backward point, no run. 219 for 3, D'Oliveira 42, Fell 46. Yeah, Leicestershire, decent position, 199 ahead at 53 for 1 in their second innings. Gloucestershire having been bowled out for 275, so they're in the box seat there. Leicestershire, can they manage to push through for a victory?
Yeah, well, they don't get many, do they? So no. they'll be hoping.
Got a famous one in 20, I think it might have been 16, against Essex at Chelmsford.
We're going to see Dan Lawrence coming into the attack. Now, we thought we'd see him earlier, but they've kept persisting with the seamer rotation at this end, but none of them have been able to make any inroads. There's in fact, why not give you the bowling figures, because we're coming up to tea. So Sam Cook 14 overs 5 maidens, no wicket for 35. Peter Siddle 14 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 49. Snater 11 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 55. Walter 7 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. Dan Lawrence just had 1 over last night and went for 2 runs, and the wicket taker, of course, Simon Harmer, 30 overs 11 maidens and 3 for 49. But to me, Dan Lawrence is more than a part-time off spinner. He's quite a tidy bowler. Does spin the ball quite hard, I think, and he's got a slip and a short leg in as he comes in now from the New Road end and bowls with that sort of very characteristic action, sort of quite windmilly, arms waving, driven up by D'Oliveira to mid-off. Once he actually gets to the crease, the delivery is fairly conventional, but there's quite a bit of unusual arm movement on the way in. He's in now, swings both his arms back, he's in, he bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward to this one, pushing out on the offside, and there's no addition. 219 for 3. Tea is imminent. So far Worcestershire have not lost a wicket in this session. There's Lawrence in once more. He bowls, and that one is left alone by Dolliver, and a massive shout for LBW. He's left it alone way outside the off stump. Just have a look at the replay. No, it didn't turn anywhere near enough. It turned a bit, but it still would have missed the off stump by a good margin, I think. So, umpire Rob White unimpressed. You can understand the excitement of the fielders, because when you work so hard to try and make a breakthrough, any sniff of an opportunity is enough to get you excited, but nothing doing on that occasion. It's Lawrence in again then from the New Road end, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and just running this one down to slip off the face of the bat, and picked up by Alistair Cook. Hands in pockets, it slip. Getting a taste of his own medicine, Alistair Cook, I suppose. Having batted for so long. He did say it's a difficult pitch to score quickly on. And Lawrence is in, bowls, and D'Oliveira again pushes out on the offside. And there's no run.
Well, it's been a good session for Worcestershire. They've got over that tricky position at lunch, because it was, with the 3 wickets having gone down in quick succession. And they've coped with Harmer pretty well.
Here's Lawrence again. In now. Bowls, and D'Oliveira lets this one go down the leg side. It's taken by Wheater, and the players leave the field for tea with Worcestershire on 219 for 3, Brett D'Oliveira on 42, and Tom Fell on 46. So this excellent partnership worth 87 runs so far for the 4th wicket, and a wicketless afternoon session, which will be good news for the home side, but something of a disappointment for the visitors. And please do rejoin us when play resumes, which will be just about 4:30. Thank you for listening.
Good work. It'll feel a bit earlier than that.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they haven't eaten all the cake. There you go. Press box etiquette. Leave some for the broadcast. Oh. I've got to do 3 minutes past 5, I think, and maybe one other one.
Yeah, mine are a bit more. They're on time, but they're a bit more relaxed because Trevor's doing it. He does an afternoon sports show.
Yeah.
So he can. It's not sort of 20 seconds into the news. Play just about to resume after the tea interval, so what have we got? 34 overs left in the day for Worcestershire to bat through. They've only lost 3 wickets today, so it's kind of mission half accomplished, I suppose you could say. The object is to bat for the whole of the remainder of the game, really, to save this one after Essex made 561 for 8. Good start by Worcestershire this morning, with Livy and Mitchell putting on 111 for the first wicket, but then 3 quick wickets to Essex's master off-spinner Simon Harmer just before the lunch interval saw Worcestershire reduced to 132 for 3. Livy out for 41, Mitchell 67, and Roderick without scoring. But we've seen a very good partnership for the 4th wicket so far between Tom Fell on 46 and Brett D'Oliveira on 42. They went through the afternoon session unscathed, and Worcestershire are 219 for 3, and we're just about to start after tea, and it's Simon Harmer from the Diglis end, the Essex off-spinner, who's already taken 20 wickets this season, who's looking to lead the attack. But as far as Worcestershire are concerned, a good day so far, and they'll be hoping they can get through the rest of this evening session without any further loss.
And here is Harmer to start this post-tea session, and he bowls, and that's just played defensively by Fell up into the offside, and there's no run. So yes, welcome back, and we've got a bit more blue sky than we had before tea. We've got blue sky over the cathedral, which is encouraging as Harmer bowls again, and just a defensive stroke head right over the ball, just rolls up and into the offside and is gathered in there by Wheater.
Is it me or you?
Yeah, you
I'll do
carry
this
on.
one. Yeah,
Yes.
we decided we'd swap ends.
Yes, that's right. Oh, I forgot that.
For a bit of variety.
The last thing we talked about, I've forgotten it.
Harmer from the Diglis end then. He's in, he bowls, and that's nicely driven by Tom Fell. Over pitch on off stump and eased rather than smashed through the covers. Lovely shot by Fell. Really timed it nicely. High left elbow, bent front knee, pushed through the covers, brings up his 50. Applause from his teammates in the pavilion. It's not been a rapid affair, Fell's 50. It's come off 131 balls, and it has included 8 fours, but it's been valuable, and it's been admirable.
Yes, it has. It's been.
Here's Harmer again, bowls, and he pushes up to mid on no run. 223 for 3.
It's particularly the first 40 runs. It's quite positive, intense, and very fine boundary strokes. And actually, that's the freest stroke he's played for about an hour. It's a really nice stroke through the covers.
Waits again as Harmer comes in, bowls, and Fell just pushes out on the onside, and that's the end of the over. He gets through his overs pretty quickly, does Simon Harmer, particularly when the batsmen aren't looking to score very quick. It's not the end of the over. It's only 5 balls gone, so there you are. He doesn't get there in that quickly. And he's in again. He's through that one now, and it's pushed defensively by Fell. End of the first over after tea. 223 for 3. And as I say, just to repeat, Tom Fell's 50, 108 balls and 8 fours.
Yes, very impressive. And initially he led the way in this partnership with D'Oliveira, but D'Oliveira sort of scored the greater weight of the runs perhaps in the second hour of the last session. But 223 for 3.
Sorry, not 108 balls, 132 balls.
Yes, not quite as quick, but still very good indeed. And Worcestershire's position a lot better than it was when Roderick was out second ball earlier on. I guess they're hoping that Gareth Roderick will rediscover some of that Gloucestershire form that attracted Worcestershire's attention, because he's not had the happiest of starts, has he?
No, it's always difficult, isn't it, for a player when he moves county, I think, and they obviously go into a new county hoping for a great start. It hasn't worked for him, and he's just got to keep plugging away. Somebody said the other day, you know, there are other batsmen pushing for places in the side, and is he lucky to stay in, and will he get a bit longer, will he get a few more opportunities because he's new? And I said I don't know if he will, but I could fully understand it if he did, because when you sign a player, you don't want to put him under too much pressure. You want to say, look, you know, we believe in you, we think you can play, and we're not saying you can have 6 innings, and if you don't make 100, we're going to drop you. So they will be patient with him. They wouldn't have signed him if they didn't think he was a good player. He had a strange experience last year, Nick, first time I've ever known it, of playing against Worcestershire in the Bob Willis Trophy when he'd already signed for Worcestershire. So he knew he was going to play for Worcestershire next season. Yes. but it was going to be released at the end of the season.
So
and he played
Lawrence
against us.
It's going to continue from the new road end, so we've got spin at both ends, and quite an attacking field with a silly point in. There's also a slip, a short leg and a short mid-wicket, and a mid-off and a mid-on. There's a deep square leg, a short fine leg and a deep backward point. And here is Lawrence bowling to the right-handed D'Oliveira, who's not totally in control of that. It comes down off a thickish edge and runs down towards the third man boundary. Alistair Cook gives it good chase, but can't prevent the third run. So yep, he's the mystery man, Dan Lawrence, with his bowling, which who knows, if he is to develop an international career, might even see him bowling at international level as a sort of like a fill-in potential partnership breaker. But whether he's going to get into that opening test side against New Zealand in the absence of perhaps one or two who might not be available, it'll be interesting, as that's driven up towards mid-off and there's no run. But certainly played a couple of good knocks during the winter. I think it helped him not batting at number 3. 226 for 3 here, as Lawrence with a twirl of the arms bowls, and that's just played from the crease defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And the Grumbler says, need wickets if we're to move this along. Nothing in the afternoon session. Absolutely. Essex have got to make something happen here. Need 3 wickets in this session as a minimum, you would have thought. We still have 33 overs to go, so we're expecting a close at the moment around about 6:30, 6:40, as that's played defensively back down the pitch and there's no run. But we could have the overs whittling by quite quickly with the 2 spinners on. Although, having said that, this is the 80th over, and I imagine that Tom Westley would want to take a new ball and reintroduce Sam Cook and Peter Siddle for a spell, and then bring back the spinners later perhaps with a relatively new ball. Here's a nice stroke off the back foot for a single by Feld, taken to 51, gathered in by Walter on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Do you think a lot might depend on how much Harmer fancies bowling with?
Yes, I think it will be Cook and Siddle, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Harmer, say, by the 10th over, bowling with the new ball and seeing if he can cause some problems with that. It's not the ideal pitch for him, but who knows, he might just be able to make something happen in that regard. 227 for 3, and this is a stifled appeal. Certainly Lawrence is getting a little bit of assistance and takes his bowling seriously enough to be looking suitably disappointed with the fact that he didn't get anything in his favour there, as Peter Siddle just gives him a sort of pat on the side as if encourage him. But I suspect he'll be taken out of the attack now, because that is the 80 over mark. 227 for 3, D'Oliveira 45 and Fell 51.
Yes, Sam Cook is coming into the attack. I think we're going to see the new ball taken straight away. Just having a look now. Umpire signalling to the scorers that the new ball is being taken. Umpire Graham Lloyd with his black gloves on at the far end, just giving us a wave, and he's got the new ball in his hand, just indicating to all concerned that it is being taken. So the new ball being taken immediately that it's available, and I think that's a good move, because Harmer's toiled away throughout the afternoon without getting a further wicket. Excellent figures from him, 31 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 53, but Sam Cook is going to take the new ball from the Diglis end now.
So Nottinghamshire have a win, and Durham are getting closer and closer. Warwickshire 95 for 5, still 209 behind. So we'll need that just to make Durham bat again. And Yates, Hayne and Lamb all out, 2 to Rushworth, 2 to Bryden Cass. Tim Bresnan, who's more than capable of hanging around for a while with a bat and annoying a bowling side. I'll give you a little story on Tim Bresnan after this ball, but yes, he might still be an obstacle. And Michael Burgess, the keeper, is in with him, and Danny Briggs, of course, who got runs against Essex. But you feel Durham are doing enough there. Still a day to go.
Here comes Sam Cook from the Diglis end, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Fell. He's in, he bowls, and Fell is taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW. That's the one. That's the Fell dismissal that we have seen frequently where he just falls over it a little bit with his head and gets outside the line, but umpire Graham Lloyd deciding on this occasion that it wasn't going on to hit the stumps. Just watching a replay now, and yeah, I think possibly just drifting down, just enough in it, but Fell will take a deep breath and say, come on, let's just make sure I stand up straight and play straight, get through this new ball. 227 for 3. Fell on 51. He's played really well. Waits now. Cook is in again, bowls to him, and he drives at this one and misses outside the off stump. A little bit wide, possibly could have left it. Yeah, he could have left it, went for it. It was full, to be fair, it was there to drive, but with the new ball just having been taken and having been perturbed by the previous ball, I think he probably just played a shot that he shouldn't have at that one.
Yes, I think so, because Cook won't mind going for a couple of boundaries through the covers if the third time he edges to slip. Exactly. Assuming Sir Alice has got his catching hands back.
In comes Cook and bowls to Fell, who does drive this time. It's a straighter delivery though, and he hits it straight to the fielder at mid-off, who is Ryan Tender-Charter. 227 for 3.
So there was this odd match between Essex and England as a warm-up for an Ashes series, I think. I can't remember what year it was, 13 or 15 probably. And England's top order failed, but Tim Bresnan, coming in about number 7, made 100. And the thought was that there was a packed crowd for this event.
As Cook comes in again and bowls to Fell, who's beaten again and hit on the pad, this time on the back foot. Going back, it kept a bit low, I think, that one, and nipped back and hit him on the pad, but probably doing too much going down the leg side. Strangled appeal. Nervous over though.
And apparently one or two people tried to get their money back on the basis they hadn't come to Chelmsford to see Tim Bresnan get 100. There were various stars who had all fallen by the wayside in the top order, but no, that was an odd game. I think it eventually lost its first class status, and all sorts of things were going on with people pulling out and whatever.
In comes Cook again. He bowls, and that one's wide outside the off stump and left alone by Fell and taken by keeper Adam Wheater, moving away to his right. He's a likeable cricketer, Tim Bresnan. In a modern age, maybe the last of the throwbacks, isn't he? You can imagine him having played the game 20 or 30 years ago.
Yes,
Tim Bresnan.
sounds like a Mike Hendricks.
Yeah, sort of, good, decent all-rounder, and one of the lads and one of the people, and I mean that in exactly, I hope in a complimentary way. Really good character. In comes Cook and bowls to Fell, who plays just about the best shot of the over, really. Very solid forward defensive up to mid-off, but it was the first over with the new ball. It was slightly threatening. 227 for 3. D'Oliveira 45 and Fell now on 51. 31 overs left in the day. Worcestershire battling on.
Yes, and I say Warwickshire, of course, just beaten Essex, so he's sort of very much thinking about that. He's a useful man to have around as like a mentor, I guess, and with some young players in that side. Obviously he's got the batting prowess as well as bowling, but I can see where he fits in there. And but Warwickshire are going to do well, and probably need something from Bresnan to have any chance of saving that game against Durham. They just looked to be too far behind after their first innings disaster when they were at one point 30 for 8, but managed to find their way up to 87. A strange round of games actually, with a couple of very, very low scores, as this is run down towards third man. First ball of the new over from Siddle. He won't be very pleased with that, because it's been played with somewhat contemptuous ease by D'Oliveira, just off an open face down to the third man boundary for 4. He'll not want to see that again. It was a pretty loose delivery, and he just reached it really and just steered it very carefully wide of slip for 4, and he goes to 49. It's been an impressive knock. 231 for 3. The stand is 99, and Siddle will want to put that one to bed and see if he can get something a bit closer to what he wants. So the new ball has been taken. Can Essex make an impact with that, and that would then open the door to Harmer later on in the session. Here is Siddle bowling again. That's more like it. You expect that from Peter Siddle. Bowls a pretty loose ball first up, and then one which is pretty much on the mark, off stump, just leaving the batsman who
just did a bit
yeah,
of that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a little bit more like it. So, yeah, some sunshine over the cathedral. Pretty chilly this evening, I'm sure it will be.
Pretty grey over
yeah,
to the
yeah.
southwest, isn't it?
We might get through a full session, but if that brightness goes, I think we might not quite make it. Here's the next delivery from Siddle, which just turns round D'Oliveira, and he plays it defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Still time for any email contributions you'd like to make, so bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, and look forward to hearing from you, if not this afternoon then tomorrow morning. With any further thoughts on this game or past games?
Yeah, we can't really see where the weather's coming from because it's over our
Siddle
heads.
bowls again and just eased away through the covers for 2. That was a really nice stroke. It was just played off the back foot, and a long chase back for Tenderscott. He was always favourite to get to it. He did. Snater was there to back up if needed, but those 2 runs have taken D'Oliveira to a fine 50 from 115 balls. He joins Fell on 51 actually, and also the pair have completed their century partnership, so a succession of milestones. 233 for 3. Remember, if Worcestershire get to 300 and draw, they'll be ahead of Essex, still be ahead of Essex in the table. The Siddle bowls, and that's clipped away around the corner for probably just the 1, because Fine Leg will get in and stop the second run. Indeed, that's what happens. Cook got to that quickly. In front of the, of course, the unoccupied seats of the Basil D'Oliveira stand, white bucket seats away on the far side of the ground, and the green and sort of well, what colour would we say for the sort of the yellowish ones in front of the hotel?
Yeah,
off yellow.
Cream,
yes,
yes,
yeah. And of course the members area, which soon will be, and the ladies pavilion, which will soon will have crowds back. This is played defensively, just defensively back down the pitch, and there's Nick Brown, who missed out a bit with the bat earlier on in the game, and there's no run. Yes, the ladies pavilion. You'll see some chairs in there. It looks like it's all sort of stacked up together, the chairs and tables in there, but
flood rescue.
Yes, that's right.
Measures.
Yeah, I can understand that, just to get everything into place to make sure the damage is minimised. But the traditional brown benches on the rows there, which will soon be occupied again. 234 for 3. D'Oliveira 52 and Fell 51.
Details of D'Oliveira's 50. 115 balls, 5 fours. Fell's 50, 132 balls, 8 fours, and they've just kept each other going, this pair. I say this so often. Used to get, well, not get fed up with saying, but you know, it was like a broken record when you're coaching teams and you say to a batting side before an innings, when a partnership forms, let's recognise it. His Cookie's in. Bowls to D'Oliveira, plays defensively, no run. You know, we've had 2 partnerships in this innings, one between Libby and Mitchell, and this one between D'Oliveira and Fell. There have been other batsmen out there, but we haven't had partnerships, and it takes a while for a partnership to develop. And when it does, when you get to that point where you think, right, we've been together now for 35, 40 minutes, maybe an hour, we've added 20, we've steadied the ship, we've formed a partnership, you have to keep reminding each other, let's not give it away. Let's make sure we make this partnership really count. Cook is in, bowls to D'Oliveira, steers this behind square on the offside, and it's so important, I think, that batsmen do that, and equally that they take individual responsibility. You know, they think, right, I'm in, I've got past those early overs, I've got settled, I've got my 20 or my 25, I've faced my 50 balls or so, I'm now officially in, although you can't be officially in, you know what I mean, I hope. And if you are, you've now got to make it count. Don't give it away. Don't throw it away. That's what these 2 will be saying. That's what they'll be saying to each other. As Sam Cook is in again from the Diglis end, bowls. D'Oliveira pushes defensively out on the offside. There's no run. And I think when in Cook's last over, when Fell was hit on the pad and then played and missed, D'Oliveira went down to him, you know, and had a little chat with him. I was sure that's what it would be, and I don't think Brett D'Oliveira, well, no, Brett's not the sort of character that would go down and say, "Oi, you!" But he'd just go down and say, "Come on, mate, let's make sure we don't throw this away. Let's not undo all our good work. Let's concentrate hard." And so far, they're keeping each other going as D'Oliveira drives Cook for 4. square drive on the offside, lovely shot, nicely timed, and through the gap just behind square on the offside for his 6th boundary, taking him on to 56 and the total to 238 for 3.
Yeah, it was a nice stroke, just eased away off the back foot and past Snater, and it's been a very good partnership this, and as I say, could prove to be a match saver. And really they're ambitious. They should be looking at what, 30 overs left. Let's see how many of those we can get through together. It just minimises the risk of any significant damage being done for Worcestershire this evening.
Sam Cook in again then to bowl to D'Oliveira, and bowls, and D'Oliveira lets this go outside the off stump, taken low down by Adam Wheater, very low down, almost on his bootlaces really, and D'Oliveira happy to let that one go by. So it's been, yeah, well, the word that Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, used to me on the first evening to describe the first day's play was attritional.
Yes.
And I don't think anything that's happened subsequently has made that anything more than entirely appropriate. And this is what professional cricket's all about. I think you've got to go through days like this in the field and with the bat. Cook is in, bowls, and D'Oliveira's forward, pushes it out on the offside. End of another tidy over from Sam Cook, but he did get driven for that one boundary. 16 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 39, his figures. 238 for 3 Worcestershire.
Yes, and I think we're seeing this happening in quite a lot of games, with the generally good pitches for batting, sides having to field for 2+ days in a strong position in the game. And we give an example of another one recently where Hampshire were in the field for over 2 days against Gloucestershire and ended up taking 19 of the 20 wickets that they needed, and the disappointment from not doing that was carried over into their fairly abysmal performance against Surrey in the current game. And obviously there's the wear and tear of the bowling attack, and of course slight concern about being out in the field again on Thursday morning, and therefore the need for rotation. As here's a delivery from Siddle, which, like the first over he bowled with a new ball, is perhaps what he'll consider to be the most disappointing of the over, because it's slanted down the leg side and there's no threat, and he'll be looking to be more of a challenge with the next one. I'm sure he'll fancy his chances of doing so. So brightness to our left over the Cathedral, gloom away to our right at the Diglis end, and the car park there. It's looking, quite a lot of cloud cover there. As here's an appeal for LBW. That's a good shout. Just cutting into the right-hander fell, and as we said, he'll bowl a loose delivery to start with, and then, as he did in the previous over, he'll get one right on the mark, and that was a good shout for LBW.
Just going down the leg side, I think, watching the replay.
So Taunton, tense situation, seamless pitch. Will Middlesex's 357 proved to be a match winner in the first innings, but they're 105 for 8, 194 ahead of Somerset, with Craig Overton 4 for 34 and Josh Davies 3 for 16. So Somerset, as ever, putting themselves round. 238 for 3. Siddle bowls, and that's just played a defensive push up into the offside, and there is no run.
Can I just throw in one score from elsewhere, Nick? I hope you don't mind. Norwich City 4.
Oh yeah,
Reading 1. So Norwich City champions of the championship, and anybody who listens to me regularly will know my Norwich City affiliation. So that's just a completely self-indulgent moment.
Well, there is a moment which I think is not far off if it hasn't already happened in League 2, which is going to be something to check to see what the current state of play is. As that one is just turned around the corner down to fine leg, down to Sam Cook, and think of a second run on the throw, and they get it. So Fell goes up by 2 to 53, and it's 240 for 3. Yeah, down there in Division 2, Southend are beating Barrow 2-1. Barrow with nothing to play for now, but the problem is that Scunthorpe are still... Scunthorpe have just drawn 0-0 with Bradford, and that means that Southend, even though that game is still going on, are relegated from the Football League, which is a sad moment for Essex Sport, because they've been a mainstay for so long. That one is a play and a miss. Actually, just pushed it. He's actually hit it. He's hit it back down into the offside, and there's no run. It goes up to 10 to Scarter. But yes, that League 2 table tells us that Southend on 44 with 1 to play, and Scunthorpe on 48 with 1 to play. So that is the end for Southend formally, and let's wish them a speedy return. So I should be going into the doubtless very downbeat sports programme in about 5 minutes to give them some more downbeat news from Worcester from an Essex perspective at the moment anyway. But here's a delivery from Siddle, which just turns the batsman round slightly. He's looking to work it away into the onside, but he doesn't go through with any appeal. So 240 for 3, D'Oliveira 56 and Fell 53. These two have now put on 108. And just to remind you, way back in the game, Essex made 561 for 8 declared, which dare I say is looking like, well, it's not a pass score so to speak, but it's sort of in line with the fact that it's hard to take wickets on this pitch.
Yep, the 3 wickets that have been taken by Simon Harmer, and they were taken in a little clutch just before lunch. Jake Libby bowled for 41, Daryl Mitchell caught at short leg for 67, and Gareth Roderick bowled without scoring. Those wickets going down on 111, and then the last 2 on 132. Here's Sam Cook in, bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives back past the bowler, and it's fielded by Dan Lawrence coming across from mid-off. No, it's not. It's fielded by Ryan Tendiscott, I beg your pardon. Dan Lawrence is at extra cover. Anyway, no run. 240 for 3, and no successes for Essex since lunch. Bit of a problem with the ball now. I think Graham Lloyd, Sam Cook's asked the umpire to have a look at it. It's only 10 minutes old.
It's not doing enough. That's what the fielding side is saying.
And he's saying, "What do you
don't
think?
like this one?"
They're complaining about it. He's having another look. He's having a stroll in. He's got it in his black gloves.
It'll go through the hoop or whatever they do.
Fingerless. Black gloves. He's asking for another one, I think.
Well, this one will swing sideways and Worcester won't be happy.
Yeah.
Brian in Harlow, hello. And you say, do you think that 8 points for a draw is making for more drawn games? I'm thinking maybe 5 would be appropriate. Thanks for your comments, and you're enjoying the streaming and the commentary. Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, I think it's one of the talking points at the moment. It was suggested by Joe Root, of course, and ECB promptly said, "Oh, Joe Root suggested it, we better do it."
Yeah.
There were 8 points for a draw last year. There were reasons for that, because it was to, I think it was in case a side had only 5 matches in the group and you had a rain out, it could really ruin your chances. But I like a little bit of an incentive to fight for the draw, but I think 8's a little bit too many. We thought at one point, that Warwickshire, when they were chasing Essex's total, I was thinking, well, if they finish level, don't they get 16 points anyway? 8 points for the side batting second, level on. So once they got to the level point, I thought, apparently that rule's gone because of the 8 points for a draw. There used to be a reward where if you were the side batting 4th and it wasn't tied, but you got to level in the game, but it wasn't a tie. You just didn't get that extra run. You still got some points. But yes, I think 8 is a bit much. Maybe 6, but I do like a little bit of an incentive to fight for the draw. I thought 3 was too few. I think we had 3 at one point, didn't we? If I remember rightly. Because of course these rules have chopped and changed. But no, I do think 8 is a little bit too much, because today you do have the anomaly where Worcestershire, if they get to 300, will still be ahead of Essex in the table, even though Essex have won a game and Worcestershire haven't. But that is the nature of the points.
I suppose you could argue that Essex have also lost a game and Worcestershire haven't, but that's being facetious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really,
I mean, it's just one. I still think 6 is okay. I think 8's a touch too much. The good point that's been made by people is if you win a Premier League game, you get 3 times the points if you draw one. So 16 and 5, 16 and 6, 16 and 5 is a bit more than 3 to 1.
I think there ought to be possibly more of a discrepancy. You haven't missed any cricket whatsoever, because we've changed the ball. Sam Cook into D'Oliveira, and he likes the new one, because that one's gone past the bat. It's actually done a bit off the pitch, that one, but the ball was only 4.2 overs old, and it was changed. It was changed. Graham Lloyd had a look at it. Maybe it'd gone out of shape, or some stitching had to come out. They found one that's an acceptable replacement. Probably not brand new. Maybe one that's just been knocked around just a tiny bit. But anyway, everybody seems happy with it. And Sam Cook, is running in with it in his right hand now as he comes in from the Diglis end and bowls to D'Oliveira, who clips it very nicely away off his legs to square leg. He'll get one, he won't get two, because Peter Siddle's running round the boundary to do the fielding.
I'm going to do a can't give you any good news here type report for our Essex Sports programme, which will be a bit downbeat with Southend's relegation. I'll see you in a few minutes, Frank.
Thanks very much to Nick Leadhill of BBC Radio Essex. Off to update into their sports programme. I'll be doing the same into BBC Hereford and Worcester sports programme very shortly, with the news that Worcestershire are 241 for 3. D'Oliveira 57. Cook, the bowler from the Diglis end, coming in now to bowl to Tom Fell. That one keeps a bit low and Fell jams his bat down on it at the last minute, and Sam Cook, the bowler, throws his arms up in the air because he knows that if that one had sneaked past the bat it would have been either bowled or LBW, but Fell managing to get down on it, goes down the pitch for a little chat with his mate, little glove tap, well done, keep going, don't give it away. Such a good partnership for Worcestershire, this one, after they were rocking at lunch, 132 for 3. They've added 109 so far, these two. As Cook is in again, bowls to Fell, who drives up to mid-on. Walter is the fielder. No, he's not. Brown is the fielder, and there's no addition to the score. So, attritional, professional, and determined, all adjectives you could apply to the Worcestershire effort today, and patient and dogged you could say to the Essex effort, although I have to say that Harmer has easily been the most threatening of the bowlers, as Cook is in again and bowls, and again as Fell blocks it up to mid-on, Cook throws his head skywards, raises his arms as if to implore some heavenly assistance in trying to get a little bit more response from this docile surface that we've seen here at New Road. Essex, remember, 561 for 8 declared, and Worcestershire today have only lost 3 wickets. They all fell in the space of about 20 minutes just before the lunch interval, when Simon Harmer was weaving a little bit of magic with his off spin from the Diglis end. 241 for 3. Peter Siddle will continue from the New Road end. He'll be bowling to D'Oliveira. 2 slips, as I have been for most of the time when the seamers have operated from this end. Wait now as Siddle comes in and bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out onto the offside and gets a run that he shouldn't have got, really, courtesy of a misfield by Tendiscarter, who really bent down to a ball that he would pick up, well, I guess, 95 times out of 100, and it just eluded his grasp and ran behind him just by a few yards, and they went through for a single. So D'Oliveira moves to 58, 242 for 310 now, this 4th wicket partnership. And Siddle moves in, bowls to Fell, who's forward to this, pushing back up the pitch. Bowler does his own fielding, and there is no addition to the score. I'm sure you've got observations to make, and if you have, you can get in touch with us. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com is the email address, and I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter, should you prefer to use that medium. Let us know what you think. In comes Siddle, bowls to Fell, who plays out on the onside, and there's no run. A lot of people might say it's a bad service. We've had lots of people saying it's a bad service for cricket because there's not enough happening, not enough in it. And I don't think anybody would argue with that, but we do provide the rider that the ground staff here at Worcester have done wonders to get any pitches out at all in April, given that this ground has been flooded twice this winter, and the most recent occasion only a few weeks ago, so grass growth has been very difficult. Here's Siddle in, again bowls to Fell, and that one, just as we saw a few times in the Essex innings, that one just taking off a little bit from a length. A really good delivery from Siddle, pitched the bat off and then lifted and left the right hander and went through to the keeper, who took it above his waist. Saw a few like that yesterday. Saw Dylan Pennington in particular, Charlie Morris bowled one in particular that rattled Tom Westley's hand, pinned his fingers to the handle. So there have been just a few like that in the game, and that one really climbed from Siddle. This one, however, doesn't, and Fell is rocking forward and just dropping it down on the onside. Score remains 242 for 3. D'Oliveira 58, very watchful, 126 deliveries. Fell 53, even more watchful, 158 deliveries, but both valuable innings for their side. As in comes Siddle again and bowls to Fell, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run on this occasion. And that's the end of the over. 242 for 3. How was it? Not too dismal, I hope?
Well, they were just sort of playing the commentary clips, of course, with Southend scoring, and then, of course, the result coming through at the end. And yeah, it was obviously something that had been coming for some time. But
I think our line's gone down, actually. I'm just going to check that. Excuse me. If you can hear me, I apologise. If not, I'm going to redial. We're back up. We're back up. I'm sorry if you lost our commentary there for a while.
We might.
It's a shame because it's my 5 minutes of the best commentary I've ever done.
I hopefully we haven't missed too much, but 242 for 3 is the score. D'Oliveira 58 and Fell 53.
Yes, you've got me again. I'm sorry about that. I have no idea what happened, but our line seemed to have gone down. We're back up now, and Worcestershire still going strong, I'm pleased to say. The fourth wicket pair have added 110 now. Brett D'Oliveira is on 58. He's faced 127 balls. Tom Fell's on 53. He's faced 159 balls. It's not been thrilling. It's not been exciting, but it has been extremely valuable. The new ball has been taken by Essex, so we've got their new ball pair of Sam Cook and Peter Siddle in operation at the moment, but so far the D'Oliveira Fell partnership standing firm, and Worcestershire are 242 for 3.
Slightly miscontrolled hook shot there from D'Oliveira, which quite an ambitious one, but decided to take it on. It fell short of fielder Peter Siddle on the fine leg boundary, and one more went to the total. So I'll leave the rest of this over with you, Frank, and we'll stick to our respective ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. And apologise again to anybody whose coverage was interrupted. It
Hopefully
was entirely beyond our control. We had no idea what happened. It does happen now and again. Here's Cook in again, bowls to Fell, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no addition to the score. I mean, basically, when you're listening to us, it's all really done through a phone line. That's the best way to explain it, I suppose, isn't it? And now and again, those phone lines go down for whatever reason, and we don't always find out straight away. We might notice a little light going out on our box, or we might receive a message from somebody somewhere. It does happen. 243 for 3 as Cook is in again and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Fell, who's been extremely watchful. I was just saying during the period when I think I might not have been on air that every now and again a ball has just done something. I can remember particular deliveries in the day. One on the last ball of the first day suddenly took off and took the shoulder of the bat and went through wicketkeeper Ben Cox's gloves and down to the boundary, and we saw Tom Wesley get his hand pinned onto the handle of the bat by Charlie Morris. In comes Cook, and he gets the breakthrough with a low catch by Wheater on the back foot. Fell, little outside edge, might have been a little bit of a movement away, and Wheater diving forward takes the catch. So Sam Cook gets his reward and celebrates extravagantly, and who can blame him? They've waited a long time for that, and Tom Fell's innings is over. He's out, caught by Wheater off the bowling of Cook for 53, and it's 243 for 4.
Yes, a nice new ball wicket that for Sam Cook, who's not been used to going 18 overs without a wicket, but that one just found a little bit of movement. It fell into a shot. Fell has not been as fluent since he got to the 40 mark, but he's battled away there for 162 deliveries and just getting the edge through to Wheat, a wicket that Essex urgently needed, and we're hoping that, as was the case in the morning session, they can get 2 or 3 more quickly here, because they need to have significant inroads in this Worcestershire innings before we get to the close. We have 25 overs now remaining, and Tom Fell is out for 53 with D'Oliveira on 59, and the partnership worth 111, which is in fact the same as the opening pair put together.
Yeah, it's a funny little coincidence, isn't it? What would you do now? Would you? I mean, you give Cook another over or two, and do you get Harmer back on?
Yeah, I think from Worcestershire's point of view, I'd say there's a trend here, sort of double Nelson.
Yeah.
111 being unlucky, but I tell you what, we'll take it on for a third time, and we'll see. We'll see if it falls at 111 again. I think they'd probably take that right now, because it would probably ensure the draw. But yeah, it's going to be Ricky Vessels, who I remember batting quite well, I think, in the reverse fixture.
Ricky Vessels only knows one way to play, doesn't he? And that's pretty much aggressively. He'll take the game to you, and he can turn things around. He can change games. An hour of Ricky Vessels can change the mood. I just wonder whether that's why I might bring Simon Harmer on. I don't know. I think it's an interesting one, but it's one. I could be completely wrong about this, but Ricky Vessels looks like one of the most relaxed cricketers in the world to me. Whatever the situation, just seems to play the same way, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. That's just the way it is. And he strolls out there. He'll take up that very aggressive stance that he uses with his feet set wide apart, slightly open front foot, and be pretty relaxed.
Yeah, he came in early, I think, on the third day, Ricky Vessels, when I think it was 40 odd for 4 as Siddle bowls. That's a useful delivery which gets bounce. And Essex are much happier with this second version of the new ball than the one they got first up, which they managed to get rid of, because that one has taken off compared to what we've seen previously, and has flown past D'Oliveira's bat, and that really would have taken him by surprise. So 243 for 4, just a hint of maybe a bit more to come here for Essex. Yes, of course, Jake Livery 180 not out from 496 balls, but there were a couple of big partnerships there, one with Vessels 54, and then Barnard 128 and Pennington 56. So he played his part as that one outside the off stump, and just played back to the bowler. 243 for 4, D'Oliveira 59 and Vessels no score. So the partnership very useful one for the 4th wicket, just as there was an important partnership with the 5th wicket, Vessels and Libby in the reverse fixture. So can Essex get a second breakthrough? Here is Siddle, and that's another one that's outside the off stump, but this time he sort of rather flails a bat at it. D'Oliveira looking a bit unsettled, having lost his partner, and
didn't bounce. It was lack of bounce that time.
That's a similar one to one we saw earlier, with low bounce and the batsman playing over the top of the ball. So just a little bit of a hint of something happening here belatedly for us.
A couple of messages worth mentioning. One says, Mark Stevens, Frank, how's the light? Well, it's not great, it's not perfect, but it's not stopping play light yet. Is the weather coming from the Malvern direction? Thanks. Well, no, it's not actually. It usually does, but it seems to be coming from over our heads from the north today, and it's getting a bit darker.
Siddle again outside the off stump and left line. I'm not sure we'll get through to 6:40. There's still 24 overs left after this, particularly if there's a lot of seam bowling, but we shall see. But Essex are struck with a new ball. Can they get 1 or 2 more tonight? 243 for 4. Hello to Adrian in Suffolk on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, saying you were there for the first 3 days of Essex against England, which was in 2013, the game we mentioned.
Did you get your money back?
I left when the game lost its first class status and players were being swapped between teams. That's right. This is driven away down the ground. That's a good looking shot, but it's been stopped by Siddle, slightly to my surprise. He managed to get his boot to that, got across very quickly and stop it in all its glory.
Good off his own ball.
It was a nice drive. Very crisp stroke from D'Oliveira. He's had a tough over. He gets one away and finds that the bowler's got his boot to it. So 243 for 4. And Adrian says, as I recall, the England team was test match batsmen and England A bowlers against a full strength Essex first team. and it was decreed that England had won the toss, and England peculiarly batted. That's a cut shot, and it goes away in the air over the head of Snape at backward point for 4. Took on the bounce there. There was a bit of extra bounce with this new ball, but that was a bit shorter. It's a controlled stroke. He just had to get it over the head of Snape. He did so. He goes to 63, D'Oliveira. It's 247 for 4, and Worcestershire on the verge of a second bonus point for their batting, which would double their overall tally for the game. They need to get another 3 runs for that, but they'll certainly have an eye on at least 1 more point with 22 overs left to accrue any further batting points, and similarly Essex to accrue further bowling points. 247 for 4, D'Oliveira for 63, and Vessels no score.
Yeah, going back to that game at Chelmsford, that's exactly the sort of Ricky Vessels innings that I was talking about. So he comes in with the score at 43 for 4, and he makes 54 out of a partnership of 89. Cook bowls to him, and he pushes this one down uncomfortably on the leg side, and the mood of the game changes, and I think that's the point I'm making.
Yes.
I've seen him do it so many times coming in at this point at number 6. It's a bit different for him coming in with 247 on the board, and yeah, he isn't going to play that kind of innings on this occasion, but you know, as I say, it just appears purposeful, doesn't he, with that stance, wide feet, bat raised, waits now, Cook in, bowls, and he's out. I've done him, haven't I? He's not out. I thought Cook had caught that. I beg your pardon.
Another one.
Alistair Cook's done a dummy of a catch there. He's gone to his right. He's got his 2 hands together. He's fallen on his knees, and you think, yeah, he's caught it.
And Cook has not moved.
And then you see the ball run away for 4 to third man.
Since he's put that down, he's just got to his feet now, but he literally stayed on his haunches with the hands in the cup position to take the catch, and after he spilled it, he stayed there for 15 seconds, and it's not been his afternoon at first slip.
And it's 251 for 4 with that boundary. Ricky Vessels is off the mark. I thought I'd talked him out there, but if you said to Alistair Cook, right, mime me a catch high to your right, that's exactly what he would do.
He hasn't retreated to fine leg yet, but it's not been one. It's just a few half chances, but that was a sharp one. But it certainly was on offer there.
He looked for all the world as though he'd caught it. In comes Cook again, exasperated no doubt, bangs this one in, and Vessels plays it back up the pitch. And there's no run on this occasion. So let's describe it again. Cook bowled it. Vessels played at it on the back foot, got a shoulder of the bat really, flew to Cook's right about sort of elbow height. He threw himself to his right, appeared to catch it with both hands, fell to the ground as you would when you caught it, and I thought he'd gone, and then the ball appeared to be rolling away to the third man boundary. Here's Cook again. He's in, he bowls to Vessels outside the off stump, taken by Wheater, and there's no run.
Yes, a good new ball spell this from Sam Cook. Adrian says that Tymel Mills, who would have been playing for Essex, was on a long run up. The wicketkeeper was standing near to Whittam, which geographically I can say is as far enough distance from Chelmsford to make it seem that he was standing well back, and wearing asbestos gloves. Only one of the top 6 batsmen got a decent score, and then of course Tim Bresnan.
In comes Sam Cook. I'm glad he mentioned Tymel Mills. Comes in, bowls, and Vessels drives up to mid-off, no run, because I think I'm right in saying he's a Norwich City supporter. So he'll be celebrating today, as will Ollie Stone, the Warwickshire fast bowler, who is definitely a Norwich City supporter, having come from Norfolk. 251 for 4. I won't mention it again, promise.
Thanks to Peter regarding 3-day championship cricket, enjoying the coverage of a new road game. You discussed listeners' views of changing the structure of matches. I think there's a lot of merit in that idea.
Cook again bowls to Vessels, who plays up to long off, 10 discarded, well mid-off, deep mid-off, no run, end of the over. Vessels 4, D'Oliveira 63, Worcestershire 251 for 4. The man out since tea, in fact the man out since lunch, Fell, who was caught by Wheater, off Cook for 53.
So I think you're referring there to the concept of 3-day championship cricket there, Peter, and you say a lot of merit, increasing the number of overs required on the day, run penalties for slow over rates, and whether or not we go back to 1 division. 8 points for a draw is too much. It's encouraging draws, and so keep up the great commentaries. Thanks very much, Pete. Yes, you could. I'm not sure we'll ever go back to 3-day cricket. I think we will eventually have 4-day tests in England, because I think the sheer stats will demand that, because people will realise that if you play Thursday to Sunday, you can have a much more neater looking schedule. Well, I think personally, England are playing one test too many against India already this summer, and it's not good for the bowlers, who are going to have to sort of rotate, which you don't really want in the test side. But yeah, it'll be interesting as to see what happens in the future of Test cricket. But I think county cricket likely to stay at 4 days. This is a good delivery first up from James Snater, who's come on at the new road end, and that's the best delivery he's bowled all day, with the extra bounce from a new ball. And he's beaten the outside edge of D'Oliveira on 63, and that'll encourage him. Slightly surprising to see Siddle come off. Well, he's only had what it would be 4 overs with the second new ball. So, but Snater's getting a chance with the hard new ball, and that's the best delivery he's bowled all day. It was pitched around about off stump, and it beat D'Oliveira. So yeah, thanks very much indeed for that, Peter, and we'll wait and see what happens. But I do agree with punishing slow over rates is important. That's played defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Remember all that fuss in T20 domestic cricket, where if you didn't bowl your 20th over within an hour and a quarter, you'd have run penalties and all that sort of thing. But of course, it doesn't apply in the international game, and of course there aren't really penalties in international Test cricket as well. So maybe a bit of more standardisation would be useful. 251 for 4.
The only penalties are going to work are penalties that apply in the game, I think, aren't they? You know, you say so many runs will be added or whatever.
251 for 4 as Snape bowls, and that's just played defensively up into the offside. There's no run. Ken Newbury back in touch with us, saying that the feed or the radio commentary had disappeared from the Worcester game. You say 4:58.
Yeah.
So we think, Ken, we had a brief outage then. I hope you're back with us now. I hope it didn't last very long. It was just brief, and I hope that well, maybe you can just drop us a line to confirm you are back with us. But it was a general outage, not just for yourself. Just something went wrong technically. Not at our end, but it took us off air, and so I'm pleased to say we're back on air now. Here is Snater with the second new ball. It's again, it's good over this, and it's left alone outside the off stump by D'Oliveira, who remains on 63. So he's treating Snater with due caution here, and this is, I think, the best over Snater's bowled so far. Certainly the first ball was a really good one. So Worcestershire to 2 bonus points. Essex have 4, and the sides have got 20 overs after this to add to their respective tallies. As Snater bowls, and that's played defensively up towards mid-off, but I'm not sure whether he had any practice during the tea interval, but he seems to have got his line much better than probably hitherto any overs he's bowled before then.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He's obviously got the talent, because he's played first class cricket in Zimbabwe, and he's still, you know, being given a chance by Essex, having had a go at, was it Middlesex you said that he was at before? Or Kent, was it? Yeah,
come back to, it's Snater. Yeah, come back to that in a moment. It's played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. It would only have been for a short time.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is, you know, he's still around the game. People obviously, somebody somewhere thinks, yeah, there's a bowler here. There's a guy here that can do it, and we just got to find him and give him the chance. And that over certainly showed more promise, didn't it? 251 for 4. I'm pretty sure we are back on all round, because I've had a couple of messages on Twitter. At FrankWatson58 is my handle if you'd like to get in touch. Had a couple saying, yeah, back up online now, thanks. And Mike Stallard says, these are the sort of innings we've been hoping these guys will play for years. He means Fell and D'Oliveira, and always knew they had the talent. Proper cricket. Enjoying it very much. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Brett D'Oliveira and Tom Felt, both players that have been around for a few years, both players that Worcestershire fans know can really play, and they've both done really well today. Sam Cook in to bowl now to Ricky Vessels. He bowls, and Vessels is forward, pushing out on the onside, and that's fielded by Nick Brown, who's at short mid-wicket. Man out since tea, Tom Felt. Good innings from him, but undone by a good one from Sam Cook with the new ball from the Diglis end, taking the outside edge, and Adam Wheater taking a good low catch down to his right. That's the 1 wicket to fall since lunch, in fact. In comes Cook again, bowls now to Vessels, who's on the back foot, forcing this one back up the pitch. and it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, disturbs the bails, and umpire Graham Lloyd, begloved umpire Graham Lloyd as he has been for the whole game, now who can blame him, puts the bails back on. Been good, the umpires in this game, in my opinion. Every shout I've looked at closely on the replays, and I think I've agreed with every single decision that's not been given in both innings on both days, as Cook bowls again to Vessels, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. 251 for 4, D'Oliveira 63, Vessels 4. Sam Cook in his 20th over in this innings. I think it's his 4th with the new ball. 6 maidens, 1 for 45 his figures. He's been pretty accurate actually, probably the most accurate of the Essex seam attack. Hard work for the bowlers this, it really is tough. He comes in again now, he puts a lot of effort into that one and he gets an outside edge, but Vessels plays it with soft hands and it runs down to third man for 4. It wasn't in the air, and Ricky Vessels is quickly on to 8. One edge through the slips that was catchable and one edge through the slips that wasn't, and his wagon wheel would be easy to draw at the moment.
If Dickie Bird were umpiring this, he'd be intrigued by the fact we've had 2 partnerships for 111.
Yeah.
First between the openers, Libby and Mitchell, and then between Fell and D'Oliveira.
Nelson. In comes Cook, bowls, and Vessels is back to that hit on the pad. Big shout for LBW, turned down by umpire Graham Lloyd. Just having a look at that one, and that looked pretty close. He might have got a bat on it. They didn't get too carried away out there, did they? Maybe he did get a nick on it. Like a lot of batsmen these days, Vessels takes guard right smack in front of the stumps. You know, bats on about off stump. Gone are the days of leg stump and middle and leg and so on. A lot of Billy Godman for Derbyshire against Worcestershire the other day opened the batting against Joe Leach. He batted about 12 inches outside off stump. You could see the stumps behind his legs. Cook comes in and bowls to Vessels, who's forward, and just closes the face on this one and squeezes it out on the onside, and it's fielded by Nick Brown at mid-wicket. End of the over, 255 for 4, and we have 21 overs left in the day.
I'm going to head off to do my last update on the BBC Essex sports programme. Just a brief summary of other news today. Notts have beaten Derbyshire by 310 runs. Warwickshire needing a bit of a partnership now, and for the 6th wicket against Durham. They're still 180 behind in their second innings at 124 for 5. Those are the other 2 games in this group. And just a bit of news from Taunton. Middlesex 117 all out. So that means that Somerset will need 207 to win on a pitch that's helping the seamers, and Middlesex do have a strong seam attack, so that one is still pretty interesting. Craig Overton 5 for 34, 3 wickets to Josh Davey.
Shane Snater from the New Road End bowls to Brett D'Oliveira, who's on the back foot, pushing out, well, I was going to say on the offside, but straight back to the bowler, and there's no addition to the score. Thanks for your tweets. At Frank Watson 58 is my Twitter handle, and it's nice to hear from Worcestershire and Essex supporters what they think of this game. We think it's been interesting, even though to somebody who's just looking at the scorecard, perhaps, you know, if you were following it in the old days on CFAX, Snater comes in and bowls and beats D'Oliveira outside the off stump. It wouldn't be too exciting if you were following it maybe just on a website and just looking at the scorecard. It wouldn't be too exciting, but if you're here, and I know you can't be, but you could be watching the stream or you could be listening to us, if you're following it closely, there's still a lot of fascination about it. I wouldn't call it tension, I wouldn't call it great excitement, but fascination. Worcestershire set out. Imagine them sitting in the dressing room this morning and saying, well look lads, basically we've got to bat for 2 days, and they've got Simon Harmer in their attack, one of the best spin bowlers in the country, and we've got to concentrate and focus. Snater bowls to D'Oliveira, 4 runs, width from Snater and steered by D'Oliveira down to third man for 4. well, not so closing stages, because we've still got 20 overs left after this one, having had an extended lunch break because of slight drizzle earlier on. Whether we'll get all those overs in with the light closing in, I'm not sure, but Worcestershire still making good progress. They have lost a wicket since you were last here. Tom Fell was caught by the wicketkeeper Adam Wheater off the bowling of Sam Cook with the new ball. Fell made 53 painstaking runs off 162 balls with 8 fours, a very valuable innings. Partnership of 111 for that fourth wicket with Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira is still there, he's on 67 now. He's been joined by Ricky Vessels, and Worcestershire, as I say, with 20 overs left in the day, are 259 for 4. As D'Oliveira steers this one away to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Paul Walter, and there's no addition to the score. That was a good shot from D'Oliveira, that wide-ish delivery from Snater. It was wide and full, and he just sort of sliced it away, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Wide of the man at backward point and down to a sort of very wide third man boundary for 4. In comes Snater again now, past umpire White, bowls, and D'Oliveira is very studiously forward, pushing back up the pitch. He's on 67, equal top scorer in the innings with Darryl Mitchell, and he's played very well, Brett D'Oliveira, to these runs. It's not been easy. I was just saying before that bulletin for BBC Hereford Worcester's FM listeners that it has its own fascination. The Worcestershire team knew they began this day just needing to bat and bat and bat, but that's easier said than done. Snater is in, bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside, and it's fielded by Nick Brown. End of the over, 259 for 420 overs left in the day. And it's easier said than done, and I'm not in any way saying that Essex have underachieved either, because it's been really hard work for the bowlers in this game. Bowlers on both sides. It's been hard work for the batsmen to score runs quickly, and it's been hard work for the bowlers to get anything out of the pitch. So you say to yourself, well, that's a pretty bad pitch then, isn't it? And the answer to that question is probably, well, it's not ideal, it's not perfect, it's not what anybody really would have wanted, but given the flooding that we've had here at New Road over the winter, the pitch ground seriously flooded on more than one occasion, and when it floods here, it floods. I'm not talking about just being waterlogged, I'm talking about water being 5-6 feet deep, all over the pitch. Grass growth has been very difficult for the ground staff to achieve. They've done amazingly well to get any pitches out at all here at New Road in April and early May, as Cook comes in and bowls short of a length to Vessels, who's on his toes and pushing up to mid-on, unable to add to his 8 runs, both of which have come via fortuitous edges down to third man, one in the air, one along the ground, but doesn't matter. Runs don't matter to some extent. I suppose the follow-on target of 4-1-2 is vaguely of significance, as Cook bowls to Vessels, who pushes out on the offside, fielded by Snater. I say vaguely of significance because what really matters is crease occupation, and Worcestershire are really, it's all about preserving wickets. 16 more wickets would have to be taken by Essex. I think they'd have to bowl Worcestershire out and then force the follow-on to stand any chance of a realistic chance of victory in this game. In comes Sam Cook again, 93rd over of the innings. Bowls to Vessels, who drives nicely. Thinks he might get a run this time because he's going to be a bit wider of the fielder at mid-on, but then decides, having taken 2 or 3 paces down the pitch, that that was a little bit optimistic anyway, and turns back as the fielder at mid-on, Tom Westley, gathers the ball and returns it to his bowler with an encouraging word, no doubt, and in comes Sam Cook again. Bowls, and Vessels is forward, solidly, defensively, pushing out on the offside. Not been much to hit for Ricky Vessels so far. Doesn't like to be tied down, doesn't tend to allow himself to be tied down for too long, but Sam Cook has been particularly accurate in all his bowling in this game. He's in his 21st over, he's taken 1 for 49. and equally the Worcestershire seamers in that marathon Essex first innings were also very accurate. In comes Cook now, and bowls, and Vessels is once again very carefully, very watchfully forward, pushes this one back to the bowler, and there's no run. Chilly day here again at New Road, cloudier for most of the day today than it has been in the previous 2 days. Pretty grey at the moment, not pleasant fielding conditions, and we've seen Alistair Cook miss a couple of chances in the slips today that have flown by him. He's standing there, hands in pockets. Difficult conditions for slip fielders. Is Cook in, bowls to Vessels, pushes out on the offside defensively again, no run. And indeed earlier in the game we saw Worcestershire miss several chances as well in the field, a couple in the slips and a couple behind the wicket. When they've been out there for hours in the cold, one has to have sympathy with the fielders in these situations, and possibly one has to say we understand why they might not be finding it particularly easy, because when you're out there all day it's tough anyway. When you're out all day in the freezing cold, I think it's even tougher. And Sir Alistair Cook has been there, seen it all, done it all, and he's probably had days before like this, but he's made Worcestershire work really hard by batting for nearly all of the first day, and today he's seen the other side of it. He's stood at slip and seen 2 or 3 fly past at catchable height and 1 or 2 fly past along the ground, and not been able to hang on to any of them. 4 men out, Libby 41, Mitchell 67, Roderick without scoring and fell for 53. 3 wickets for Simon Harmer, 1 for Sam Cook, and Worcestershire battling on. 19 overs left in the day, and Brett D'Oliveira on strike, facing the bowling of Shane Snater, the Zimbabwean debutant for Essex in Championship cricket. Comes in now, bowls, right arm over the wicket to D'Oliveira, steers this down behind square on the offside, and no addition. D'Oliveira has been there now for 148 deliveries for his 67. It's been a very, very responsible and mature innings by Brett D'Oliveira. Some would say, I mean, Brett D'Oliveira has been up and down the order, had a brief spell 3 or 4 years ago as an opener, made a double 100 in that position, I think, against Glamorgan. Snater is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes this one back up the pitch. But some would say that these are the sort of innings that have been missing from his repertoire, being able to come in and hold things together. It's been a really, really impressive, mature innings from the young man today, and a lot of Worcestershire supporters be very pleased to see that indeed. 259 for 4. Snater turns at the New Road end, comes in again now to bowl to D'Oliveira, who's out, caught by Wheater, and I wish I don't as commentators curse, but having just said how well he'd played and how maturely, he'd be disappointed with that shot, I think, because, and he's sort of punched his bat in disappointment, because it's a little bit wide from Snater, a little bit short, a little bit wide, and he's just flirted at it. You know, when they're giving catching practice before the game in the morning, it was that kind of a one. He just fended at it and steered it off the edge, and Wheater dived to his right and took the catch. So D'Oliveira goes for a very good 67, exactly the same number as Daryl Mitchell made earlier in the day, and Worcestershire lose their 5th wicket, and the score is 259, and the day just begins to swing a little bit more towards Essex. If they could pick up another 2 or 3, then they'll feel, after all their hard work and all their frustration in the afternoon, things are turning decidedly in their favour.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite got to that point yet, but Essex will be pleased to have got a second wicket with the new ball. 259 for 5. I still think they need another couple tonight. I think if Worcestershire were to go in 5 down, it's going to be an awful task, an awfully big task to get 15 on the final day. But if they were to get Worcester to go in 7 or 8 down and quickly finish things off tomorrow, then that could be a different story. But that's a wicket for Shane Snater. Good to see from his point of view. It's quite a difficult day for him, but he has bowled better with the second new ball, and he got entrusted with just a 10th over with this second new ball, and he's induced the mistake from D'Oliveira. So both, as happened earlier when Mitchell followed Libby quite quickly, the same has happened again with the second 111 run partnership, with both of the participants falling in quick succession. So 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease in Cox and Vessels, and at 2:59 for 5. So we mentioned that Taunton at Somerset have been set 207. Tom Banton out first ball, and I just think, come on Somerset, you must be realising the management set up there, you're wasting a huge talent. I just feel quite strongly as an opener in one day cricket, absolutely fine, but they're wasting a talent there.
Snater is into the new batsman, who is Ben Cox. He lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Wheater.
And the result, Surrey have beaten Hampshire by an innings and 289 runs. Hampshire's a little bit better second time round, 179 all out. Lewis McManus 51, but the headline act there, Kemar Roach 18.3 overs, 7 maidens, 8 for 40. So Surrey, who, well, you could tell from Alex Stewart's interview after the Middlesex game, he was sort of beside himself, concerned about the team's form.
As this one from Snater is pushed out on the offside by Cox. Good wicket for Snater, his first for Essex in first class cricket. D'Oliveira caught by the wicket-keeper Wheater for 67. Partnership of 111 between he and Tom Fell for the 4th wicket has been crucial today. We also had a partnership of 111 for the 1st wicket between Libby and Mitchell. Snater comes in again now and bowls to Cox, who plays defensively down on the onside, and there's no run. That's the end of the over from Shane Snater. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 59, his figures.
Surrey suddenly back in contention in that group too. They've gone up to 46 points, so they're currently sitting in 3rd place in that group, but likely to be overtaken by one of Middlesex or Somerset. But that group's starting to tighten up, with Surrey starting to get involved with that win. But no, after that awful defeat at Lords against Middlesex, which ended very early on day 3, I think 1 or 2 riot acts read and dusted down, and Surrey producing a complete performance against Hampshire. There's the first ball of a new over to Vessels, being sent down by Cook, who's bowled really well with this second new ball. It's 2:59 for 5. Yes, this will be now what, his 7th over, I think, or maybe his 8th with the second new ball, and it's been very good indeed. And Snater's got in on the act at the other end, and Essex looking for another couple of wickets tonight, and that would give them a decent chance of forcing a victory tomorrow. Will the light hold? It's pretty gloomy now at the moment, as here this is Vessels going on to the back foot and playing that back down the pitch, and there's no run. Certainly has got gloomier in the last 15 minutes or so. So Surrey beaten Hampshire by an innings and 289, the perfect performance, winning the toss and bowling a side out for 92, and then some big hundreds for Pope and Amler. And I wonder if that's going to set Surrey up for the sort of form that they showed in 2018. It's not too late for them in the group. 2:59 for 5, and there was a good delivery here from Cook. It's really good to spell this, and that one almost played out by Vessels, but he just kept his bat inside the line.
I think he did play on it.
You think he did?
Yeah.
I thought go on, I'll take your word for it there, Frank. It's a very good delivery though, and it had him in 2 minds, and well, he didn't edge it, that's the thing. I suppose that's the most important thing from his point of view. 2:59 for 5. 2 slips waiting, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and conventional square mid-wicket, and it's the short mid-wicket who fields that, as it's just played away up to mid wicket, but hasn't cooked bowled well with the new ball.
I think I was just saying, I think he's bowled well all game actually.
Yeah.
But you know, those figures, in his 22nd over, 1 for 49, sort of thing we saw from Morris and Barnard in the Essex innings. Accurate, good lines, made the batsman play. Really good effort, good disciplined bowling on this surface.
You might yet get a shower as well, even if not bad light, as this is steered away to backward point and there's no run. But yes, I think Wesley keen to keep the seamers on, because it's light might be getting a bit tricky, a bit marginal, and I just feel that he can create some pressure here in this closing part of the day with 17 overs left after this. And whereas Fell and D'Oliveira looked pretty comfortable for most of the afternoon, it's a different situation now with two new batsmen at the crease. 259 for 5. And here's Cook again from the Diglis end bowling, and that's driven away in the air initially. It goes out towards cover and goes out to Dan Lawrence, and there's no run. 259 for 5. That's worth a second look. I wonder how long that was in the air for.
If it didn't hit the ground after he hit it, it was a catch, and he dropped it when he dived, but I'm not sure it didn't get driven into the ground. There wasn't much fuss,
it didn't feel as though that it was being reacted as if it was as a drop, but you can never tell. People can hide their body language, but I didn't sense that it had gone straight from bat to hand.
I think it was a bang into the ground and then bounced it.
What's happening, I think we can say, is that Cook is creating things, isn't he, with this second new ball, and certainly warranting this long spell that he's had, 8 overs with it. And Snater looking to back him up. He got a wicket, of course, just recently, looking to do the same again. So 259 for 5, Cox no score, and Vessels 8.
Umpires having a chat.
It's gloomy. It's gloomy there
about the light.
I think Worcester would take this now.
Yeah, I think they would, and I think if they stay out there, you might see Essex bring on Armour and Lawrence. I think they're going to offer it, or are they? Yeah, I think they're going to offer it to the batsman.
It's funny these days.
Well, they're not. Do they offer it these days? I don't know. They don't offer anymore, do they? No.
Because if they had, they'd have come off.
Yeah. No. They don't offer it anymore, do they?
No,
it's really getting dark now, I think.
But I think it's very close to borderline. There was a period actually in the Essex Durham game where
Dan Lawrence is coming on.
Yeah, so it'll be Lawrence and Harmer. Yeah, I thought there was a period in the Essex Durham game where certainly our Durham reporter Martin Emerson thought that the light was very marginal as Essex took wickets late in the day.
That's not like Martin.
Well, sort of very open-minded, but he thought that the light was too poor.
Well, it's grim here, I think.
Yeah, I think we're not going to play much longer.
I wouldn't fancy batting in that light against seamers, but having said that, against spinners, I think you wouldn't stop a league game in this sort of light.
But I think sometimes they only play only continues for a short while when the spinners come on. They seem to then just sort of give up on it, but. It's certainly deteriorated in the last 20 minutes or so.
So Lawrence from the New Road end is going to be bowling to Ben Cox, who's yet to get off the mark. Short leg's gone in. Lawrence bowls, and Cox, I think he is off the mark. Certainly the ball's gone running down to fine leg for 4, and it is 4 byes. He's just gone inside that, so it's turned that quite considerably, I would have thought, from Dan Lawrence. And probably just having a look at it, see how much it has turned. It's pitched about. Oh no, well, it did turn, but it pitched on outside leg and went further, I think. So 4 cheap runs, but nobody really minds, I'm afraid, about cheap runs, because it's just about staying out there for Worcestershire. And well, I mean, I don't mean they wouldn't like to. Well, they won't get another batting point, will they? Because they've got 15 overs to get another 37. I don't think that'll happen. It might happen. Yeah. Or they might get within 10 of it and think we'll just have a little dart at the very end. But they won't want to do anything.
It wouldn't be their priority, would it? It's far more important to be batting in the first innings at lunchtime tomorrow.
Exactly. 263 for 5, and now we've got a leg slip and a short leg and a conventional first slip as Lawrence comes in to bowl to Cox, who's forward, turning this with the spin on the leg side, but it is really gloomy now.
Yeah, so there's a fair chance, Frank, that Essex could eliminate that 4-point gap with Worcestershire they had going into this game if the game ends in a draw. And of course they'd completely eliminate it if they were to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be tight, isn't it, one way or another? I think. Lawrence is in. He bowls, and Cox is forward and gets a run. This time pushing out on the offside. There's only 2 fielders in front of the wicket on the offside, and you're more or less guaranteed a run if you can get it out on that side of the pitch. And he does. He gets one. He goes to the non-strikers. Then Ricky Vessel's on strike. He's faced 24 balls, and they've all been at this end of the ground, I think I'm right in saying. And he's taking guard for the first time at the Diglis end. I might be wrong, but I think I'm correct. And Lawrence is going to bowl to Vessels. In the gloom, he's in, he bowls, and Vessels turns this through mid-wicket for a single.
So we know that Notts have gone to 51 points now. Now Durham are well on the way because Warwickshire are 141 for 7. So they may take the extra half hour for Lighters OK up north this evening, but there's only going to be one winner there now, surely, and that would take Durham to 53 if they once they win that game.
Here's Lawrence in again. Bowls to Cox, who's forward and gets runs, this time just squeezing it down through the slips, and he comes back for 2, so that's 267 for 5. If you're wondering about the light, just have a look at the stream. It gives you an idea. I mean,
yes.
They often say it looks brighter on television than it really is. Well, it doesn't. I have to say I disagree with that. On the stream that I'm looking at, if I'm looking at the one that you are, it looks very gloomy indeed, and I look at it, looks a little bit lighter than that in real life, but also the scoreboard lights are shining out very brightly as Lawrence bowls, and forward comes Cox and pushes defensively out on the offside end of the over. So in theory we have 16 overs left in the day. 96 overs have gone in the innings. Worcestershire are 267 for 5 in reply to Essex's 561 for 8. But we're all doubtful as to whether we'll get all of those overs in, because it is very gloomy indeed. And all it took was one chat between the umpires for Tom Wesley to bring on both his spinners. I actually think it's probably not a bad move anyway. Yes, well, Simon Harmer's bowling at 2 batsmen who are relatively fresh to the crease.
Cook would have probably had to have a rest fairly soon, particularly if they want to play him at Trent Bridge. He's going to be possibly out in the field all day tomorrow as well. That would be the Essex plan anyway, if they can go on to win the game. But it's a big ask. A 3-day gap sounds quite a lot, but if you're in the field for over 2 days, it's quite an impact. 267 for 5, so it's going to be Harmer from the Diglis end with 3 round the bat and a short mid-wicket, and he bowls, and Vessels just plays comfortably to backward point, and there is Sam Cook, and there's no run. So we'll keep an eye on that Somerset Middlesex game. Somerset 13 for 1, need a further 194. And this is a nice looking drive away through mid-off. It's being chased around valiantly by Shane Snater, and he's going to at least save a couple of runs there as the throw comes back. And he gave good chase to that. He set off straight away actually from a long on position, and got to the field and saved the mid-off, having to run back really. It's an athletic piece of fielding. 269 for 5 and Vessels 211. Here is Harmer again, bowls, and that's driven away up towards mid-on. Harmer, Snater rather, and there's a slight misfield there, but they haven't decided to run on it. Yes, Snater very much involved in the fielding in this over, and charging in from long on, but couldn't prevent the single. Vessels 12. Now Cox on strike with 3. 270 for 5. Earlier Essex made 561 for 8. So well, deficit now 291. But the critical figure is 5. That's the number of wickets, and Essex have got to increase that total to 20 effectively over the 2 days they have to get them. And Harmer bowls, and that's driven away nicely for at least 2. It's a long chase back this for Brown to the extra cover boundary. He's not going to cut that off, I don't think. No. Lovely stroke, slightly over pitched and driven away firmly by Cox, and it's a good stroke for a man new to the crease. He goes along to 7. It's 274 for 5, and slightly more expensive over than one might have anticipated from Harmer on his return.
Yeah, although we did see earlier that when he over pitches and therefore the sort of
Yes.
the spin aspect is taken out of it, it doesn't really.
No, and it's not the sort of pitch where even those deliveries are going to cause problems. They can be put away, isn't it? And this is a good delivery,
Edged.
which is edge past slip. It's not a catching chance this time. It goes for 4, but that one I think was an involuntary stroke.
Rolled along the ground.
Yeah, along the ground between keeper and first slip. Again, Mr. Cook takes a long time to get up. Probably not wanting to review this afternoon in the field for too long. There were 1 or 2 sharp chances that he might have taken on another day. Nothing really easy, but there's 1 or 2 that have got their way past him today. 278 for 5, Cox 11, Vessels 12, and still the runs coming this Harmer over. Although those were bonus runs from a Worcestershire point of view. So Yorkshire and Lancashire have been leading the way in Conference 3, and they may well both win their current games as Harmer bowls, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Cox 11 and Vessels 12, 278 for 5. In both cases they'll come from behind if they do so. Northampton 94 for 4, need a further 126, but Vasconcelos, who is their run machine, was run out by David Willey for 41, and that might prove to be a pivotal moment of that particular game. And Lancashire have come from behind in the game against Sussex, as so often they're capable of doing. They were 98 behind on first innings. They bowled Sussex out for 154, but now 73 for no wicket, needing a further 180 to win. And I noticed that it's Keaton Jennings opening with Alex Davis in that game. So Davis is 53 not out, so there could be another win for Lancashire.
Sam Lawrence to continue from the New Road end in the gloom here. Scoreboard light shining ever more brightly as he moves in and bowls to Vessels, who goes back and cuts at that, but it keeps low and it's taken by Adam Wheater behind the stumps. 278 for 5, so that batting bonus point is
it's changed that dynamic, hasn't it?
Completely.
Who would have thought that would be such an expensive over from Harmer?
Yeah, completely. Here comes Lawrence again. He's in, he bowls, and Vessels goes back and works this one up to mid-on, but there's no run. Fielded by Tom Wesley, the captain, at mid-on. Cox then on 11. Vessels on 12. On strike.
Realistically, Worcester aren't going to probably get to 561 by the end of tomorrow, or they'll only just get there if they do.
In comes Lawrence and bowls, and Vessels drives off the back foot straight to the bowler.
And by that I mean my 2 innings combined if they had to follow on. So I don't think Essex need to worry too much about boundaries. It's all about taking wickets.
Absolutely, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, completely the case. Really doesn't matter, does it? Sometimes when you leak runs through third man or something, it'd be frustrating, but it really doesn't matter. Here's Lawrence again. He's in, he bowls, and Vessels is back and looking to push this through the offside, but can't really get hold of it. Doesn't time it. Unusual to see Ricky Vessels face 32 balls and only score 12, and 8 of those were nicks through the slips. But even he on this pitch has struggled to time it, and even he in this situation has had to perhaps rein in his natural instincts. As Lawrence comes in again and bowls, and he lets this one go outside the off stump, keeps a little bit low, taken by Wheater. 278 for 5. We've got 14 overs left after this, so we're if we do play till the end of the day, we're probably going to be here till at least sort of 6:45, 7 o'clock. Not unusual. Finished on time last night. It was the first time this season I've had a day that's finished on time. Lawrence bowls, and Vessels whips this one away on the leg side and picks up a single as Paul Walter comes off the boundary to field. Vessels will keep the strike. He goes on to 13, and the total to 279 for 5.
And yes, Ken, you've been back in touch with us. Hopefully you're getting us loud and clear now. I just checked when I was off air a few minutes ago that the commentary is going out okay on the BBC Sport website, which it is. So hopefully you're hearing us loud and clear now. 279 for 5, Cox 11 and Vessels 13, and yeah, it's generally been a pretty good day for Worcestershire, with 2 century stands for the openers, Libby and Mitchell, and then D'Oliveira and Fell, all of whom played very well. 3 wickets for Harmer this morning, and a wicket each for Sam Cook and Shane Snater with the new ball. But We're not going to see any more seam tonight, it would appear, because the light is fading. I think the umpires will decree, but it can only be spin from here on in. But that's not necessarily a problem for Essex, because it means that Simon Harmer's bowling with a relatively new ball. And like you said, I think, Frank, that when Snater came on, I was thinking, actually, why not switch Cook and bowl Harmer with the new ball? But actually, to be fair, Snater got the wicket. 279 for 5, as here is Harmer bowling, and that's driven back down the pitch, and there's no run. 279 for 5. He likes bowling with a relatively new ball, Harmer. And he has a slip and a leg slip and a short leg and a short mid-wicket. And this time there's a forcing shot off the back foot, nicely stopped by Nick. That's a good stop late in the day at mid-off, just getting across to his right, making sure that one didn't get past him. So 279 for 5. Harmer bowls again, and this time a delivery which is just a little bit short, and it allows Vessels to go onto the back foot to play a sort of swivel stroke which goes down to backward square leg. He would have been very annoyed if he'd hold out there, but he didn't. He managed to get it to ground, but there's no run. 279 for 5. 2 bonus points for Worcestershire, both for batting. Essex have 3 for batting and 1 for bowling so far. This is a sort of repeat of that stroke, but he's actually hit it into a gap here between mid-wicket and square leg and got himself a single. Vessels to 14. 280 for 5 on BBC Hereford and Worcester, and BBC Essex with Frank Watson and Nick Leadhill on a pretty gloomy Saturday late afternoon. It's now 6 o'clock, so I'm sure we can say evening. And Essex probably 2 wickets short of what they really would have liked to have got from today. Harmer bowls, and that one just stretching forward. Cox plays it into the onside, and there's no run. It's going to be very hard to get 15 wickets tomorrow. Worcestershire will hope that these two remain to the close. Whether that's in a couple of overs time or in 14 overs time, it remains to be seen. As Harmer bowls, and this one is just fired through a little bit. Cook's interested in it at slip. It is played out into the onside. The umpires are going to have another chat, I think. 280 for 5 with Cox 11 and Vessels 14.
It dipped on him, that one,
yeah,
from Harmer. That sort of the top finger spinners do that cut under the ball with the bowling hand after they've released it, and just gets that little dip. Ball goes up above the batsman's eye and then dips, and Cox had to make a really late adjustment. Top class bowling from Harmer. They've had a chat, the umps, they're happy as long as the spinners stay on. I don't think the light's got any worse, to be fair, in the last few minutes. I'm judging by the yellow figures on the scoreboard myself. Yeah. That's the best way to judge the light, and they are shining out. It is gloomy, but it's, yeah, I mean, you know, if this was a league game, you'd get on with it. In
the old days, they'd have asked the batsman, the umpires, do you consider Simon Harmer to be a danger? And the batsman have said yes.
Yeah, absolutely. More of a danger than any other bowler. Yeah. Oh, update coming. A gloomy new road, but play continuing with spinners in action for Essex, Dan Lawrence and Simon Harmer. Worcestershire have lost their key batsman of the afternoon. Tom Fell out for 53 and Brett D'Oliveira out for 67, both falling to the second new ball. But since then, a little bit of steadying of the ship has taken place, with Ben Cox on 11, Ricky Vessels on 14, and with 12 overs left in the day, light permitting, Worcestershire are 280 for 5. That one down the leg side taken by wicketkeeper Wheater.
There's one point about not winning so early today. Of course, they're going to be a bit more refreshed than Essex come Thursday, I think, for that game at Trent Bridge, an extra day off.
Is Lawrence in? Yeah, that's a factor, isn't it? Lawrence bowls, and this one is punched away on the onside by Vessels.
Football managers are forever saying, oh, this whole game was unfair. They played on Tuesday and we had to play on Wednesday for this Saturday lunchtime kick-off. But I don't know whether the same analogy comes into cricket, but if you're in the field for 2 days and Notts got rid of Derbyshire for 100 and 150, that makes a difference.
In comes Lawrence again and bowls short to Vessels, who whips this away through mid-wicket. He'll get 1. Will he get 2? No, he won't, as Paul Walter comes round from square leg to do the fielding. Vessels goes to 15, 281 for 5. I was recalling yesterday a trip that I remember undertaking when I was doing cricket call, and I travelled with the Worcestershire team on the bus, and we went up to Old Trafford to play against Lancashire in a 4-day game. Or would it have been 4? Yeah, I think it was a 4-day game. Might have been a 3-day game. Anyway, it ended at lunchtime on the final day because Lancashire had prepared a really, really lively green pitch. In comes Lawrence and bowls to Cox, who gets a run, steering this out on the offside for a single, 282 for 5, and they prepared a pitch they thought Patrick Patterson might knock a few people over on, but unfortunately Graham Dilley out-bowled him, and Worcestershire won the game. And I think it finished on a Wednesday, I think. Pretty sure it was a Wednesday. Could have been a Friday. No, it was a Friday. It finished on a Friday at lunchtime. And here's Lawrence. He's in and bowls to Vessels, who hammers that through extra cover 4. Lovely shot over pitch from Lawrence, hit through the covers. Vessels, 4 runs. He goes to 19, 286 for 5. No problem with the light there. And Worcestershire got on the coach and set off at lunchtime on Friday from Manchester to start the following day in Hove. And when they got there, they battled through the traffic. The journey was horrendous. Got there about 11 o'clock at night, only to find that the hotel that they'd booked into was way below acceptable standards. And the captain, Phil Neal, who was here earlier today, spent the hour between 11 and 12 on the telephone speaking to the secretary, Mike Vockins, and wandering around various other hotels in Hove until they found somewhere suitable. Such were the days of you didn't get any days off at all. The following morning they were in the field.
And this is the thing, we talked about 3-day cricket today, and of course that was how it used to work. Yeah. Saturday, starting a championship game, going somewhere the other side of the country on a Sunday for the Sunday league, back to that original ground on the Monday, and travelling again on a Tuesday night. It wasn't absolutely continuous because they did, obviously the counties did miss round of games, but it was a 7-day-a-week job. It would probably be disallowed under various legislation now. It wouldn't comply with the various annualised hours working as Harbour bowls, and that's taken the pad and rolls into the onside. And
very often you'd have a mat, wouldn't you, over the championship pitch?
Yes.
And they'd move over to another pitch for the Sunday game, and then on the Monday morning take the mat off and resume on the championship.
Absolutely.
Very common.
Harbour bowls, and it's just played off the back foot up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, Durham are very, very close now. Bryden cast 5 for 38. Warwickshire 154 for 9. Not sure they've taken the extra half hour. I'm sure they will if the light's good enough. 286 for 5. That's just played defensively down into the ground, and there's no run. So we're going to see Durham make their way with that result, I think, to 53 points. And it's really going to be very tight between the top 5 teams in this group if this game is a draw. This is played defensively back down the pitch, and Harmer fields in his follow through. Essex will feel they've still got the 3 home games at Chelmsford. They'll be expecting results, and results in their favour, I'm sure, on those occasions. They won't be straightforward. This is played off the back foot for possibly 4. It's a nice stroke going out towards the third man boundary. It's a long chase back at this time of the evening, but it will be cut off by Sam Cook. Bit of a grimace there as he approached that one. He's had a lot of work to do, but it wasn't quite hit hard enough to get to the boundary, and it's quite a slow outfield. So 288 for 5, and Cox to 40, Vessels to 19, and now Cox has 14, and it's Cox on strike with that boundary. So we've got a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, short mid wicket, then 371 on the leg side with a backward point and a sort of extra cover. Here's Harmer again, bowls and play defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run, and maybe another partnership starting to take shape here. These two have dug in well after the 2 wickets went to the new ball. Cox 14, and Vessels will now have a strike with 19, 288 for 5. 101 overs gone, which means 11 overs left in the day, but 9 overs for either side to get a further bonus point, and realistically I guess they're looking to get 1 more point each. But I think Worcestershire will be alarmed if Essex get 2 more bonus points.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I certainly think as far as Worcestershire are concerned, if they can get that next batting point and get through to the end of the day without losing another wicket, they'll feel it's been a really positive day, especially given where they were at lunch, because they must have just, however well they'd played in that first hour and a half, I think those 3 wickets going down must have left them at lunch feeling a little bit deflated. But not losing a wicket in the afternoon session helped, and if these two can stick it out now for the remaining 11 overs, they'll feel it's been a good day. Lawrence is in, bowls to Vessels short, and Vessels on the back foot punches up to mid-on, fielded there by Westley, and they get a single, mid-on being deep. Vessels goes on to 20, Cox has 14, 289 for 5. I'll run through the scorecard and the bowling figures I think during this over, because there are people joining us all day at various times. Maybe people have been out at work or watching other sports today. Lawrence bowls to Cox. Worcestershire overnight 37 without loss. Lost Libby bowled Harmer 41, Mitchell caught 10, Descartes bowled Harmer 67, and Roderick bowled Harmer 0 to be 135 for 3 at lunch. No wickets went down in the afternoon session. Big partnership for the 4th wicket between D'Oliveira and Fell. Lawrence in again to Cox, defensively plays out on the onside. 111 that partnership for the 4th wicket before Fell was caught behind by Wheater off a good one from Sam Cook for 53, and not long afterwards D'Oliveira caught behind by Wheater off the bowling of Snater for 67. That was 259 for 5, 30 added since then, as Lawrence comes in and bowls to Cox, who eases this one away through the leg side to Paul Walter, who's walked in off the leg side boundary, and they just take a single. So 289 for 5, Cox 14 and Vessels 20. Bowling figures: Sam Cook impressively accurate, 22 overs 8 maidens 1 for 49. Peter Siddle 18 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 63. Snater 14 overs 4 maidens 1 for 59, as Lawrence comes in again and bowls to Vessels, who works this up to mid-on and again takes a single as Westley moves to his right. Going back to the bowling figures: Walter 7 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. Lawrence is about to complete his 7th over, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20 so far. And Simon Harmer 34 overs 11 maidens and 3 for 67. The most impressive, particularly in that early spell. Here's Lawrence in now, bowls again to Cox, who's very studiously forward, blocked out on the onside, and that is the end of the over. 291 for 5.
So we have now 10 overs left in the day. This is going to be the 23rd over with the second new ball. 291 for 5, having been 132 for 3 at one point, and that partnership of 111 for the 4th wicket was a real stabilising influence, and it's just helped Worcestershire on their way. They lost 2 wickets to that second new ball, but as you were saying, Frank, they feel relatively comfortable with the overall outcome of the day. If it stays 5 down, I think Essex are probably 2 to 3 wickets short of where they need to be, given that this pitch doesn't look like deteriorating sharply and helping the seamers, or indeed spinning any more than it is. So it's just a question of whether Essex can manage to break through at least once more this evening. It's an absorbing day all the same, and Harmer will bowl, and this is played off the back foot by Vessels, who's looking pretty comfortable on 21, and goes up to mid wicket, and there's no run. So we have a leg slip, a short leg, the short straight mid wicket, and then 3 others saving 1 on the leg side. There's a cover and an extra cover, or a back point and an extra cover with a big gap in between. Here's a good delivery from Harmer, which just beats the forward stroke there of Vessels. 291 for 5 on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex in this 3rd day here at New Road. No sunshine anymore now, but there will be some tomorrow morning, we're assured, as that's played up into the onside, and there's no one. Just looking to see out the day, knowing that there's not going to be any more seam bowling. Harmer again from the Diglis end, and this time it's driven nicely just into that gap we were talking about between backward point and that straight cover, and allows a comfortable single. A lot of ground there for Cook and Brown to try and cover. Anything that's hit between them is always going to be one, and it's 292 for 5. Harmer again bowls and just played on the bounce down to short leg. Ryan Tender-Scarter took a catch earlier on to dismiss Mitchell. That was quite an important wicket after Harmer had snared Libby a few overs before that. This one just played on, it bounces a little bit, played down into the ground, goes up to short leg. The end of the over, so 9 to go. 290. The light hasn't got any worse, I'll say that. 292 for 5, Cox 15, Vessels 22, and another stabilising partnership between these two. They have now added, let's have a little look, they've added 33.
Yeah, I would agree with you about the light. It might even be a tad better than it was about 20 minutes ago when the umpires conferred, but I think we'll see the spinners continue, because Essex wouldn't want to run the risk of being taken off, because, as you say, absolutely irrelevant how many runs Worcestershire get tonight as far as Essex are concerned. And maybe, I mean, they're going to get that next bonus point, but other than that, runs are irrelevant. It's just a case of whether they can pick up another wicket or so. Dan Lawrence will continue from the New Road end, and he's bowling to Ricky Vessels. Vessels on 22. Lawrence with his occasional off spin, stands at the end of his run just flicking the ball in his fingers, as spinners tend to do. Comes in now with that characteristic swing of the arms. He bowls and he over pitches, and Vessels drives but doesn't time it, sort of hits it into the ground really, and it just dawdles its way up to mid-off where Siddle is the fielder, and there's no run. Still chilly, has been all day, has been all game, but a bit better when the sun shines. It's not shining at the moment. Lawrence in once more in the evening gloom. He bowls to Vessels, who goes back and works his way on the onside, thinks about a single, but a good tumbling stop by Nick Brown at mid-wicket. Big man getting down to his right and then rolling over, and prevents any addition to the score. 292 for 5. Been great to have a bit of interaction with listeners today. I must say it does make a long day go a little bit more smoothly. It is a long day for us here in the box.
Yes,
I know people would love to be here, and I'm not moaning because I love doing it. As Lawrence comes in again and bowls, and Vessels goes back and works his way on the onside again, hits short leg, no run. But it is a long day, and when there's only two of us, we don't have a third voice at the moment, so we don't get breaks, and it is great to interact with listeners and hear from them on the emails and on the tweets and so on, and just to let us know there's people out there really, I suppose.
And don't feel too sorry for us, but the coffee machine packed up the MT interval.
What did you do to it? This one from Lawrence is pushed through, and Vessels goes back, and it keeps a little bit low, and it just sort of, well, not quite sure that it hits anything, goes between Wheater's legs and dribbles behind him. They don't get a run. 292 for 5. Finally, on that message, it's BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com is the email account, and I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Love to hear from you, not just today but tomorrow as well. As in comes Lawrence again and bowls, and this one is just squeezed back up the pitch by Ricky Vessels. 292 for 5.
Now, when you've got a sort of tricky sort of target, which Lancashire had against Sussex, it doesn't half help if one of your openers plays a blistering cameo, and that's what's happened.
In comes Lawrence, and that one's pushed through outside the off stump, taken by Wheater. End of the over. A tidy maiden from Lawrence. 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20 his figures, and it's 292 for 5. Yeah,
I've got two sides that I think, I think Essex will get out of this group because they've got 3 games at Chelmsford. I still quite fancy Worcestershire, to be honest. If I had to, put my cards on the table, I'd say Worcestershire or Warwickshire. But Lancashire are going to get out of that group. I would be prepared to put good money on it. They were 98 behind on first innings, so they then bowled Sussex out for 154. And now 102 for 1. We just need 151 more. And Alex Davis has just gone out for 73 from 59 balls, 10 fours and 1 6. So they've completely taken the momentum away from Sussex in that game. Here is Harmer bowling, and that's I think just flick the pad this time of Cox as he just stretches forward.
It's a great way to play. Even I often think, even in a league game, if you're chasing, say 180 or something, and somebody goes out and thinks, right, I'm just going to give it a go at the beginning, and they get a quick 40 or something, it just makes all the difference, I think.
Yes, it's
a bold way to play, and Lancashire are a bit like that. They're quite a bold side.
All the way down, and this is played away out into the covers for a single. And see Ben Allison is on as a sub. Ben, who played very well with the bat in the Durham game. I wonder if he might get another outing as in the side in the not too distant future. Maybe pick up some more wickets. He's on as a sub at the moment. 293 for 5. And here's a slightly short ball which is driven out towards mid-wicket. And feeling, well, not literally in front of the cathedral, but it looks from this distance. Walter is standing right in front of it, although with some advertising boarding and unoccupied green seats and a hedge and a few trees in between himself and the cathedral. No run, 293 for 5. And, the started appeal for OEW here as that rolls into the offside out towards Amerson, and there is no run.
I think he got a bat on it.
Yeah.
Do you remember me saying about that lady Nikki that messaged us this morning and said it was raining on top of Breeden Hill? Remember that?
Oh yes, yeah.
Well, I've just heard from her again.
She's played off the back foot defensively into the offside, and there's no run. By the way, before we go into that, it's actually 102 for 1 Lancashire, because that was the first wicket. Davis Jennings is 28 of that. He's playing the anchor role, so they've still got 9 wickets left, and they must be firm favourites in that game now.
I'll wait till the end of the over. It's quite interesting.
293 for 5, and here's one that just turns gently, but Vessels gets into line, plays it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Umpires aren't going to bother to have a chat. Where we have 7 overs to go. We have also 5 overs left to get bonus points. So Essex now, they've got 5 overs to get this 6th wicket. They'll be a bit annoyed if they only come out with 1 bonus point for bowling. Worcestershire needs 7 runs, which they should be able to accomplish. 16 Cox, 22 Vessels, 293 for 5.
Well, Nikki, who was in the rain on the top of Breeden Hill this morning, says, thanks for the company all day while I've been walking, which means she's been listening all day, and she's been walking all day. She must have a good battery on her phone. But also, she says, 22 miles so far and not back yet.
Gosh.
Goodness me. And we said we'd had a long day. I think
yes, well, it must.
That's put us in our place,
you
Nikki.
You only felt sort of remote when our coverage went down for a few minutes, but hopefully, apart from that, we've been some company to you, so thanks very much for those nice comments.
Yeah. Let's put us in our place, and she hasn't got a coffee machine at all. No. Maybe a thermos. 293 for 5. Lawrence is going to continue from the New Road end. But there you go, who knows? You walk past somebody on a hillside and they're listening to something, and you don't know, they could be listening to the cricket. And with you here, Nick, with your brilliant service today, you've kept people in touch not just with this game, but with every game in the country.
Well, it's nice, particularly obviously a couple of games are in this group. There's always stories in the other games.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it just gives us something else to talk about, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Me having a go at Somerset about Tom Banton, but I tell you what, there'll be a lot of Somerset members who think exactly the same thing. Yeah. Incidentally, Tom Lammonby also out cheaply today. Saw him batting last year, so impressed. He's got 1 score this year. I think they'll stick with him as an opener, but they're relying on their middle order, and funnily enough, the 3rd wicket pair, as in the first innings, are doing well for them. They're 50 for 2 with Tom Abel and James Hildreth at the crease, 54 for 2, needing a further 153. So it's anybody's game. Maybe Somerset just slight favourites now, but that'll be one to watch tomorrow.
The evergreen James Hildreth.
Yeah, could have played.
Tremendous player.
What did he do for England? If anything, nothing. No. Amazing.
Tremendous player. Just a model professional. Brilliant. And Tom Abel's a really good cricketer as well.
Yes, I mean, I'm just thinking maybe he could open, but what happened to Ed Byram, who was the opener last year, and they're missing that sort of solid
Yeah.
you know, performer at the top of the order.
Yeah.
Maybe he's been injured
They've not settled, have they, at the top of the order?
Or maybe
Anyway,
there's been issues with availability, with the rule changes for eligibility with overseas players.
here's Peter Siddle anyway coming into the attack to replace Dan Lawrence, so if they're going to go off for bad light, it'll be soon, I think, as Siddle comes in and bowls. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Cox. This means the light must have improved, as I suspected, but I still think that this is a little bit of a gamble from Essex. I think they're thinking, if we're going to get this wicket,
Well,
we need to get it soon.
They want to get
We're not going to get it with our spinners just lobbing the ball up there. Mate, if we can get it, even if it means we then go off for bad light, it's a risk worth taking.
11, even with 8 for the draw, 11 from the game would be a little bit, well, it would be 13, wouldn't it?
Is Siddle in, bowls, and on the back foot, Cox is defending.
It would probably
Back
leave
up to
them
mid-off.
I don't know where it would leave them fair way down the table, even though they're only a handful of points from the top side. But maybe it's just the psychology of it. But they would love a second bonus bowling point here.
293 for 5. Worcestershire needs 7 runs to get that third batting point, and they'll be keen to do that. They've got 4 overs after this. Siddle bowls, and Cox is very solidly, very watchfully forward, pushing this out on the offside. And it's fielded by Tendershkata coming in from extra cover.
But I mean, it is developing into a tough group, as I say, with results hard to come by. And it'll be fascinating to see what sort of pitch it is at Trent Bridge, given we are going to lose time to the weather without doubt in that game. Will they gamble and have their seam attack against the Essex seam attack?
Here's Siddle in again, bowls to Cox, who pushes out on the offside. I had a tweet from an interesting one really, from John Wells, who says, do you think the pairs could survive in a previous county championship Division 1 with this team, given that they played Essex, the county champions, twice, and hopefully both drawn? Well, I'm touching wood, John, and I wish you wouldn't say things like that. It's far too early to say they've drawn twice with Essex. I'll reiterate what I said earlier in the day about that, as Siddle comes in and bowls, and he beats Cox. Good one, that one. Pitches and rises, leaving him. And what I said earlier in the day was that on a certain day or over a 4-day period, or maybe even 2 games, you know, a team with its best side out can have good days and compete and so on. But over a full season, if one team is much better than the other, I think it will tell in various scenarios. I don't think Worcestershire are far off being a really competitive side, but I don't think they're the finished article yet. Siddle in again, bowls to Cox, who works this one away on the onside, and it's fielded by Walter coming from mid-wicket. They get a single, 294 for 5, and it's about balancing the attack as much as anything for me. Well, a bit of variety in the attack, and maybe one more mainline batter. Yeah,
I think for me, I know they bowled Nottinghamshire out relatively cheaply, but the standout thing about Worcestershire is they're not bowling sides out cheaply enough, and maybe they'll get some pitches that will favour their bowlers a little bit more as time goes on. And obviously there's potential sort of issue with depth in the spin department in the absence of Moen, but you know, I just think that from their nadir of 2019, when everything went wrong, because everyone was assuming that Worcestershire, you know, a yo-yo side, they're in Division 2, that means next year they'll be back in Division 1, and the season was poor. Last year was impressive. I'm not quite sure they're playing quite as well as they were last year at the moment, but last year was impressive. And if they do actually get out of 2 games against Essex with 2 draws, if you just look at the Essex stats for the last 3 or 4 seasons, that actually must be good news. And as I say, it's really tight. I mean, Durham and Notts are now coming up. I mean, the one team I don't think will get out of this group is Derbyshire, but goodness me, it's really tight now as to you know, who is going to get out of the group, because with Warwickshire's young batsmen impressing, and you know, you've got Durham are starting to win games. They've got this run machine in the middle order, Mr. Beddingham, who will be called Beddingham and breakfast soon, the way he's booking in for long stints at the crease. You know, it's a really competitive group, isn't it? It's tough cricket in this group. 294 for 5. Harmer bowls, and it's just a run down off the open face down to short leg, and anybody's guess. The one thing I like for Essex, they've still got 3 games at Chelmsford. and they do find it a bit tougher away from home generally. Not that they don't win away from home, but Chelmsford usually is their banker, particularly with this man around. Harmer bowls, and that one just goes through to Harmer, goes through to Wheater, who takes it behind the stumps. 294 for 5. So this is the 107th over, and Worcestershire needs 6 more runs. One expensive over from Harmer, but apart from that, it's been hard to score runs. As here, Cox just pushing forward to short leg. So if either side are going to get this extra point, I suppose. Well, Worcestershire may be a slight favourites, but it just takes 1 wicket for Essex and 6 runs for Worcestershire, and maybe both will happen or neither will happen. But in such a tight group, every point counts.
Yeah.
294 for 5. Harmer bowls and played up into the offside. So my game 1 picks and everything, it's much more fun trying to pick sides when you've got no idea of the form because it's the opening game. So I'm fairly happy with Essex and Lancashire. And here's Harmer bowling, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Hampshire, depends how they react to that big defeat against Surrey, but you think there are other winnable games. I mean, the Hampshire-Somerset games are going to be blockbusters in that group. There's a bit of ill feeling at times, you feel, between the sides as well. At 294 for 5. But it's just an interesting format, as this is... Oh, it comes off the open face just past leg slip for a second run. Now, interesting to see a replay of that. We'll look for the umpire's signal, which confirms it's off the bat. So that's gone in the air, off an open face, I think just past leg slip, and 2 slightly fortuitous runs, but it's 296 for 5. And Cox 19, Vessels 22. Essex have got 3 overs to get this wicket, and Worcestershire need 4 runs to get their 3rd batting point. Yeah, well, I said about 6-7 overs ago that if Worcestershire got to the end of today and they've got that batting bonus point and they're still only 5 down, they'll probably feel that it's been their day. If they lost another wicket or 2, it would certainly be Essex's day, even though Worcestershire would have, say, 13 wickets left tomorrow. But intriguingly poised. It's fascinating, isn't it, how a game which has perhaps been played on a surface that's offered little in the way of entertainment can still be so interesting in certain ways. Yes, it's been absorbing. Well, still going here in the gloom at New Road. 4 overs left after this one. Worcestershire hanging on, still 296 for 5. So they've got they need 4 more runs to get their 3rd batting bonus point, and they've got just over 2 overs in which to do that. Ben Cox is on 19, Ricky Vessels on 22. These two came together when the score was 259 for 5 after the 2 top men of the afternoon, Tom Fell 53 and Brett D'Oliveira 67, had been dismissed, and so far they've rebuilt after that upset, those 2 quick wickets in the early part of the evening session. So Worcestershire, with 4 overs left in the day, are on 296 for 5, hoping they can get that 3rd batting bonus point and then bat all day tomorrow for a draw. No runs added from the first 2 deliveries of the new over, which is Siddle, being bowled by Siddle. In he comes now, past umpire White, past Ben Cox, the non-striker, bowls to Ricky Vessels, who drives sweetly on the offside. Just needs to get 1 to the boundary in this over to get that batting bonus point, but that one nicely fielded. Yes, they would. I think Essex outscored by Worcester by 1 bonus point in the last game, so but it was a draw. So that's right. Again, Worcestershire, who are 4 ahead of Essex going into this game, will settle for that outcome in this one, I'm sure. I was thrown by that fielder, and then I noticed it's Ben Allison who's come on as 12th man. Siddle bowls, and Vessels drives sweetly again, but straight to mid-off, and he's come on as 12th man because I think it's Shane Snater's just nipped off. Yes. For a little... Actually, it might be Ryan Tendershot. Just nipped off for a little comfort break on the far side of the ground. Of course, it must be pretty cold out there now. Sneaky little one. So all for the over 40s. Came on. After 6 o'clock, if it's under 12 degrees, you can go on. That's rule
Yeah.
27B
Yeah, B,
in the this year's
C.
regulations.
Siddle bowls, Vessels drives, third beautiful drive of the over. He doesn't get any runs at all because Dan Lawrence moves quickly across to his left from mid-off to do the fielding. Yeah, that's a good one. I think I can think of a lot of cricketers who would vote that. Maybe we should call that
Yes.
the Darren Stevens rule.
Well, I think Darren Stevens would prefer a rule where his side wasn't setting the opposition 15
yeah,
to win.
that's
or
right. He's
something.
got his rule.
I mean,
hasn't he?
that's the one prediction I've got horribly wrong. I did think I couldn't work out who would go through with Lancashire. I plumped for Kent. I've got that horribly wrong.
296 for 5. Siddle in, bowls, and Vessels is on the back foot this time. Pushes back to the bowler. That's the end of it. Well, I think it was a maiden over, but it wasn't. I was going to say a tidy over. I suppose it was a tidy over. There were 3 really good drives from Vessels, but they picked a fielder out every time. So no runs added. Siddle 20 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 64. Worcestershire now have 2 overs to get these 4 runs. 4 left in the day. 296 for 5.
So we'll soon get to a stage where we can start to rule out sides like Kent and probably Leicestershire, although Leicestershire might get a win just to keep their hopes alive. But and then as time goes on, we'll get an idea of who these top 6 sides might be. But you can see some potentially pretty tricky away trips for some sides at venues like Old Trafford or Headingley. It might even be Scarborough, I suppose. But yeah, it'll shape up into an interesting final 6. Here's Harmer bowling, and that's run down, and it's nicely stopped by Alistair Cook at slip. He's not had a great day there in that position, but he dealt with that very well. It was a delivery that bounced in front of him. He got a hand to it. That could easily have got through, and it would have been 4 if it had done, but got a hand to it and stopped it. So 11 balls left to the 110 overs. 296 for 5. Here is a defensive shot, but there's no run. We're looking for the single, but it's not there. Liam Panormo. Hello Liam, and thanks for the coverage. You say you have the live stream with commentary on all day while playing cricket with your 8-year-old in the garden. And any closer play score on that one? Hopefully you've won by an innings. 296 for 5. Oh, so he just leans forward there, and that just runs down, I think, off the pad. And yes, still hoping we can grab another wicket before the close of play. We'll keep tomorrow interesting. Do you think there's still a chance of an Essex win with Harmer? I still think we have a chance. Well, I've said a couple of times, Liam, I reckon Essex are 2 wickets, maybe 3, but certainly 2 wickets short of where we need to be. But Harmer bowls again, and that's just fading down the leg side with the turn. You fairly confident for Worcestershire if they can get in 5 down, Frank?
Yeah, I'd never rule anything out. Harmer's such a good bowler. If the pitch did deteriorate, then
yes,
things might change. But it isn't showing
Harmer
signs
bowls,
of massive
nice drive for
deterioration.
4.
And there's the bonus point.
There's the bonus point for Worcestershire. Good point, yes, because that's the 300. He waited for the ball to hit there, the Cox. It's a patient knock from him, but there Harmer overpitched. And when he has overpitched, generally he's been put away, and that was a lovely stroke. And now Essex have only got 7 deliveries to get this extra wicket. Otherwise they're only going to get the 4 bonus points, 3 for batting and 1 for bowling. They're going to get 8 for the draw, but it'll be a bit disappointing return overall.
Still a long way to go.
Yeah. And Durham have won. Harmer bowls, and that's played up in the offside up to Sam Cook. So the 2 sides that were really struggling to make much of an impression in the group, Notts and Durham, have both won, and the group is completely wide open. And Durham have beaten Warwickshire by an innings of 127 runs. Tim Preston fought to the end, as you would expect. 39 not out, but he ran out of partners. Mainly it was Bryden Cast, 5 for 49, who was responsible for that. And Durham goes second ahead of Notts. So Durham 53, Warwickshire 51. We know that Warwickshire can't add to their 54, and Derbyshire are on 40. So it's all a question now of what these 2 sides end up with. But just shows you it's going to be very, very tight between the top 5.
3 overs left. Siddle starts the first of them from the new road end with a ball which is just short of length and keeps a bit low, and Ricky Vessels on the back foot jams the bat down on it, squeezes it back up the pitch to the bowler. So Worcestershire 3 points and Essex 4. And there's part of me that looks at that and thinks it doesn't reflect how the game's gone, but it does, I suppose, really, in that, you know, Essex made a big score, and 300 for 5 is a pretty good score is Siddle in bowls, and that's one that does take off. I think Vessel's actually avoided that quite well. I just watched the replay. He did. He just he got in behind it, saw that it was climbing, and then just dropped his hands underneath it.
Because this group is so tight, I'm sure Vessels will realise the cricketing gameplay here in terms of making sure he doesn't take any risks in this over, because every point is crucial in this really tight group.
Yeah, it's been a responsible innings so far. 22 off 67. Siddle is into him again. He bowls and he squeezes this one. A sort of attempted drive, just squeezes it off a bottom corner of the bat up to mid-on, no run. And when you think he got 22 off 68 balls and 8 of those were nicks through the slips in the first over that he faced, it's been very circumspect since then by Ricky Vessel's standards, and quite rightly so. It's been a good day for Worcestershire. I keep trying to try to explain how it's been a good day's cricket. And Siddle is in and bowls to Vessels, who drives again. Beautiful shot, but straight to mid-off. It's been a good day's cricket because it's been fascinating, and it's been professional, and it's been serious, and it's been focused. It hasn't been thrilling. It hasn't been hit and giggle. There haven't been a lot of boundaries. There haven't been a lot of incidents, but there's been a lot of focus and professionalism and determination, and all the things that make cricket such a game of so many subtleties. As in comes Siddle again, bowls a bouncer, which in this light is a bit difficult, but
I would say Frank
negotiates it well.
It's an awful lot more interesting than watching a 50 over game where the first side makes 400 and the second side is 60 for 5, and there's another 30 overs of watching the game, or a T20 game where the first side makes 120 and it's got no chance.
I used to hate Sunday league games where the first team made 230 and the second team got 100 or something like that. So that's a good one from Siddle, Fuller, and he played at that Vessels for sure, and that really just nipped away just a fraction off the seam, and that was a very good delivery. End of the over, good over, 300 for 5. A maiden, Siddle, 21 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 64, and 2 overs left in the day for Worcestershire to negotiate without losing another wicket.
So what we can do now is give you the table should this game end in a draw, because all the bonus points have been decided. So
brilliant.
Warwickshire 54 at top. In second place, I reckon, will be Durham with 53. In third place will be Worcestershire, who will start on 41 points but take 11 from the game. They'll go to 52. In fourth place will be Nottinghamshire on 51. As here is Harmer bowling, and that's played away up towards cover, and there's no run. In a lowly fifth place will be Essex, who will have 12 points from this game to go to 49. And Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And when Derbyshire slightly stranded on 40, so my serviette analogy doesn't cover Derbyshire from earlier on, but it would mean Essex would be 5 points off the lead in fifth place.
Yeah,
this is assuming the game is a draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here is Harmer bowling, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch up towards mid wicket, and there's no run.
And if it is a draw, Worcestershire will have sort of, produced this kind of performance 3 times. Once at Chelmsford, once at Derby, and once here.
Yes.
To get into that position of third.
Harmer bowls. That one, I think, takes the bat and then goes onto the pad and runs down to Cook at slip.
But it's the argument would be, given the attack they've got, and you've talked about a lack of penetration, that they bowled really well, I think. Honestly, I think Worcestershire generally bowled really well in that first innings. You couldn't think of a session where
Harmer bowling
were loose.
And that's just helped round the corner down towards.
And yet they still conceded 561. Sorry, they still conceded 561, and having conceded those, they've been left with no option other than to play like this to try and save the game. So, so it's just the way it is.
This, you might say, is Harmer bowling. This is played with an open face and nice off the middle of the bat up towards Brown at mid-off. But you might say with a division that's made up with mainly counties that would have been in Division 2 under the old system. It's proved a very level playing field so far, and all the more intriguing for it. Worcestershire 300 for 5, they're 261 behind, but the crucial figure is that 5, because Essex needed it to be 7 or 8 really by the end of today. They've still got a lot of work to do in the Worcestershire first innings. It's going to take something very special tomorrow for them to win this game.
Indeed, with 1 over to go in the day, which Peter Siddle is going to bowl from the New Road end, and he's going to be bowling to Ricky Vessels. 300 for 5, I suppose. Worcestershire, having started the day on 100, well, what were they? 37 for no wicket. Siddle to bouncer to Vessels, who ducks it. Having started the day on 37 for no wicket, I guess if you'd offered them 300 for 5 at the end of the day, they'd have taken it.
Absolutely.
It's been a solid effort from the Worcestershire batsmen. One of the things that Alex Gidman said last year, the Worcestershire head coach said last year, ahead of the Bob Willis Trophy and during the Bob Willis Trophy, it sounds a bit like a football manager, but he said that, you know, he wanted to make sure that they were a bit harder to beat. Siddle is in and bowls to Vessels. You know, a little bit less. Not that they were a soft touch, but maybe that sometimes they got into situations where they could save the game and they didn't. And since then they have saved games, and they've said, either collectively or individually, one or two of them have said, well, you know, that's the sort of game that last year or the year before, you referred to the nadir of 2019. That's the sort of game we might have lost. And that's it. I think we are seeing a greater resilience.
Definitely.
Vessels plays this out on the onside, and there's no run. 3 balls left in the day. 300 for 5.
And they get into a position later in the group where they can,
exactly,
like the Nottinghamshire game, get on top and then
win.
Because they're getting enough high-scoring draws that they may not need that many wins, but they're going to need, you think, 1 or 2 somewhere along the line. Yeah, absolutely. But it's they've done nothing so far, Worcester, to betray my faith that they might be the second qualifier from this group. But I do think those Worcester-Warwickshire games are critical. Yeah, they are. Here's Siddle, he's in, he bowls, and that one actually hits Vessels. He's lost it a bit. It's gloomy still, and he's pretty sharp. He's not the quickest in the world, but Vessels just took his eye off it, kind of let it hit him on the arm guard, I think. I'm going to run through the scorecard very quickly in these last 2 balls. Libby bowled Harmer 41, 111 for 1. Mitchell caught Tendusgarter bowled Harmer 67, 132 for 2. Roderick bowled Harmer 0, 132 for 3. Fell caught Wheater bowled Cook 53, 243 for 4. And D'Oliveira caught Wheater bowled Snater 67, 259 for 5. As Siddle bowls and Vessels blocks. And the bowling figures: Cook 22 overs 8 maidens 1 for 49, Harmer 39 overs 12 maidens 3 for 75, Lawrence 8 overs 2 maidens no wicket for 20, Snater 14 overs 4 maidens 1 wicket for 59, and Walter 7 overs 2 maidens no wicket for 18. And Peter Siddle is about to complete his 22nd over, and if this is a dot ball, it'll be 22 overs 4 maidens no wicket for 64. He's in, he bowls, and it isn't a dot ball. It's clipped away through mid wicket and picked up by Paul Walter. 2 runs taken by Ricky Vessels. So at the close, Worcestershire are 302 for 5, and Ricky Vessels is 24 not out, and his partner Ben Cox is 23 not out, and that is after 112 overs of the innings. So Worcestershire 302 for 5. They're still, what, 259 runs behind, but they've had a good day. They've only lost 5 wickets, and Essex need to take 15 wickets tomorrow if they're to win this game. Just a final note, Frank. David and Ken with late emails, we will cover those first thing tomorrow. We'll do that during the commentary tomorrow, so do join us for that, and we'll cover those then. Thanks very much for your emails and everybody else who's been in touch today. And thank you very much to Nick Gledhill of BBC Radio Essex. This is Frank Watson of BBC Hover and Worcester saying thank you very much for listening, and we'll be with you again tomorrow from just before 11 o'clock for the final day of this interesting game of cricket. Thank you. Good evening.
yes, yeah. So, yeah, we had just enough emails to... Reasonable, actually, it's not too bad again for a Saturday. We're getting a lot more emails on Saturday.
We'd have